The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 651 Compromise. Chang Jianyi didn't know who saved him, he only knew that he should run away quickly, and he didn't know his position in the panic. When he was in the sky, the clothes on his body had been torn by sparrows, and the clothes he carried with him, the map was also torn apart, and the map was gone. However, even with a map in hand, Chang Jianyi can no longer change the current situation, because the sky is full of birds. If these birds attack him again, Chang Jianyi will undoubtedly end badly. Chang Jianyi also didn't have time to look at the map, and he didn't have time to tell the direction, so he had no choice but to panic and go wherever he saw an open space. At this moment, there was a loud noise from the distant mountains. Chang Jianyi looked back, but saw nothing, but the flock of birds had re-established their target and flew towards Chang Jianyi. Chang Jianyi was stunned to see countless birds coming straight towards him. He never thought that he would encounter such a thing. He had already landed, but he was still being attacked. In order to survive, Chang Jianyi continued to run away, but the ground was suddenly covered by a black shadow. The blue peacock had already fixed his eyes on Chang Jianyi, and stretched out his claws to grab Chang Jianyi and Hua Jingren, who were running away. Catch-cha! Chang Jianyi and Hua Jingren heard the sound of bones breaking. Hua Jingren, who was already in a coma, woke up under severe pain, but then passed out again. Chang Jianyi was also uncomfortable. Many ribs on his body were broken, and the pain was unbearable. The blue peacock flapped its wings and returned to the air, its gorgeous tail feathers emitting colorful light under the sunlight. At this time, a huge paraglider flew over in the distant sky. Shen Feng was sitting on the paraglider. The attack had already started before the person arrived. Wind of fury, Shen Feng shouted, and countless wind blades went straight to the blue peacock. The blue peacock also felt something was wrong, and immediately called a flock of birds to protect itself. The 3,000 wind blades took shape directly and flew out towards the distance. Shen Feng had sharp eyes and had already seen Chang Jianyi and Hua Jingren, who were captured. For the safety of these two, he could only do his best. A mutated sparrow had already flown into the air, standing between Shen Feng and the blue peacock, but in front of the sharp wind blade, these birds could only be slaughtered, and the invisible wind blade pierced through the bodies of the birds one by one, falling to the ground one after another. Shen Feng roughly estimated that there are at least 50 to 60,000 mutated birds in the sky. With such a large number, it is not easy to kill them all. However, Shen Feng's purpose is not to kill all the mutated birds, but to save Chang Jianyi. The purpose of Shen Feng before was very simple, which was to bring Chang Jianyi and Hua Jingren back to Yazhou. Watching these two teenage children elope, they don't understand anything, and living outside must suffer. However, now, Chang Jianyi and Hua Jingren have been captured by the mutant bird king. In this case, they can only kill the blue peacock first. The paraglider is constantly approaching the blue peacock. The blue peacock itself is not particularly good at flying. In this case, Shen Feng uses the strong wind to accelerate himself, and is constantly approaching the blue peacock. The birds kept falling downwards. Shen Feng didn't stop for a moment, gathering more and more wind blades around him, and the wind blades flew out in all directions. It was impossible for the birds to get close. However, seeing that he couldn't escape, the blue peacock turned around and rushed towards Shen Feng, wanting to compete with Shen Feng in the sky. Today's Shen Feng is different from before. Before fighting in the sky, Shen Feng had no experience. Now, Shen Feng is fighting mutant birds again, and he already has experience. If he wants to win, he must first disrupt the opponent's rhythm. At that moment, Shen Feng quickly cast a special ability. Dongfeng is mighty. After this move was performed, under the strong wind, all the birds were staggered. Even the huge blue peacock was shaking its body. Obviously it was here. In such a situation, it cannot maintain its own stability. The eye of the hurricane, Shen Feng once again performed a trick. The tornado centered on the paraglider, and after it appeared, countless birds around it were rolled up. These birds have never experienced a tornado. These birds immediately folded their wings and lost their way in the whirlwind. Taking advantage of this time, Shen Feng gathered 100 wind blades, aimed at the blue peacock, who was unable to stabilize his figure in the air, and began to attack. Puff! Puff! The wind blades penetrated into the blue peacock's belly one after another, directly crushing the blue peacock's internal organs. The blood rain fell from the sky, and the blue peacock let out a miserable cry. dropped the two teenagers in its claws, and flew away towards the distance. The vitality of birds is still very tenacious. Anyone who has killed a chicken knows that if the trachea of the chicken is not cut off, the chicken can still live for a while. Now, the blue peacock is like this, although the internal organs have been chopped up. But it hasn't died for a while. Shen Feng also didn't have time to catch up with the Bird King. Although the Bird King is very important, it is not as important as his relatives. Shen Feng hurriedly let the paraglider approach the two people in the air, caught Chang Haoji and Hua Jingren, did not dare to stay, and continued to move towards Yazhao. Chang Haoji was in severe pain all over his body. Seeing his brother-in-law appearing, he couldn't help crying, "Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I regret that I didn't listen to you." Chang Haoji didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. He thought elopement was nothing special, but he actually started to act. But Hua Jingren was almost implicated in his death. The most important thing is that Shen Feng once reminded Chang Haoji that the sky is not safe, because the birds have also begun to mutate, but Chang Haoji obviously didn't take it to heart at the time, so that the current situation had to be let people sigh. Shen Feng said calmly, "Go back and talk about it first. Your sister will take care of your matter. As for when the time comes, you'd better not contradict her." Shen Feng started to raise the altitude while flying. When the paraglider reached a height of 300 meters, it was difficult for many mutated birds to get close. It means that the weight has increased. When the weight has increased, it is not so simple to want to be particularly high. What's more, after the blue peacock escaped, the flock of birds here also lost their leader. They didn't know what to do for a while, so they returned to the forest one after another and stopped chasing the paraglider. After the bird lost its internal organs, it would be impossible to continue to survive. The blue peacock had already flown away in order to escape, but it was estimated that it would die soon. Shen Feng was not worried about this problem. After Shen Feng returned to Yazhao with Chang Haoji and Hua Jingren, Chang Jianyi in Fengshan Palace had been waiting anxiously for a long time. He walked up to him distressedly, hugged him and said, "Why are you so stupid? Why are you leaving?" At this time, Chang Haoji was already in a miserable state, not to mention his unkempt hair and face, and there was blood oozing everywhere on his body. His clothes were also torn, and his right arm was hanging lightly on his chest, obviously broken. Thinking of it, Chang Haoji's appearance before, although he was not the kind of young hero who met once in a century, he was also a handsome and noble son. Now this tragic situation makes Chang Jianyi, who is his sister, very distressed. Chang Haoji lowered his head and said, "I like Hua Jingren, sister, you don't agree with anything, so I can only do something wrong. I know I'm wrong, but I won't change my mind." Up to now, Chang Haoji has been very miserable, and he also knows that he has done wrong to elope and has brought troubles to his sister, but in this case, he still does not change his original thinking, and still likes Hua Jingren. "What's so good about this girl? I want to find someone who is prettier than her, and someone who is smarter than her. Why do you insist on liking this girl?" Chang Jianyi asked while holding his brother. Chang Haoji was silent for a moment, and said, "Because she was by my side when I was bored, and she didn't have any friends. We depended on each other." When Chang Jianyi heard this, she could only shake her head helplessly. She didn't expect her brother to say this reason. If it was such a reason, it wouldn't matter at all. Chang Haoji probably doesn't even know what it means to be dependent on each other, but now he uses this idiom to describe it, which makes people very helpless. Shen Feng walked over to Hua Jingren, who was also miserable, and said, "This child is not very well either. He has broken several bones and is already in a coma. It will take a long time to recover." Chang Jianyi looked helplessly at Hua Jingren, who is in a coma, shook her head and said, "Send her to the hospital for treatment, and send her an evolutionary base by the way. In short, let her become an evolutionary first. If she is too weak, I can't even protect myself." When Chang Haoji heard what his sister said, he immediately showed an expression of disbelief, as if he didn't expect his sister's attitude to change at all. "Sister, do you agree with us?" Chang Haoji asked quickly. Chang Jianyi said lightly, "I don't agree. In short, it is impossible for our family to marry a mediocre girl. She must behave well enough in the future. Otherwise, I still disagree. As for you now, as long as I don't do anything out of the ordinary, I won't stop it." Shen Feng also said, "Actually, I am preparing to select outstanding teenagers in the orphanage to become my students, and the reward is a supernatural potion, so after Hua Jingren recovers, you ask Hua Jingren to study hard, and in the next she performed very well in the month's exam. As long as she can get the first place in the exam, she will be able to become a supernatural being. Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi are already helpless towards the stubborn Chang Haoji. After this incident, they all know how stubborn Chang Haoji is. For this kid, it is really hard for him to give up Hua Jingren and choose someone else. It is too difficult. It is better to respect his choice. After Chang Haoji heard the words of his sister and brother-in-law, his eyes were filled with tears, and he said immediately, "I will never leave Yazhao again. I will definitely behave well and try my best to help my sister and brother-in-law through the difficulties." Zhang Zixi in the distance finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this conversation. She knew that now that Chang Haoji had a partner of her own, Chang Jianyi would not continue to match her up, and she could live an easy life in the future. However, Zhang Zixi felt a little embarrassed when he thought of the major event in his life. At this moment, he suddenly began to miss the big brother. If the big brother was here, he would definitely not let himself marry someone he didn't like, would he? "Big brother, haven't you finished your mission on the grassland? It's been almost 2 years, how could it be so slow?" Zhang Zixi murmured in her heart. Shen Feng suddenly remembered something, and said to Chang Haoji, "When you recover from your injuries, follow me to visit 2 families. In order to save you today, 2 pilots died in battle. You must show up. Otherwise, it's impossible to justify." Shen Feng still remembers that he saw the scene of the helicopter falling obliquely in the forest from a long distance. There was an explosion, followed by a burst of flames, and a deep pit on the ground. Perhaps the bones of the 2 people were burned. After learning about this incident, it must be very uncomfortable. Chang Haoji can't turn a blind eye to it because of emotion and reason, and must visit him in person. Chang Haoji nodded quickly, expressing that he would definitely visit him. The matter seems to have come to an end, but Shen Feng also took this opportunity to discover the hidden crisis, that is, there may be more dangers hidden in Dabo Mountain, that is, the mutated bird flock. It is to threaten other people in Yazhao. At that time, farming will not be stable, let alone a safe life. We need to find time to clean up the mutated birds. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. Chapter 652. Dawn number 039, T. Say anything if you Dawn number 039, T. Have money. Shen Feng was very worried that Yazhao would be threatened by mutated birds in the future, so he went directly to the research institute, found Professor Niu, expressed his concerns, and hoped that Professor Niu could help with ideas. However, after hearing what Shen Feng said, Professor Niu frowned, and said, "It's not impossible to kill the mutated birds, but it's not a cure for the symptoms. I know about mutated birds. A reward was issued, and some mercenaries caught hundreds of them for my research, and now some are locked up in the research institute." Shen Feng was a little surprised, and quickly asked, "What is treating the symptoms but not the root cause? Tell me carefully, Professor." Niu put down the seat for Shen Feng, sat down slowly himself, and then said, "In the past, Yazhao cleaned up the mutant beasts in the south, could not achieve its intended purpose." Shen Feng listened patiently. He knew that regarding the matter of mutant beasts and mutant birds, he should still listen to the advice of professionals. Now that Professor Niu has his own opinions, he should also listen to them. Professor Niu continued, "It is difficult to clean up the mutant beasts in the mountains, because the mutant beasts will gather together when they see a bad situation, forming a beast swarm. If you want to clean it up, you must form an encirclement network and use a carpet search to get most of them to you. Elimination. A small number of surviving ones have no ability to threaten humans under the subsequent hunting of mercenaries. It is difficult to clean up, but once it is completed, there will be no large-scale mutant beasts in a short time, unless there is an influx of mutant beasts from other places." Shen Feng nodded, agreeing with what Professor Niu said. "So, what's wrong with the mutant bird?" Shen Feng continued to ask. Professor Niu took down a thrush specimen from a nearby shelf, which was made by himself, and now it looks like it is still alive. "Look, City Lord, this is a mutated bird. Compared with mutated beasts, mutated birds are not very good at fighting, because once the army gathers, they are just a flock of chickens, ducks and geese. They have proper meat and are easy to clean up. It's simple, but it doesn't cure the root cause, because of the fluidity of the birds," Professor Niu said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Shen Feng immediately became interested, and asked, "The fluidity is very strong because birds can fly, right?" "Of course, that's what it means." Professor Niu analyzed seriously. "Birds can fly, but if they want to reproduce, They basically need to build a nest. After the nest is built, the eggs will hatch. Once the army arrives, even without the army, as long as large-scale mercenaries go to the forest, they can destroy the nests of these birds. However, it is impossible for us to set up a siege net. These birds flew away directly when they saw that the situation was not good, and wanted to destroy them. It's impossible. Even if it was finally wiped out, birds from other places would easily come over and occupy the space. Originally, Shen Feng thought that it would not be particularly difficult to clean up the mutated birds, but now it seems that this is not the case at all. The mobility of the birds is too strong, and it is not so easy to completely eliminate them. Then, what should we do? Shen Feng asked helplessly. Professor Nia thought about it seriously, but shook his head and said, I have no choice. The only suggestion I can give is to clean it up every few months to maintain a certain number of birds in the forest, so as not to let the birds die. The numbers exploded. Hearing this suggestion, Shen Feng suddenly didn't know what to say. If he had to clean up the mutant birds every once in a while, the task would be too heavy. The problem is that once a war starts, the economy will be seriously consumed. There is a similar expression in Sun Tzu's Art of War, that although a country is strong, it will die if it is warlike. It seems that we can only pretend that we didn't see it. It's really not easy to do something to these birds. Shen Feng said helplessly. After comparing the situation after the war, Shen Feng has already seen the current situation clearly. If he continues to attack the birds in Daba Mountain, he will be dragged into the quagmire sooner or later, and he can only pretend that he didn't see it. For now, in the territory of Yazhao, there is the tail of Daba Mountain. However, even if there is only a section of the tail of the mountain range, there are many trees in the mountain. I really don't know how many birds live here. After the birds feel the danger, they flap their wings high. Fly, just leave. Daba Mountain is so big, birds can go anywhere, either to Shizhong, Hanzhong, or even Hubei, and come back after the cleanup operation is over, which is really too difficult. Shen Feng wanted to pretend that he didn't see it. After all, a problem that he couldn't see wasn't a problem. However, Shen Feng held such a plan, but was ruthlessly torn apart by Professor Niu. Do you want to pretend to be invisible? No, because once the number of birds reaches an uncontrollable level, they will attack. For humans, I have observed many mutated birds and found one thing, that is, after these birds have enough food, they will lay eggs crazily, and the number will increase, which is even more exaggerated than before the end of the world. Attack humans? Is it a bit exaggerated? I haven't heard of birds attacking people in other places, except for raptors such as golden eagles. Ordinary birds are as big as chickens and ducks. Attacking humans isn't it a dish? Shen Feng felt that Professor Nia was scaring himself by saying such words. Professor Nia shrugged, leaned on the chair, and said, I just put forward my opinion. Whether you listen or not is your own choice. I have no right to interfere, don't I? I just want to remind you of something. There are no birds attacking humans now. It doesn't mean there won't be any in the future. Don't forget how those migratory birds carried out air raids in Yanjing back then. Hearing this, Shen Feng's face finally became serious. Obviously, at this time, Shen Feng had already remembered the battle that took place in Yanjing more than a year ago. At that time, the city of Yanjing was like dumplings, zombies kept falling, and the city suffered tens of thousands of casualties. This kind of tragic experience was in front of him, and Shen Feng had to pay attention to it at the beginning. Yanjing's counterattack was also very fierce. After he found the nest of migratory birds, he immediately started bombing. The bombs directly plowed a swamp, and very few birds were able to escape. However, Yanjing is able to have tens of thousands of fighter jets, and it is only through the efforts of the whole country to achieve this level. Yazhao does not have enough fighter jets. The air power is not good, and there is no advantage in the air. It is not easy to completely wipe out the birds' matter. It seems that we can only start to clean up the mutated birds. What kind of world is this? The zombies are no longer a threat, the mutated beasts appear, the mutated beasts are cleaned up, and the mutated birds come. When will the world be peaceful? Shen Feng said with a sigh. Professor Niu thought about it, and said, unless animals around the world stop mutating, but first of all, we need to salvage the meteorites from the sky. After the meteorites leave the ocean, the global mutations may stop. Professor Niu knows that the doomsday of the world is related to the ocean. It is the meteorite that caused the mutation of the virus in the Pacific Ocean, which led to the appearance of zombies, and the zombie virus also mutated when it acted on animals. The mutation may be even more serious. The appearance of giant sea beasts in the sea is mostly related to the meteorite. Only by salvaging the meteorite can the mutation of animals be completely ended, and then 10 years will be used to create peace in the world. Don't say such things. I think about it but I can't do it. Shen Feng shrugged helplessly. Just last year, more than 200 supernatural beings from all over the world gathered in the Pacific Ocean, and all of them were killed by sea beasts. Very few people survived, and fortunately the captain of Zhonghe predicted the sea beasts' plan, so they saved some of them. Otherwise, maybe everyone would be wiped out. Thinking of the blue whale that had swallowed a meteorite, Shen Feng felt even more terrified. A sea beast that is 1 kilometer long. After all warships are long, and they are huge monsters at sea. Electronic equipment will fail wherever they go. Who can kill the sea beast and get back the meteorite? The blue whale is really too strong. It can also command other sea beasts. It is a well-deserved king of sea beasts. Let's never talk about salvaging meteorites. Shen Feng said helplessly. There is nothing truly invincible in the world. Even blue whales, as long as they are creatures, always have weaknesses. It's just that we haven't discovered them yet. The city lord, you must have firm belief. Professor Niu quickly encouraged Shen Feng. He knew Shen Feng he is the world's top supernatural user, and if Shen Feng is not sure, others will be even worse. Professor Niu also doesn't want Shen Feng to give up the idea of ending this troubled world. If Shen Feng has given up saving the common people, then others may have no hope. Salvaging meteorites must rely on supernatural beings, which is impossible for ordinary people. Enter the realm of the gods. Shen Feng stood up, saw that it was time to leave, and began to leave. Professor Niu sent Shen Feng outside finally. At this time, Professor Niu remembered something, so he quickly reminded, City Master, if you want to attack the mutated birds, you have to be nocturnal, fight at night and rest during the day. Afterwards, Shen Feng brought Chang Jianyi to the homes of the 2 pilots and began to apologize. Although becoming a soldier is equivalent to giving his life to Yazhao, to be more precise, to Shen Feng, but if he doesn't care about it like this, that would chill the hearts of the people below. So Chang Jianyi knelt down on his knees and kowtowed in front of the 2 families to thank him. The grace of saving lives is a great grace, and Chang Jianyi is also very guilty, because this time he ran away from home without authorization and encountered danger on the road, which caused the 2 pilots to be implicated. If the 2 pilots hadn't delayed the time, he would have can't wait for Shen Feng to come to the rescue. When the 2 families saw that the eldest son of Yazhao was kneeling on the ground, they were shocked, and quickly supported Chang Jianyi, saying, No, as a soldier, it is normal to die in battle. How can you make the eldest son kneel down? Shen Feng assured, in the future, your 2 families can live safely in Yazhao. If you have any problems, you can contact me directly. I will help you deal with them. If you have children, send them to school. In the future, work in the city lord's mansion. The 2 families received Shen Feng's guarantee, both happy and sad. The happy thing is that they can finally live in safety in the future. The sad thing is thinking about the death of their son. A living relative died like this, and they can get this kind of treatment was also obtained because of the sacrifice of his son. After dealing with the matter of the pilot, Shen Feng also decided to clean up the mutated birds in the mountains to the north. The core area of Yazhao is basically in Jiangbei, where the terrain is relatively flat, and the area of Tunshan is basically in the north. If it is attacked, Yazhao will be in a big crisis. Shen Feng has not announced this matter yet, but has recruited more than a dozen core figures in Yazhao to discuss this matter. There is a special cultural phenomenon in China, that is, a small meeting is held for a big event, and a large meeting is held for a small matter. For a small matter, dozens of people are called for a meeting for a few days, and they are widely reported. When a big event occurs, it is a few after the important people discuss it, it is decided. From ancient times to the present, it has not changed. When Shen Feng mentioned the flocks of birds in Daba Mountain in the north, it was obvious that he wanted to find a way to reduce the number of these flocks. But as soon as Shen Feng said this, Josiah Oxio spread her hands and said, City owner, Yazhao really has no money. You have to build an outer city, build a school, and improve the medical system. It's a matter of asking for money. If you lead troops to go out now, you will have no money. Chapter 653 Bad Idea 1. Shen Feng also knew that Yazhao's financial problems were very tight, but the imminent problem had to be solved. If it was really too late to solve it when the fire was imminent, it would be too late, didn't I ask you to discuss this? If you don't have money, you can find a way to make money. In short, if there are too many birds in the mountains, you will have to go out of the mountains if you don't have enough food. Don't forget that the areas where we farm are all in Jiangbei. If it is ruined, it will be over. If there is no food, Yazhao will be the first to be in chaos. Shen Feng quickly said to the crowd. Others are also very embarrassed when they hear the current predicament. It is indeed what Shen Feng said. The important places in Yazhao are basically in the Jiangbei area. If the Jiangbei area is attacked, it will inevitably suffer heavy losses. Yang Yi thought for a while and said, how about this, let's increase the tax. Just collect more taxes, and this will solve the urgent need. Impossible. The tax increase is not at this time. It's impossible to come up with random ideas. There are a lot of poor people in Yazhao, and there are not many people who can support themselves for a month. Will the tax increase be collected? Shen Feng immediately rejected this proposal. A group of people are extremely poor, and the only tax they can collect now is some consumption tax. Head tax. Yang Yi spread his arms and said, then I can't do anything about it. There are no gold or silver mines in Yazhao, and it's impossible for me to make money for you. Shen Feng shook his head, looked at Guo Pinming and Yang Chang, and asked, what about you two? What do you mean by the army? Originally, there were 3 people in charge of the army. Yang Chang and Guo Pinming were old members of the team. Lu Xian joined later, but he was considered loyal. However, news came from the prison recently that when Zhang Xiaoqiang was being interrogated, Zhang Xiaoqiang he said the name of an accomplice, that is Hong Yehu, Lu Xian's wife. As a result, Lu Xian was quarantined, and he planned to wait until the investigation was clear before deciding how to deal with Lu Xian. Guo Pinming pondered for a moment and said, we can clean up the mutated birds in the forest. We don't need any compensation, but at least we must feed the soldiers below. If there is not enough food, I don't recommend going out. In the final analysis, there is still a lack of food. Food is the most basic material for survival, leading to the depreciation of food stamps. Shen Feng thought for a while and said, from this point of view, the most important thing is to make money, and when it comes to money, you need food. In this way, don't you have to count on Wang Aoi from the King Hong Gang, too? Zhu Hui thought for a while, and said seriously, City Master, why don't we wait a month? After the autumn harvest is over, we will have enough food, and then we can plant the winter wheat, and it will be easy to use the army. 1 month should be no problem, right, too? Zhu Hui's suggestion is very simple. Currently, the food in the city is not abundant, so wait for a month. After the autumn harvest, the food will be stored in the warehouse, and they will have the ability to use the army. Shen Feng frowned, and pinned his hope on time, which was a little unreliable, but there was no other way. From this point of view, if you want to do it in time, you need to get some external food. You can only let Wang Aoi find a way. He has a strong influence in Southeast Asia and has mastered many plantations. As long as he wants the food is delivered, we can move quickly. Shen Feng mused. At the end of the day, the most important thing will always be food. Besides food, energy is more important, but you can live without oil and natural gas. At worst, you can burn firewood. If there is no food, people will starve to death too. Zhu Hui nodded, and said, this year there will be a bumper harvest in Yazhao's farmland. As long as we wait until after the autumn harvest, we can start. Shen Feng now fully understands why people in ancient times fought wars in autumn and winter. It was really because there was no food, and if there was a lack of food, they could do nothing. Shen Feng was silent for a moment, then said helplessly, that's how it is, wait until the food is collected, and then do it. I just hope there will be no danger during this time. The meeting dissipated, but Shen Feng couldn't calm down for a long time, because the crisis was imminent. If he didn't find a way to solve the problem of mutated birds, Yazhao would suffer great losses. If there was a danger. After much deliberation, Shen Feng couldn't think of a solution, so he could only hand over the matter of the city lord's mansion to Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan. He himself found the office of the 3 consultants, and was going to let the 3 of them give him advice when he found Yu Haijing. Shen Feng was still carrying a snuff bottle on his body, and when he handed it to Yu Haijing, he said, this is hypnotic pollen. As long as you want to sleep, just inhale a little, although it can't cure you. The diseases on the body can always be alleviated, but don't smoke too much, be careful to sleep to death. When Yu Haijing saw the things Shen Feng handed over, he was a little moved for a moment. He didn't expect that the city lord would spend all his time on his terminal illness. It was really not easy. Thank You, the city lord. With these pollen, my brain will definitely be fully rested. Use Haijing said hastily. If it weren't for the side effects of overthinking, the fruit that Use Haijing ate must be a good thing that everyone is vying for. No matter how difficult it is to find, someone must look for it. To be a genius, but as long as you eat this kind of fruit, you will think non-stop. The nervous system is far more active than ordinary people, and the energy consumed by the brain is the most among all organs. The brain that will not stop thinking for a moment will put the human body is worn down, which corresponds to the old saying that Uji dies early. The smarter the child, the easier it is to die young. Next, Shen Feng called 3 consultants around him and began to discuss how to make money. I want to clean up the mutated birds in the mountains, but the most serious problem is the lack of money. You guys help me figure out a way to see how I can earn enough money to fight the war. Don't be restrained, just say what you want. Shen Feng said to the 3 of them. After Shen Feng raised this question, the other 3 were silent for a moment. They want to make money. For the 3 of them, there are too many ways to make money, but all they make are small money. If they want to make big money, then it's not an easy task, especially if you want to earn enough money for the expedition. It is even more difficult. Feng Shichen suddenly said at this time. I remember some experts said that if you want to make money, you can rent out the idle house, and you can also drive to run the rental. People here earn extra money outside of work. After receiving this answer, Shen Feng immediately showed a complicated look, and asked, do you think it's time to joke now? Shen Feng wanted to beat Feng Shichen to death at this moment. He really thought that everyone in Yazhou had a house and anyone could drive a car? Joking is not at this time, and I don't know how to look at the situation. Feng Shichen looked at Shen Feng in embarrassment, and said embarrassingly, didn't I see that the atmosphere is too dignified? Do you want to liven up the atmosphere? Did I do something inappropriate? Nonsense, come up with an idea if you have an idea. Don't be clever. If you want to make a joke, wait until you chat in private. Shen Feng gave Feng Shichen a white look. The current situation is not the time to make a joke, especially when it involves making money. Feng Shichen quickly withdrew his previous awkward smile, and said seriously, I think it's a good choice to use financial means to make money. Open a bank and encourage everyone to store food stamps in the bank. In this way, you can get money through the bank. It costs money, as long as this method is not mentioned, no one else will know about it. Bank. Shen Feng pondered, this idea seems to be good. After all, banks can be used for investment. If this method is really used, it can also be used when short of money in the future. However, when Shen Feng was seriously thinking about this matter, Bankson said, if you want to use financial means, you must first have a trust system. City Lord, do you think everyone will honestly put a little bit of food coupons on their bodies? Do you want to deposit it in the bank? You know, for many people, what they worry about is the rations for the next few days. The food coupons are hidden in the soles of their shoes, and they dare not leak them out. Will they trust a bank? This. Shen Feng hesitated and didn't answer, but he thought of some things that happened before. There were many bankruptcies in the past, and the maximum compensation share for depositors was only 500,000 yuan. It appears that everyone deposits money in big banks and no longer trusts small banks at present. Yazhou has not yet established a bank, because it is temporarily unavailable, and few people will save money. Everyone would rather hide food stamps at home, and did not say that they want to establish a bank. If you can see it, if you put it in the bank, it will be a string of numbers, and if you don't do it, you will lose it. Shen Feng had the answer, then looked at Feng Shichen, and asked, is there any other way? Go ahead and let me screen. Feng Shichen spread his hands and said, then just promulgate the law. Set up 3 charges, namely hooliganism, speculation, and dereliction of duty. If you see anyone committing these 3 crimes, you will be arrested. Pay money as a guarantee, so that if you catch more people, you can collect money. When Shen Feng heard this, he was speechless immediately. Isn't this the 3 big pocket crimes? In short, anyone who is not pleasing to the eye can be arrested, and the crime of hooliganism can be sentenced directly on the head. If we really want to follow Feng Shichen's words, isn't everyone in Yazhou at risk? This approach is absolutely not advisable. You only talk about bad ideas. You better shut up. Come on, use Haijing. Tell me, I think you already have an idea. Shen Feng has lost patience with Feng Shichen's bad ideas. Making money is indeed to make money, but if you really want to use these methods, then wait to be overthrown. Use Haijing got Shen Feng's permission, nodded, and said directly, City Master, I think we can sell the land to make money. I see that many people have used this trick in history, and the effect is immediate. Shen Feng became interested as soon as he heard it, and asked, "Tell me about the method you said carefully, and I will listen." Yu Haijing said seriously, "Do you know why our country's economy took off at the beginning of this century? Is it really because of the rapid growth of GDP? No, everything has something to do with the land. A piece of land originally had no value, but it was the 70-year-old use rights will generate value after they are sold. If they are hyped up, the price will be sky high. As for whether the land is built on the land or a shopping mall, it doesn't matter. After the land is sold, it will make money. Money is counted in GDP. SHH, shut up, you little brat. Is it okay to say something like this? Be careful if someone opens the door to check the water meter." Feng Shichen immediately reminded Yu Haijing that he should not talk nonsense. They all knew this kind of thing tacitly, and now that Yu Haijing said it, how can they be fooled in the future? Yu Haijing looked at Shen Feng and asked, "City Lord, can you tell me?" "Go on, it's okay, I'll protect you." Shen Feng nodded, letting Yu Haijing continue. Anyway, as long as he's in Yazhou, Shen Feng can ensure Yu Haijing's safety. It is useless to be timid. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 654 Bad Idea II. After getting Shen Feng's permission, Yu Haijing continued, "Since others can sell the land, we can do the same. As long as we sell the land, we will have money to use. In the future, there will definitely be more and more people in Yazhou City. Many people live there, so you don't have to worry about recovering the cost, and this kind of experience is in front of you, why don't you use it?" Yu Haijing's meaning is very simple. The predecessors have already put all the experience in front of them. In this case, just follow the experience of the predecessors, and there is no need to worry about making money. Shen Feng thought about it for a while, and thought it was very good, but he felt some inexplicable disgust in his heart. This kind of contradictory psychology prevented him from answering yes. The successful experience is in front of you, why not use it? Obviously, as long as you sell the land and build a house, you can earn a lot of money, why don't you do it yourself? At this time, Feng Shichen couldn't listen anymore. He was a hard-working internet writer before the end of the day. He had to write some cool articles to cater to readers in order to make a living. As a result, he was ridiculed by all kinds of people, and he couldn't make money. Sitting around in a small rental house, looking at the high-rise buildings outside the window, there was only resentment in his heart. But now, Feng Shichen heard that Yu Haijing wanted to repeat what he did back then, and he couldn't take it anymore. "Shut up, you kid, you're just talking nonsense, and you're making random ideas. City Lord, don't believe this kid's words, it's hurting you. Don't say anything else. The house that was built at the beginning is now there are vacancies in the city, even if it is to rebuild a new house, who will you sell it to?" Feng Shichen said hastily. At this time, Feng Shichen no longer wants the kind of thing that once looked at the tall buildings and sighed to happen to other people. But Yu Haijing felt that Feng Shichen was asking a question, wasn't he asking who to sell it to? This point is really easy to solve, so he said directly, "City Lord, as long as the house can be built, you won't have to worry about not being able to sell it. The first thing is to strictly check the household registration of the people below. As long as they are not locals, they will not be allowed to enjoy education and education. Medical care and various benefits are tied to the household registration. If you want to obtain a Yazhou household registration, it is very simple, just buy a house in Yazhou." Shen Feng was silent at this time, and he didn't need anyone to remind him. He had already figured out why he felt disgusted in his heart. It turned out that he had almost experienced such a life. Yu Haijing is still talking eloquently. When all the benefits are tied to the housing will have a high value. If you want to live on, you have to buy a house. It's okay if you can't afford it now, you can pay it off in installments, 10 or 20 years, if not, then order him to move out of the house. Shen Feng looked at Yu Haijing silently, without saying anything, with a complex expression on his face. A young boy has already had so many opinions on selling land, and he is ready to implement it. Is this the way of the world? Mistake, City Lord, are you planning to suck the blood of the peasants too? At this moment, Shen Jianyi spoke. It turned out that Bangsun saw that Shen Feng had been silent for a long time, and thought that Shen Feng agreed with his suggestion, so he couldn't help but spoke up to dissuade him. If it really came to the point of selling the land, then society would become a stagnant pool of water, and the bottom layer of stagnant water is still farmers. Shen Feng came back to his senses, looked at Shen Jianyi, and asked, Bangsun, what are you talking about? I didn't say that I wanted to suck the blood of the farmers. Besides, what is being done in Yazhan now is the method of farming, and it is also a good idea. There are no real farmers. Shen Jianyi sighed, and said, the peasant community is really suffering. I was a farmer once, and I know the hard work of farming, so I would rather be a fortune teller and earn a meager salary by eloquence than back in the village. If the land is really sold and the household registration and housing are really tied, the first blood sucked will be the peasants. Shen Feng quickly explained, I didn't intend to sell the land. You misunderstood. I just wanted to refute Yu Haijing's words. You have to believe me. I am not the kind of bastard who overreaches the bottom people. When Bangsun heard Shen Feng's explanation, he also showed a look of relief. Obviously, Bangsun was very lucky at this time to meet such a kind person, Shen Feng, who may not be the leader of the pioneering side, but he definitely understands public opinion. Yu Haijing was confused by the conversation between the two. How could such a good suggestion that he had put forward be rejected by these two people so easily? No, with the addition of Feng Shicheng's words, it means that all three people present rejected his suggestion. Why? Does this suck the blood of farmers? Sir, please enlighten me. Yu Haijing asked hastily. Bangsun didn't hide it, but started to talk directly. First of all, the method of user registration is the measure taken by the ancient rulers to restrict the flow of people. In modern times, the household registration system has been relaxed, but it needs to be tied to the house. Originally, when the end came, countless mutated beasts had already forced the people in the village to run to the big city. They couldn't survive in the village. When they entered the city, they became people engaged in physical labor. I have nothing but strength. Once the household registration and the house are bound together, these people will be forced to buy a house, but are they really willing to do this? 20 years of hard work in exchange for 70 years of ownership reinforced concrete, but as long as this method is implemented, all people without household registration can only buy houses. It's just a hardship for the common people. Yu Haijing said as a matter of course, this is called blood-sucking. You are a genius, but you have never seen the tragedy of the bottom. I don't know how many people buy a house for a household registration, work from dawn to dusk, dare not eat expensive food, dare not wear beautiful clothes, after decades of hard work, injuries and illnesses, lonely elderly people who are left alone, and children who have become left behind children. After so many decades, it looks like flowers, but in fact, these flowers are all sucked from the bottom layer. It's not worth it. Shen Jianyi said sadly. Originally, Shen Jianyi's skill in nourishing qi is already very good, and he will not get angry easily. People in their 80s and good health are also related to this character of not getting angry easily, but now, after Shen Jianyi's words came out, he was really angry and coughed immediately. Feng Shicheng sat next to Shen Jianyi, quickly poured tea for the old man, and said, half immortal, don't be angry, he is just a child, he doesn't understand anything, he has never seen the separation of his flesh and blood, so don't get angry, drink some tea. Shen Feng also said to Yu Haijing at this time, I can't adopt your suggestion. Before the doomsday, I was just a student in a third-rate university. Don't worry about me staying in school, but I also know it. Real estate is a way to overdraw the youth of a generation. When most people's money is invested in real estate, this society is a stagnant pool. Maybe they can make money in a short period of time and survive the current crisis. A generation of young people can be completely destroyed. As a person who grew up in the era of rapid economic development, Shen Feng also saw a different picture. Behind the high-rise buildings, many farmers were sucked blood, and various methods forced farmers to enter the city to work and develop rapidly. China's economy is inseparable from the sale of land, and the sale of land has led to soaring prices. In the end, those who build houses cannot afford to live in houses, and those who have mastered the resources are singing every night. After this happened, the young people lost all their desires looking at the high house prices, and became the beat generation because they lost all their hopes. After hearing the explanations from several people, Yu Haijing fell silent. He only saw the miracles of economic takeoff in the book, and felt that buying and selling land was a huge profit. The blood and tears are just not seen in the book. Shen Feng also knows that Yazhao is facing a crisis now, and he must hurry up to raise food. He rejected other people's suggestions, and he should come up with a solution. After thinking for a while, Shen Feng said to Shen Feng, "City owner, you can't sell land, but you can sell other things, such as supernatural potions. I heard that the city boss brought back a lot of supernatural potions and extraterrestrial elements when he came back. I killed more than 20 people with supernatural powers before, obtained their supernatural powers, and sold the unused supernatural powers in exchange for food." Shen Feng finally remembered that besides land, he could also sell supernatural potions, such a precious thing. No one would worry about not buying it. However, thinking of this matter, Shen Feng hesitated again, and asked, "Isn't Yazhao already blocked? Even if the train from Rongcheng to Yazhao is stopped, who will trade with us at this time? Even if the transaction is successful, how do you get the food?" It's not that Shen Feng is reluctant to part with the supernatural potions. Yazhao now has enough supernatural potions, which is more than enough to train dozens of supernatural beings. Isn't it simple to sell a few? But Yazhao has been blocked. Who dares to send food over? When Shen Feng raised this question, Shen Feng thought about it seriously, and said, "Let Wang Aoi help. Don't the people from the Qinghong Gang have a channel to reach Dongting Lake? Get through the secret business route as soon as possible now, and transport them from Wuling Mountain. For food, the Wuling Mountains are high and the roads are far away. There are mountains and rivers everywhere, and the terrain is steep, so there will be no problem in transporting food from here." Shen Feng nodded. Before Shi Huishan meant to take the small road in Wuling Mountain for underground transactions, and now Bangsun also said to go Wuling Mountain. It can be seen that the hero sees the same thing originally. The transportation in Yazhao was the most developed by waterways and trains. It was an important town in the upper reaches of the Yangtze River, and it was the most suitable way to transport materials through the Yangtze River. However, Yazhao has been blocked by the headquarters, and it is impossible to complete the task of transporting these two roads. Now, I can only choose to transport by road. If there is a lack of gasoline, I can only use a team of horses to transport. Thinking of this, Shen Feng immediately said, "I'm going to contact Wang Aoi. I need Wang Aoi's help in this matter. If the supernatural potion is sold, it will be auctioned. Maybe I can earn more food. By the way, I will go to K. It's not easy to actually implement this matter." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng left the room. The matter of the mutated bird was imminent, and he couldn't wait for the autumn harvest. He had to work hard to accumulate food before then. "Sir, I have a heartfelt request." At this time, Yu Haijing said respectfully to Shen Feng. After Shen Feng left, Shen Feng quickly said, "Tell me, if there is anything I need to do, I will try my best to help you." Although the other party was only a 10-year-old child, Shen Feng did not underestimate him, because he was a real prodigy and a colleague, so he should be treated as an adult. Yu Haijing said seriously, "I want to worship you as my teacher, please agree." Seeing this scene, Feng Shichen couldn't help but want to laugh. "Why don't you come to me for your apprenticeship? I can be your teacher. If nothing else, my physical strength is better than that of a half-immortal. Ziyan Hong, you would rather trouble me than trouble him." But Yu Haijing glanced at Feng Shichen, and said flatly, "You are just a pornographic writer. You are not worthy to be my teacher." Hearing this, Feng Shichen was so angry that he blew his beard and stared. He didn't expect his image to become so unbearable in Haijing's heart, but who told him to tell the truth? In order to make money in the apocalypse, he can only write a little what caters to readers' tastes. What is catered to readers' tastes? Of course it is the description of Sanlu. Feng Shichen also planned to quit after one vote, but he was caught, and the heroic deeds have been widely circulated. People don't care whether Feng Shichen has real talents or not. Anyway, they will mention this matter when they scold him. Feng Shichen could not refute the facts. "Damn, I'm too lazy to know as much as you little brat, so I'm leaving." Feng Shichen left the room angrily, but Shen Feng hesitated for a moment, and said, "That's it, it's a great honor to be the teacher of a child prodigy." Yu Haijing did what he said, and when he heard Shen Feng's promise, he immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed bang bang bang, without hesitation at all. Chapter 655 The Journey of Nine Deaths. The reason why Yu Haijing had the idea of apprenticeship was also because he discovered a serious problem, that is, all the knowledge he had learned came from books, and he could remember the knowledge in books with a photographic eye, But Yu Haijing didn't know what to do with the lack of knowledge and experience in the books. Insufficient social experience has caused Yu Haijing to suffer again and again. Yu Haijing wants to make up for this shortcoming of his own, so after much deliberation, he can only choose someone with rich experience in apprenticeship, and such a person is obviously in the beside him was the half-immortal Shan Jianyi. The old man is already 80 years old. He has experienced all kinds of ups and downs. His experience and knowledge are unmatched by young people. There is no problem in worshipping him as a teacher, and Shan Jianyi quickly agreed. It would be a very honorable thing to be the teacher of the child prodigy. Maybe in the future Yu Haijing would be famous all over the world, and as his teacher, he would also be famous in history. As for Shen Feng, he quickly contacted Wang Aoi and Mizhao and asked Wang Aoi to help auction the supernatural potion and deliver the food. Wang Aoi finally agreed, but he also asked Shen Feng to use the evolutionary base to pay for the hard work afterwards. Shen Feng came to the hospital. Shen Feng wanted to get some information out of K. Yiming's mouth, such as what the headquarters blockade measures for Yazhao were like, and how the headquarters planned to treat Yazhao in the future. All these attitudes need to be explored clearly. When Shen Feng came to the ward, he immediately saw the two people lying on the hospital bed, K. Yiming and Yun Lei's. Their round stomachs had shrunk, and a lot of ascites had been pumped out. The parasites in the body have also been killed, and the next step is to slowly recover. And K. Yiming and Yun Lei's also had new troubles, that is, there were many wrinkles on their stomachs, which swelled up when they were infected with parasites before, and then shrank after the belly disappeared, and the wrinkles piled up together. Those who didn't know thought it was just a baby, and it was the stretch marks left behind. You two, how are you recovering? Shen Feng walked into the room to greet them. K. Yiming said, it will be completely recovered in a few days. By the way, let me ask, where's my wife? Shen Feng shrugged and said, Gu Yangseo, I'm going back to Jingling, but don't worry, I've been escorted, and there will be absolutely no danger on the way back, but I can't pass the Three Gorges. It will be there in 2 days. K. Yiming became anxious when he heard this, and quickly said, how can you let her go? I still want to apologize to her. In the past 2 days, K. Yiming has figured out all the truth of the matter, because Qilingshan put all the information collected in Yazhao in front of him. It turns out that Gu Yangseo has always been a gentle, a virtuous lady, but in the end she was pissed off by K. Yiming's frivolous, which made K. Yiming regret it. Shen Feng shrugged, pulled a chair and sat down, and said, isn't it just a misunderstanding? After the illness is cured, just chase after you and make it clear. I came to visit you, and I also want to know that you are coming back. Did something different happen on the way? Shen Feng didn't directly inquire about Yanjing's movements, because if he did so, his purpose would be too obvious. If he wanted to really achieve his purpose, he had to hide his intentions and pretend to ask casually. Only in this way could he get good results. Hearing Shen Feng's question, Yun Lei's immediately became interested, and directly began to tell what happened during the process of returning to China. No matter how many times he said this kind of thing, he would never get tired of it. Shen Feng, you don't know. Compared with your chicness along the way, we have suffered. You went to Australia anyway, and we drifted to the Tubuai Islands. Damn, the resources on the island are pitifully few. The island is not even inhabited, and there is not even a single zombie in sight. Unlike you, the Southeast Asian region you passed through, among other things, there are a lot of fruits, but we have suffered. Yun Lei's immediately began to complain. As soon as Shen Feng heard this, he couldn't help it, and directly started the miserable mode. You still say, you are living on an island after all, and you Hangai and I are living on a big rock, picking up garbage and burning distilled water to drink every day. If it wasn't for Xiaoi's luck to break out and pick up a surfboard, we would have died of thirst. K. Yiming saw that the discussion was becoming more and more heated, so he couldn't help but join in. Shen Feng, you can be content, it's just a little difficult at the beginning, and you have to complain about it. We encountered a near-death situation on the road. You are more miserable than me. If so, can it compare to us, dying? Could it be that he encountered a giant sea beast in the sea? Shen Feng asked in surprise. K. Yiming leaned on the hospital bed and said with a sneer, sea beasts. Sea beasts are nothing. Where we went, sea beasts dare not go there. When Shen Feng was wondering what happened to these two people, Yun Lei's began to explain. Shen Feng, we all tried to find a way to go back to China by boat, but you can go to the sea. We all go to the deep sea and the ocean. I could only rely on a compass to find my way, and ended up in the Marshall Islands in a daze. Marshall Islands? Why does it sound familiar? Shen Feng remembered, as if he had heard it somewhere. It's the place where North American bandits conducted nuclear tests, remember? K. Yiming reminded. Shen Feng suddenly realized, it turned out to be this place, so it's not surprising. Yunlei bowed his head and said sadly, one of the islands is a ring-shaped island that has undergone dozens of nuclear tests, do you understand? Hiroshima was only hit once, and this island has been bombed dozens of times. It was all over the island, and many radioactive elements entered the sea and spread out with the Pacific Ocean. We entered this island and encountered nuclear radiation. Upon hearing this, Shen Feng jumped up from his chair. Nuclear radiation? This thing can't be carried by supernatural beings. Could it be that these two people have radioactive elements? At this moment, Shen Feng's speed exploded in an instant, and he ran directly from the chair to the door of the ward, and asked, you two, is there any discomfort? How long has it been going on? Looking at Shen Feng's current actions, he looks like a frightened quail. Seeing his panicked appearance, it's hard to imagine that this is the world-famous Lord Fengshen, who was frightened into the state by a piece of news. It's been fine for a long time, it's cured. Seeing Shen Feng's vigilant look, K. Yiming said angrily. Hearing this answer, Shen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief, went back to his chair and sat down, and asked, your vitality is really strong, and you managed to come back alive after being exposed to nuclear radiation. Tough fart. Both of us were desperate at the time. You know? At that time, the skin on both of us was festered, and we vomited constantly every day. Our hair fell out one by one, and there were problems with our internal organs. If we continue, that is, there is a dead end. Yunlei recalled the past, and now he still feels hopeless. After hearing Yunlei's description, Shen Feng also got goosebumps all over his body. It is said that people who have suffered from nuclear radiation will die, and the death is very miserable. Not to mention their hair fell out, they also suffered from various injuries. The attack of radioactive particles causes disease all over the body. If you are lucky, you will die of cancer. If you are unlucky, your whole body will fester and swell, and you will die in severe pain. It is often said that Godzilla will appear in the area of nuclear radiation, but in fact, the area with nuclear radiation is a Jedi. Even if Godzilla appears, he will not be able to withstand the attack of radioactive particles, and Godzilla will also die miserably. The animals that can survive, have diseased internal organs and so on, just lingering on their last legs, and then, how did you cure it? Shen Feng couldn't help but continue to ask. Yunlei replied, thank you very much. Did Itsuhua eavesdrop on the conversation between you and Li Qi before? I heard that the red crystals of sea beasts may contain extraterrestrial elements. The two of us were in despair. Just took a gamble and found overseas Chinese on an island. They were bullied miserably. After we avenged them, they followed us back wholeheartedly. We turned the red crystal into water and gave it to 20 people to drink. They all became supernatural beings, and one of them has the supernatural ability to stimulate cell division. K. Yiming also added, after that, we lived on the island for 2 months and let this supernatural person help our normal cells to divide. Finally, all the diseased cells in the body were eliminated, and the radioactive substances in the body were eliminated. All the elements are expelled. Hell, it can be regarded as alive. Hearing the strange experience of these two people, Shen Feng also had to praise wonderful. Unexpectedly, these two people were able to survive the Death Jedi. Or, their strong physique supported them to survive the treatment. It seems that they should not get close to the area with nuclear radiation in their lifetime, otherwise, they will die. Comparing the two, Shen Feng finally learned one thing, that is, he and Yu Hangai encountered an ambush on the way back to the country, but it was not the most tragic. Guy, if you can't get the supernatural being who heals you, wouldn't you just hang up? However, when Shen Feng thought of Yu Hangai, he couldn't help shaking his head and sighing, good boy, but because of the killing spree in Yanjing, he will be shot next month. What a pity. Now, Shen Feng also remembered why he was familiar with the Marshall Islands. Did he hear a professor explain it before? In this way, the bastards in North America have been secretly throwing nuclear waste for a long time, but they have not reported it. They are really the public enemies of mankind. Speaking of this, Shen Feng also knew the reason why sea beasts hate humans. Humans have not only been hunting marine life for millions of years, but also throwing garbage into the sea, and even nuclear waste. Such deep hatred has been engraved in the bones Now that he suddenly gained strength, he naturally wanted revenge at this moment. Shen Feng casually asked, "By the way, is Yanjing planning to hunt and kill sea beasts?" "Killing sea beasts? What are you thinking? The headquarters is also short of food now. After harvesting the autumn grain, we will get oil by the way and stabilize the domestic situation. Besides, how can the headquarters have time to take care of the affairs in the ocean?" Yiming, take it for granted Yunlais really thought that Shen Feng was concerned about the issue of sea beasts. Instead he explained seriously, "It is not so easy to kill sea beasts. These sea beasts hide in the deep sea. Who can kill them? Nuclear submarines? There are not enough submarines. Look, except for us supernatural beings who have killed sea beasts, who in the world can kill them?" Shen Feng nodded, and got a result from Yiming's answer, that is, the headquarters also lacked food, and there was also a shortage of oil, but he didn't know what was going on in Siberia. Speaking of which, my sister Shen Yu also said, "Just wait for Xiao Sheng to come back and get married. In this way, it is impossible for the headquarters to be tough on me. I can safely lead people to kill mutant birds." Shen Feng thought to himself next, "I don't know if Yiming and Yunlais were too lonely at sea." After finding someone to talk to, they turned into chatterboxes and began to talk about their experiences at sea. The Yasukuni Shrine matter. You don't know how relieved it was when Yiming set fire to the bird shrine. Someone came to attack us that night, killed us both, and then made it out of the heads of these supernatural beings. The supernatural potion actually recruited more than 200,000 civilians who opposed the emperor, but Tokyo did not dare to speak out, saying that these people were killed by us, which is ridiculous. Can we kill 200,000 people? Yunlai Zhe said with a smile. Yiming couldn't help laughing. At that time, my idea was to go to Tokyo, take the bird's seed, chop down the emperor with a sharp axe, and let Zhe take the throne. To relieve my anger. Chapter 656, Auctioning Ability Potion. Mizhou itself is a small city, not a big deal on the southeast coast, but there is a railway passing by next to it, so it is also important. But after the end of the day, the trains obviously don't run much. After all, there is not enough energy, although it is not charcoal, but the electricity needed is basically relying on thermal power generation. However, at this time today, Mizhou has become lively instead. There are many foreigners appearing here, and you can hear it from the accent. Some of them are from the Jianghui area, some are from Xiangxi, and some they came from the north. The most obvious feeling of this situation is the managers of many hotels. Since the opening of the hotel, there have never been so many people booking rooms, and many of them spend a lot of money, which is not a simple person at first glance. If you want to do business safely in the apocalypse, human experience is essential. Even the waiters in the hotel can have good eyesight, and in their eyes, the characters appearing here are not simple. There are many people. He has a noble status, but he wears a mask, and there are many bodyguards around him. Obviously he doesn't want to be recognized. "Boss, why do you think Mizhou is so lively today?" A curious waiter began to ask the hotel owner. The boss smiled proudly and said, "That is to say, I have a source of information. If you ask others, you will not get an answer at all." After finishing speaking, the boss possessed and said, "Let me tell you this, there will be an auction in Mizhou tonight, and there will be good things at the auction. Do you understand?" The young waiter still didn't understand when he heard this, and asked, "What kind of good things can attract so many people? Isn't the city owner afraid of being robbed by others? Cut, snatch." The boss showed disdain when he heard this, and then said directly, "Go out and inquire, who dares to snatch things from Mizhou? We have more than a dozen supernatural beings in Mizhou, and enough population and food. Who would dare to snatch it?" The waiter nodded, half understanding, but he didn't expect Mizhou to be quite strong. But in fact, the boss also knows that it's not that no one dares to rob Mizhou, but that organizations stronger than King Honggang can't rob, while weaker organizations dare not rob for a fear of retaliation, especially with Yazhou and Yongzhou as foreign aid. If you rob Mizhou's things, you might provoke a large group of supernatural beings to take action. Who would dare to take such a risk to do things that annoy the power of supernatural beings? However, after hearing what the boss said, the waiter became even more curious, and quickly asked, "Then what are the good things in this auction? It attracted so many people to come to bid. I think there are many people. They all have bodyguards." A few years ago, bodyguards could be hired as long as they had money, and any starlet could have dozens of bodyguards. It stands to reason that the number of bodyguards will increase in the end of the world, But in fact this is not the case at all, and there are fewer people who can afford bodyguards. This kind of change is actually quite normal. The bodyguards before the doomsday actually took on the job of security, maintaining order and keeping fans away. Among them, to be a bodyguard is to risk your life to protect others, and a large number of unqualified so-called bodyguards will be dismissed at once. So, in the apocalypse, people who have bodyguards around them are definitely not simple people. Most people don't have the ability to hire bodyguards. As for the so-called stars before the apocalypse, sorry, they are just ordinary people now. Without the pursuit of capital, these people directly fell heavily to the ground. What? Good stuff? Well, if I knew, I wouldn't open the hotel. Don't inquire about what you shouldn't. Ignorance is a blessing. Knowing too much can easily lead to death. The boss shrugged and said that he didn't. I know. The boss went to greet the guests again. Next, the original auditorium in Mizhou has now become an auction place, surrounded by soldiers guarding. These soldiers were recruited by Wang Aoi, and the guns in their hands are also homemade. After all, it is not easy to get standard equipment. However, no one dared to underestimate them. These soldiers had a strong murderous aura. They had obviously experienced many battles and annoyed them. They really knew how to kill. In the auditorium, Yi Xingzhong was leading two envoys from Yizhou to visit the auditorium. You, too, after seeing the security situation here, you should be relieved. No one can cause trouble in Mizhou. Moreover, there are more than a dozen supernatural beings here. Who would dare to make a mistake? Yi Xingzhong said to the two of them. Su Xing and Luo Qing also believed this after seeing the layout of the auction venue. The main hall in the auditorium has been protected by bulletproof glass, and there are 3 floors of boxes around it, and each box is separated from each other. During the auction, it is indeed very safe. Everyone does not know each other's identity, and the quotation is also made through the quotation device, which can also prevent each other from being connected in series. No problem. I still believe in the ability of the King Hong Gang. It's just that the follow-up transfer of food still needs the efforts of the King Hong Gang. Yizhou only needs food. Luo Qing said seriously. Su Xing and Luo Qing are relatively free power users, especially Su Xing, who has just become a power user, and what she has obtained is an extremely powerful, shocking power. She cannot stay in Yizhou all the time, which is not conducive to her growth. Yes, as soon as Shen Feng thought about it, he asked Luo Qing to take Su Xing out to auction off 5 supernatural potions in exchange for food. Su Xing was carrying a samurai sword on her back. Looking at the situation in the venue, she always felt very fresh, and couldn't help asking, is there someone making trouble in the venue? Yi Xingzhong smiled slightly and said, Miss Su is still too worried. This kind of thing will not happen. Although the people who can participate in this auction are not simple, they are big shots from all over the world. Dare to grab it? Su Xing got this answer, and said thoughtfully, so, even if someone wants to rob, they will wait until they are in the wild. That's right, there are bandits all over the world now, and if they occupy dangerous places with mountains and rivers, they will form a group. If these people give money, they will do anything. If they want to rob precious materials, just buy a few bandits. Yi Xingzhong replied. Hearing this, Su Xing immediately became excited and said, so, we may encounter bandits on the way back to deliver the food. Su Xing, don't be so excited. Encountering bandits is not a good thing. Luo Qing was speechless when he saw Su Xing's performance. Even if he wanted to show off, he didn't have to expect bandits to appear, right? Su Xing smiled and said, I just want to punish the evil and promote the good. What's wrong with me? In Su Xing's view, no matter if it was a bandit or a robber, they were all villains. If they were killed, they would be killed. There was no need to feel sorry for them. Yi Xingzhong took the two of them to the depths of the auditorium to entertain them alone. Although the people who came to Mizhou were 2 women, Yi Xingzhong did not dare to underestimate them, let alone 2 supernatural beings. Even if 2 ordinary people come, as long as they represent Yizhou, they need to be treated grandly. In fact, after Wang Aoi released the news of the auction of the supernatural potion, people from many forces rushed over quickly. These people who came quickly were all bound to get the supernatural potion, but they heard that Mizhou only accepts food, so once it comes, it's troublesome. The food in the doomsday is the most precious. Ordinary people can't even farm the land, because it is uncertain when the mutant beasts will come down the mountain and ruin the crops. Most of the food is in the hands of the strong, and only the strong can protect its food production, but not all strong people can become supernatural beings, and according to the existing research data, the lifespan of supernatural beings has been greatly extended. Years, then some people will go after it freely, and the supernatural potion can increase the lifespan of human beings by at least 100 years. Who wouldn't want such a good thing? As a result, dozens of powerful forces have gathered in Mizhou, waiting for the opening of the auction. The supernatural potions used for auction are something that Shen Feng doesn't like. They are not effective in combat and can't be used in normal times. After using them, they can basically only be used to increase people's lifespan, no more. Basically, as soon as something like a supernatural potion appears, it will be used immediately, and it will never wait for the opportunity to be stolen by others, and no one knows what the real value of the supernatural potion should be. Shen Feng set the starting price at the position of 1,000 tons of grain. There is no food, let alone 1,000 tons of food. As night fell, the auction venue was immediately full of people. Those who came late even had no boxes, so they could only make a trip for nothing. Unless they found someone they knew, they could share a room with others. Su Xing was standing on one side of the venue holding the knife, hiding in the darkness. The angle was wrong, and no one in the third floor box could see her. It's the first time I've appeared in a place with so many people, so I'm still a little nervous, Su Xing said in a low voice. Luo Qing stood behind Su Xing. Seeing this situation, he just said lightly, "There is no need to be nervous in this kind of scene. No one dares to snatch it. Even if there are people with supernatural powers in it, they don't dare to make a mistake. You should think about the next journey to transport food. Maybe there will be bandits who don't have eyesight to rob us." Luo Qing wasn't worried about the auction. No one would dare to make trouble on the territory of the King Honggang. Instead, on the way back, if he wanted to deliver food, the scale would definitely be huge. If you are not careful, you will encounter robbery. This is where you need to be careful, and at this time, the auction has already started. First, the host introduces the products. As the final product, the supernatural potion will of course be auctioned at the end. The first product to appear is a bottle of light green liquid. Look, everyone, this is a bottle of aloe vera gel, but this is not ordinary aloe vera gel. It is made of the mutated aloe vera found in Australia. No matter who it is, as long as the aloe vera gel is applied, it can nourish the face and the effect will be immediate. The starting price is 100 grams of gold. There was no reaction in the box. Obviously they didn't like this ordinary product. Beauty? It's the end of the day now. Do you still need beauty treatment? Ever since, after 3 inquiries from the host, the aloe vera gel lived up to expectations and passed the auction. The host also knew that the highlight of this auction was the supernatural potion, but the auction was always carried out in the order of the commodities, so he announced another good thing for the auction: meteorites. From beyond the sky. Everyone, please look, this is a meteorite that fell in Southeast Asia this year. As we all know, the current doomsday is caused by a meteorite. It is also because of extraterrestrial elements that people with supernatural powers can fly to the sky and escape from the Earth. This meteorite, we are 100% sure it is genuine, but we don't know if this meteorite contains extraterrestrial elements. The host lifted up a piece of red cloth, and the second auction item turned out to be a meteorite. Now, discussion started in many private rooms in the venue. Obviously, they became interested after hearing about the meteorite. Meteorite, if it contains extraterrestrial elements, wouldn't it be a fortune? Someone said excitedly. What are you thinking? If this is a meteorite containing extraterrestrial elements, King Honggang will be willing to sell it? This is specially designed to deceive fools. Some people were sober and told the truth directly. Attention, there are hundreds of thousands of meteorites on the Earth, and meteorites containing extraterrestrial elements are basically washed away by big waves. Except for the one in the Pacific Ocean, basically no one has been found. If you really believe this one, if there are extraterrestrial elements in the meteorite, you will be fooled, not to mention spending money, and buy a useless stone to go back. Chapter 657. Please leave without money. When the meteorite appeared in the auction venue, many people started to discuss it. Now, someone finally made a bid and used the financial resources of 1 kilogram of gold to buy this meteorite. Although it was done with the idea of picking up leaks, the force that bought a meteorite also inquired about some internal information, because it is said that Master Feng Shen of Yuzhou once picked up a meteorite on the way back to China, and there was a piece of meteorite in this meteorite. It contains extraterrestrial elements. Moreover, the place where the meteorite fell was in New Guinea. Isn't this also in Southeast Asia? Thinking of this, I bought a meteorite for the power of the inside information, and when the auction was over, I paid for it and delivered it afterwards. The auction continued as usual, and one item after another appeared in the venue. Some items could catch the eyes of these people, but some items were not sold directly. Under such circumstances, the highlight of the auction finally came. That is the auction of the supernatural potion. Nowadays, if you want to become a supernatural person, you must consume supernatural potions, and the production of supernatural potions requires the head of the Corpse King. But in China, the Corpse King has basically been driven to extinction, so possession of supernatural potions has been monopolized. Big powers still have supernatural potions that are not used, but they are not available to ordinary people, and small powers are not even qualified to look at supernatural potions ever since the supernatural potion appeared on the venue. And people were excited to watch it. Immediately a light green liquid appeared in the trays. There were 5 trays with different information on them. Some potions were for strengthening muscles, and some were for strengthening hair. In short, the supernatural potions that appeared here were basically it is impossible for body-enhancing medicines and material medicines to appear here, and it is even more impossible for natural medicines to be auctioned. However, even with such a potion, the moment it appeared, people were still unavoidably excited. Looking at the venue with fiery eyes, the host felt the most direct. Standing in the venue, he was surrounded by a fan. The scene in the box was stunned, as if pairs of green eyes suddenly appeared in the darkness. The host couldn't help swallowing his saliva. His mouth became dry, and he said immediately, "Finally, the auction items are 5 supernatural potions, which will be divided into 5 auctions, one for each auction, with a starting price of 1,000 tons grain. Due to the seller's special request, this auction only accepts grain, not real money." Hearing the host say such words, some people in the box couldn't help it at that time, and asked directly, "Why didn't you say earlier, we didn't bring food, and 1,000 tons of food, are you going to buy it?" Robbery, eh? 1,000 tons of grain may not be a big deal before the end of the day. As long as it is a large granary, which granary does not have tens of thousands of tons of grain? But now is the end. Food is in short supply. 1,000 tons of food can feed 660,000 people for a month, calculated on the basis of 500 grams per person per day. With such a high price, a city can buy it directly, but the result can only be counted as the starting price. No wonder some people say it is robbery. A supernatural potion costs 1,000 tons of grain to buy, which is really too expensive. The supporter heard the words from the box and knew that the other party was getting excited, but he didn't panic. It was at this time that his self-cultivation was shown, and he said lightly, "Guests in room 18, please don't get excited. This is the rule of the auction. If you are willing, please use the bidder. I can see it here. Of course, if you feel that the price of the item this time is too high, we can't help it. This is the seller's offer. Come out." Request, immediately. After the host said these words, there were some mocking laughter in the venue. They obviously felt that the person who spoke was making a fool of himself. It was obvious that he had no money. If he had no money, then leave as soon as possible. It's a disgrace. Here the guy who was so surprised just now could only shut up. Fortunately, there are boxes separating each other in this place. I don't know what the people participating in the auction look like. Otherwise, the person who spoke just now would have been reduced to laughingstock. However, after hearing the offer from the supporter, everyone still looked serious. There have been rumors on the black market that a ton of gold can buy a potion of supernatural powers, but there has always been a price but no market. Now it seems that the supernatural power, the price of the potion will continue to rise, and now 1,000 tons of food is needed to buy the supernatural potion, and this is only the starting price. The host then announced, "The auction of the first supernatural potion starts. This is a supernatural potion that strengthens muscles. You may not know what this means. Let me be straightforward. I use this supernatural potion. After the potion, you can freely control the muscles all over your body, and your strength will rise to a terrifying level. You can tear a buffalo apart with your bare hands, even an African elephant. It is impossible to match the power of a superhuman." After the host finished speaking, someone immediately bid, 1,100 tons of grain, 1,150 tons of grain, 1,003. The host looked at the ever-rising prices on the board in front of him, with sweat dripping down his forehead. At this moment, he was already feeling the pressure. He never thought that he would be able to host such a big auction in his lifetime. How many people can host this kind of auction with 100 million bids? In the end, the price had stopped at the price of 1,800 tons. Su Xing, who was in the shadows, almost had a cardiac arrest when he heard this quotation. Now that I have finally seen it, it is amazing to be able to quote such a high price without changing my face. Luo Qing leaned against the wall and said lightly, "You didn't see their faces. How did you know they made the offer without changing faces? Maybe these people are already in pain now. Anyway, they are hiding in the private room. Neither can we." Su Xing looked at Luo Qing suspiciously and asked, "Sister Luo, why don't you seem surprised at all? Don't you think this scene is crazy?" Luo Qing shrugged and said, "1,000 tons of grain is nothing. Back then, when I was collecting grain outside the city with a deputy city lord, at least dozens of tons of grain would be transported into the city every time. If you have seen it, you will know that 1,000 tons of grain is not much. All in all, Luo Qing is a person who has seen big scenes, and will not be shocked by the small scenes that appear in front of him now. When the autumn harvest comes this year, Yazhao will also have a bumper harvest. Su Xing will take a look at it with his own eyes. You know what's going on. Having said that, it is definitely not easy for the forces that can really take out 1,000 tons of grain. If they tighten their belts, they may be able to do it, but in the next month, they will basically be hungry, spent in the stomach." As the auction progressed, all 5 supernatural potions were sold, and Yazhao harvested more than 8,000 tons of grain. With this grain, Shen Feng wanted to clean up the mutant birds. The most serious problem was already solved. Maybe 8,000 tons of grain is nothing before the end of the day, and a slightly larger grain company can produce hundreds of thousands of tons of grain. But now, the preciousness of grain is unimaginable, and 8,000 tons of grain is enough. People in the whole territory of Yazhao have eaten enough for a month, and in this month, they can get the autumn harvest. The next thing that troubled Su Xing and Luo Qing was how to transport the grain from Mizhao to Yazhao. The distance between the two places is thousands of miles. It must not be an easy task to bring grain from Mizhao to Yazhao, especially in the Pearl Mountains and rivers. There are troublemakers. What are troublemakers? They usually farm the land, and when they encounter merchants passing by, they will turn into robbers. By the way, the King Hong Gang ensured that the grain could be sent to Dongting Lake. During this period, the water route was very fast and it was difficult to be ambushed. However, the journey from Dongting Lake to Wuling Mountain would be very difficult. There was no way. Luo Qing sent radio waves to Yazhao, hoping that the city lord could send someone to help. Shen Feng was very satisfied with this transaction, and quickly agreed to Luo Qing and Su Xing's request, saying that he would send soldiers and mercenaries to take care of them. Shen Feng also didn't want to wait until a month later before attacking the mutated bird. Even though a month is not a long time, if something goes wrong, Yazhao will face disaster. Thanks to the developed traffic along the southeast coast, 2 days later, all the food was sent to Mizhao. Wang Aoi handed over the supernatural potion, and the next step was to deliver the food. Wang Aoi didn't go out in person, but he sent 3 supernatural beings, Shi Weishan, Yizhong and Xinze. Xinze's ability is to control stones, and his combat effectiveness is guaranteed. In addition to Luo Qing and Su Xing from Yazhao, there are 5 people with supernatural powers escorting the food. Under this kind of battle, unless there are people with supernatural powers to take action, otherwise, it is impossible for the food to be robbed. In the end, the grain was sent out by water. 8,000 tons of grain needed a large fleet to send it away. A dozen ships first sailed into the sea, then entered the Yangtze River, and went upstream to Dongting Lake. What dangers along the way? Nothing. Su Xing originally thought that he would meet a group of water bandits during the voyage, so she came up and asked, "Do you want to eat wontons or noodles?" If this kind of situation really happened, Su Xing would be so happy. She has long wanted to be a hero. She had no chance before. After all, she couldn't find any bad guys. Living in Yazhao City is very safe. She finally got rid of her mother's control. After coming to the outside world to practice, wouldn't it be too easy if I returned to Yazhao in a dull and boring way? It's a pity that the river is really calm, but there are many small boats on the Yangtze River. The end of the day is coming, and the number of fish schools in the Yangtze River has skyrocketed. I don't know how many zombies or humans these fish eat to achieve such a scale. As long as you fish, you can return with full rewards, but it's a pity that the white sturgeon is extinct. Otherwise, you might still be able to catch behemoths in the Yangtze River. In the end, Su Xing could only lean on the railing to look at the scenery. She felt that this trip was boring, and she didn't meet a single bandit or water bandit, which prevented her ability from being fully utilized. Oh, life is always so boring. Su Xing said to herself. Luo Qing also came over at this time and said, that's because you won't find the interesting things around you. Have you seen the Yangtze River? The city lord and Kei Yiming used to hunt down the evil dragon on it, and finally killed the evil dragon near Cheohu Lake. The dragon was killed, and this battle took place on the Yangtze River, and Su Xing had indeed heard about the city lord and his party beheading the dragon of the Yangtze River, so he immediately became interested, and couldn't help asking Luo Qing, Sister Luo, do you think there is something in the Yangtze River? There will be dragons? Like giant pythons? Su Xing also wants to imitate the idol's behavior now. If she can kill the dragon in the Yangtze River with her own hands, then she will definitely become a heroine in others' mouths, right? Luo Qing shrugged and said, I don't know. Maybe there will be, maybe there won't be. Anyway, according to the news, there are no evil dragons, but I heard that there are water monsters in the upper reaches of the Yellow River. I don't know the specific situation. Hearing this, Su Xing's eyes lit up, and she said, is there a water monster in the upper reaches of the Yellow River? The Yangtze River and the Yellow River are both mother rivers. Before the city lord killed the dragon on the Yangtze River, it will be my turn to kill the Yellow River monster, then. Let's wait until you can leave Yazhou. Yazhou is currently blocked. If you go out, you may be arrested. I heard that Cao Fuli and Lin Yu were almost caught in Yanjing. Fortunately, they escaped. Yes. Luo Qing then replied. Chapter 658. I want revenge. Autumn has arrived, and the day of harvest is approaching day by day, but the number of birds in Daba Mountain is increasing day by day. According to Professor Niu's speculation, if the number of mutated birds increases, they will leave the mountain to look for food outside. The resources in the mountains are limited, there is only a small amount of food, and there is nothing to eat after eating. In this case, if you want to survive, you have to leave the mountains and live outside. In this way, for you the state is a potential crisis. Birds don't only eat bugs. If there is food, these birds will also eat food, whether it is rice or wheat, birds will eat. So decades ago, among the 4 pests of China, one harmful thing is sparrows. People at that time thought that sparrows would eat a lot of crops, so they hunted and killed them wantonly. At present, 5 irrelevant supernatural potions have been sold. Shen Feng has solved his urgent need and obtained 8,000 tons of food. The food for the expedition is considered to be available. With the food recorded in the account, there will be no big troubles in Yazhou. However, who to ask Luo Qing and Su Xing to take care of is a tricky matter. Shen Feng originally planned to send a supernatural person to meet Luo Qing, but now Lu Xian is being quarantined for review, Qi Lingshan is still in charge of intelligence work, and Lu Kaiang is just married, so it is not easy for him to take care of him. After all, it seems that only Guo Pinming and Yang Cheng are free, but both of them have attracted much attention. If they disappear from Yazhou, it will definitely arouse suspicion. When Shen Feng was in trouble, news suddenly came from outside the city that Cao Fuli and Lin Yu had returned. After hearing the news, Shen Feng had a candidate. The two had just returned and they were fine. Let them go again. It happened that Cao Fuli was still the president of the mercenary union, and he set off with a few mercenary groups. If so, it won't be particularly noticeable. City Lord, we are back. This is Mr. Yu's family. He told me before that we should bring our family to Yazhou, so we have to do so. After seeing Shen Feng, Lin Yu hurriedly introduced the people around him. Shen Feng looked towards the family. A middle-aged couple stood restrained, and behind them was a 10-year-old child who also looked very timid. Shen Feng also understood what Yu Henggai meant. He had already been sentenced to death, and his family must have no one to take care of him, so he could only leave it to himself. Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, and said to the middle-aged couple, Aunt Uncle, Xiao and I are life and death friends. Even if you live in Yazhou in the future, no one will trouble you. As for the future, if you are willing to work, I will arrange easy positions for you. Is the younger brother next to you Yu Henggai's younger brother? After Yu Henggai's parents heard Shen Feng's words, they were deeply moved, and they said, Lord Fengshan, thank you so much. It's really great that you can take us in at this time. This child is Yu Henggai, his cousin. Both his parents had accidents, so he could only be entrusted to us to raise him, but he didn't expect this accident to happen, and the little boy also came up at this time, unexpectedly knelt down to Shen Feng with a plop, and said seriously, Master Fengshan, Please let me become a supernatural person, and I will definitely avenge my cousin in the future. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng was stunned. The child knelt down to him as soon as he met him, and he was Yu Hengai's cousin. If he didn't agree, wouldn't it be a shame? Lin Yu quickly explained, this is Yu Hengai's cousin, named Chu Zhaoqian. He has been bullied miserably during this time, so he wants to avenge Yu Hengai, and he also knows that Yu Hengai was framed, so, City Lord, please forgive me. A bit, Xiao. Fuli also explained, City Lord, ever since Yu Hengai was caught by the guys from the Xianlong Bureau, the people from the Xianlong Bureau began to publicize Yu Hengai's evil deeds, discrediting Yu Hengai, and Mr. Yu's family was punished. The two uncle aunts lost their jobs and were insulted. Even Chu Zhaoqian was beaten by many people in school, saying he was a little villain. It turned out that after Yu Hengai was caught, in order to publicize his reputation, the Xianlong Bureau packaged himself as a savior. How can he become a hero logically? Of course, it is to increase the cruelty of the opponent, so Yu Hengai was described as a heinous bastard who successfully aroused the anger of the people. As Yu Hengai's family members, his parents and cousin were affected. Fortunately, Lin Yu and Xiao Fuli took the three of them away, otherwise, they would continue to suffer discrimination in the future. Now, in order to avenge his cousin, Chu Zhaoqian can't care about anything. Shen Feng knelt down helplessly, looked at the 10-year-old boy, and asked, you said you want revenge, do you know how to do it, Chu? Zhaoqian didn't even think about it, and said directly, kill all those who framed my cousin, leave no one behind. There is also Qin Qa, this bitch killed my cousin, and I will kill her in the future. Yu Hengai is a great hero in Chu Zhaoqian's heart, and Chu Zhaoqian has always followed his cousin as an example, but he never thought that his cousin would suddenly become the devil in others' mouths and would be executed by justice. Now Chu Zhaoqian, I can't take it anymore, I must avenge my cousin. As soon as Shen Feng heard Chu Zhaoqian's words, he immediately felt that this kid's murderous intentions were too serious. He would kill everyone. If this is not corrected properly, he might become a murderous demon king in the future, so he said quickly, don't worry about this matter. You should study first and stay and yes how to study. When you grow up, I will give you the supernatural potion. At that time, you will take revenge, understand? Now you need to study. Chu Zhaoqian still couldn't get up, he still knelt on the ground, and said seriously, what's the use of studying? It's not impossible to take revenge, Chu. Zhaoqian thinks that a scholar who is useless is a scholar. What the ancestors said is too classic. It is true. What is the use of reading? Can reading be revenged? Shen Feng smiled, not paying attention to Chu Zhaoqian's rebuttal, but said with a smile, when you read a lot, you will know what reading is good for. Now I tell you the answer, and you won't believe it. Read the book first. Well, the school is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. If you can't stand out in school, it will be even more difficult to take revenge. Shen Feng made up his mind. First of all, he sent Yu Hengai's cousin to study. This kid is too murderous, and he doesn't like to study. How can this work? Be sure to hone in school for 2 years, and then wait until the right time before using the supernatural potion on him. Shen Feng has already made a decision, and Chu Zhaoqian has no choice but to reject you if he wants to reject, so he has no choice but to agree, but at this time, he still said unwillingly, Master Fengshen, it's settled, when I grow up, you must give me the supernatural potion. Shen Feng nodded in agreement, and Chu Zhaoqian slowly got up from the ground, although he was unwilling, but he had no choice but to choose this way. He thought of the treatment he received recently, and felt extremely angry in his heart. Originally, Chu Zhaoqian had already lost his parents, and he was able to find his relatives, namely his uncle and aunt's family, so he naturally regarded Yu Hengai as the eldest brother, and Yu Hengai was also a hero praised by everyone. Because of this, Chu Zhaoqian was very proud. The eldest brother, he is a hero, and he has a lot of face when he goes out as his younger brother, especially when he is in school. As long as Chu Zhaoqian revealed his identity in school, then others would naturally have a respectful attitude towards him, whether it was classmates or teachers, they all admired him. However, after Yu Hengai killed someone, everything has changed. The once great hero has become a demon king who everyone shouts and beats. You will hear others say, look, this person is the younger brother of the villain. The teacher no longer gave Chu Zhaoqian a good look, and the most direct expression was that he was transferred from the first row to the last row. When Chu Zhaoqian was severely beaten by senior students, he went to the teacher to complain. But the teacher didn't respond at all, and asked Chu Zhaoqian to leave after a few perfunctory words. At this time, the young Chu Zhaoqian finally, I understand what is the cruelty of the world. When you are beautiful, both classmates and teachers will fawn on you. When you fall into the dust, then anyone can step on it. Fortunately, Lin Yu and Cao Fuli showed up in time and took their family of 3 away. They were almost discovered when they were taken away. So far, Chu Zhaoqian resented those bastards who harmed his cousin. Being young means not considering things comprehensively. When he felt the injustice, Chu Zhaoqian immediately wanted to take revenge. However, for Yu Hengai's parents, it is not easy to find a place where they can live in peace in this chaotic world. The two are also very grateful to Shen Feng, and quickly said, Master Fengshen is right, let's live in Yazhao in the future. Don't call me Lord Fengshen, I'm a junior, just call me by my name. Shen Feng said hastily. Although Shen Feng regards Yu Hengai as a younger brother, Yu Hengai's parents are also his elders. If he admits the title of Master Fengshen, it is inappropriate. I will say that I don't understand etiquette. You must know that the word adult originally meant father. It is a bad habit to call Shengwen an adult, but it was eventually acquiesced. In the modern internet world, the title Dada actually has the same meaning and is also a title. For father, maybe others call him this way out of respect, but Shen Feng cannot accept his elders calling him this way, which is tantamount to a mess. When Shen Feng said this, it immediately troubled Yu Hengai's parents. The other party helped him when he was in danger, and he was the city lord of Yazhao, with a high status. Then it is not appropriate. Fortunately, Lin Yu stood up to help the two elders at this time. Well, let's just call him the position and call him the city lord. There is no problem. Afterwards, Shen Feng talked with Yu Hengai's family for a while, and arranged for the 3 of them to live in the city. After the 3 of them left, Lin Yu took out 2 supernatural potions and a dozen grams of extraterrestrial elements from his body, and said, City Master, here is what Yu Hengai left behind, and another 30 grams of extraterrestrial elements arrived at Gongchangfa. I feel that Yu Hengai has entrusted his family to Yazhao, so he can't treat them badly, right? Shen Feng nodded and said, originally, these supernatural potions and extraterrestrial elements were prepared by Xiaoyu to bring back to China and contribute to the supernatural administration. He was also loyal at that time, but unfortunately, he ended like this own life. For the current situation of Yu Hengai, it is impossible for Shen Feng to rescue him. Yazhao and Yanjing are thousands of miles away, and Yanjing is still the capital, so the defense force is extremely powerful. News, that is the news of his death? Shen Feng thought for a while, and said to Lin Yu and Cao Fuli, the 2 of you came back just in time, and you were supposed to rest for a while after going out, but now it seems that you need to complete the task, and you secretly brought people go to Wuling Mountain to pick up Luo Qing and Su Xing, and bring the food back to Yazhao. At present, as long as the food arrives, the mutated birds in Daba Mountain can be cleaned up. Chapter 659 Danan number 039, T Worry. After Shen Feng stated his purpose, Lin Yu and Cao Fuli became confused when they heard it. They obviously didn't expect Shen Feng to want to fight at this time. Who doesn't know that fighting is a waste of money? But Shen Feng just chose this way, and it seems that they are going to attack the mutated birds in Daba Mountain. Lin Yu couldn't help but then asked, City Master, don't you need to be so anxious? You will have plenty of time to start after the autumn harvest. Besides, there has never been any news that mutant birds will attack humans on a large scale, except in Yanjing. Migratory birds happen to throw zombies into the city. Shen Feng shook his head, and said seriously, if it really happens, it will be too late. Okay, pack up your things and prepare to go to Wuling Mountain to meet you. Cao Fuli, you bring a few large mercenary groups, hurry up, go back quickly and keep quiet. Nowadays, no one can make decisions for Shen Feng. Professor Chu once told Shen Feng what to do, and Shen Feng can just do it. But now, Shen Feng must make no mistakes in every step, so everything should be careful, as long as it can be resolved as soon as possible. It cannot be delayed. Lin Yu and Cao Fuli heard Shen Feng's order and knew that the city lord's decision could not be changed, so they could only agree to it now, and then they were ready to leave again. Originally, Shen Feng planned to open up another commercial route before. After all, most of the materials obtained by Yazhao were delivered by water. Once the 3 gorges blocked Yazhao, the communication between Yazhao and the outside world would be reduced. Something went wrong, but Shen Feng at the time didn't dare to do such a thing blatantly. He was worried that the headquarters would hear a little bit of news, but at this time, Yazhao has been blocked. If they want to continue to develop, they have to open up another air route, and this is done to avoid supervision. Generally speaking, this is smuggling, of course. Shen Feng did not take any measures. It is impossible for smuggling to be exposed. Once it is exposed, it will become the fuse of many problems. Therefore, Shen Feng raised a white glove named Kinzaya Ageo, who was recommended by Lin Yu and Cao Fuli. It is said that he is very good at business. He once transported zombies from the battlefield in Gizhao to Yuzhao. Up to now, the first wave of smuggling has begun. Shen Feng stayed in Yuzhao without moving, but the paraglider was already placed on the top floor of the city lord's mansion. As long as there is something wrong, he can fly to Wuling Mountain and between Dongting Lake, but with the existence of 4 supernatural beings and several mercenary regiments, the actions of meteorite food would not be discovered. Shen Feng thought that his actions should not be hidden. Even the army did not move. Under such circumstances, the matter can be done successfully without making a sound. However, there is no airtight wall in the world. As long as there is news, then someone will always find a way to find out. So after Cao Fuli and Lin Yu set off with 3 mercenary regiments, the pangolins in Yuzhao immediately delivered important news. Today Lin Yu and Cao Fuli brought Yu Hengai's family back to Yuzhao, but the urgent and they set off again. Their destination is unknown. They went in the southeast direction. They may have entered Wuling Mountain. After receiving the news, the headquarters immediately began to pay attention. Now there are satellites that can observe the ground. Under the surveillance of the satellites, the headquarters finally discovered one thing, that is, many cars are heading towards Wuling Mountain. Advance, and this move, the local army did not notice it at all. Xianlong Bureau heard the news and quickly said, this must be the materials Yuzhao obtained from the outside world. Since Yuzhao is to be blocked, then simply let the army attack this convoy, thereby cutting off Yuzhao's ability to obtain materials from the outside world. However, after thinking about it, the headquarters still did not agree to this matter, but said calmly, don't worry about it, this time the supplies in Yuzhao are cut off, it will only scare the snake, make Yuzhao more vigilant, and it will be more difficult to catch in the future. What should be done now is to find out who dares to trade with Yuzhao, starting from the source. The headquarters did not agree with Xianlong Bureau's suggestion, but proceeded from the overall situation and chose a better way to deal with Yuzhao. It is very simple to disrupt Yuzhao's acquisition of materials, but in this way, the future trade in Yuzhao will be more secretive and less likely to be discovered. It is better to start from the source and directly destroy the power of trade with Yuzhao. The Xianlong Bureau was very unwilling to hear this, and then said, we want to report that there is an improper relationship between the Xiangsong Bureau and Yuzhao. I heard that Yun Lei's from the Xiangsong Bureau and K Yiming from the Ability Management Bureau. They are ill and are recuperating in Yuzhao, and the actions of these 2 people are free and unimpeded, which shows that the Xiangsong Bureau has 2 intentions. Don't rant, they are doing their own private affairs. K Yiming's wife is in Yuzhao. Isn't it forbidden to visit relatives? Isn't this too overbearing? Guang Changfa quickly explained when he heard that he was involved. The decision makers at the headquarters heard the quarrel between the 2 organizations, but they were very helpless. Originally, the supernatural beings were trained in the hope that they could cooperate sincerely, but now it seems that the option of sincere cooperation may not be good at all. Well, before the enemy appeared, the 2 organizations under him had already started fighting. In the end, the headquarters mediated the matter, but also ordered Gong Changfa to let Yun Lei's and K Yiming return to Yanjing immediately, and not to act without authorization. As a punishment, Guang Changfa was asked to send people to the southeast coast to collect information on people who traded with Shen Feng. Information. Luo Qing and Su Xing waited for a long time by the Dongting Lake, and finally in the evening when Lin Yu and Cao Fuli appeared. Behind them, there were more than 3,000 mercenaries. I have guns and cold weapons on my body. The reason why hot and cold weapons are used together is because of poverty. Mercenaries all want to use guns. After all, technology is the primary productive force. If they still use swords to fight each other like the ancients, there will be no progress at all. But bullets also cost money. It consumes a lot of money, so the mercenaries can only minimize the use of guns in normal times, and only use guns at critical moments. You 2 beauties, we've been waiting for a long time, here we come. Cao Fuli yelled loudly while sitting on the top of the cart. Luo Qing looked at the group of people and asked, did you encounter any danger along the way? Cao Fuli said with a smile, We have more than 3,000 people here. Who dares to rob us? We didn't encounter any abnormalities along the way. Don't worry, I will protect you. After Luo Qing got such an answer, he was obviously relieved. As long as he didn't encounter any danger, it would be easy to say. As long as he finds a way to bring the food back to Yazhao, it will be a great achievement and complete the task after that. You can get a lot of rewards. Qin Xiaogao jumped out of the car at this time, and said, I suggest that we sleep under the tree during the day and drive at night. I passed Wuling Mountain before and saw robbers blocking the road with my own eyes. Here it is the junction of 3 provinces, and if the situation is not good, they will run around, and it is too dangerous to travel during the day. Qin Xiaogao was worried that he would run into an ambush when he was driving during the day, so that food might be lost. After thinking about it, it would be better to drive in the dark at night. It only takes 1 night to cross Wuling Mountain. Lin Yu looked at Qin Xiaogao and asked, You mean, we will cross Wuling Mountain from the edge of Dongting Lake without stopping? Qin Xiaogao nodded and said, That's right, that's what I mean, Lin. Yu then looked at Xiao Fuli in distress. The two arrived in Yazhao yesterday, and today they rushed all day to the edge of Dongting Lake. Confused, under such circumstances, it is too painful to cross Wuling Mountain in the dark, right, old Xiao? What do you think we should do? Lin Yu asked with a bitter face. Lin Yu hopes to rest for 1 night before leaving. After all, he has been on the road recently, and he really needs to rest. Why do we often hear that there are car accidents and sudden deaths of drivers who run long distances? That's not because you can't get effective rest, so in order to avoid this situation, why not take a night's rest? Xiao Fuli did not answer Lin Yu's question, but looked at Luo Qing and asked, Miss Luo, what do you mean? Luo Qing looked at the many supplies on the ship, and still felt that it was safe to take the food back to Yazhao first, so he said directly, I think it's good to listen to Mr. Qin's suggestion, but it's just a night of hard work, but it can avoid being caught by the mountain. The thief misses it, but Su Xing said, You shouldn't be so timid, we are from Yazhao, who dares to rob us? You see everyone is so tired, why don't we let everyone rest for a night? Xiao Fuli hesitated for a moment, and looked at Qin Xiaogao. He was naturally the person responsible for the smuggling. He had to consider his opinion, so he continued to ask, Mr. Qin, what do you know about the power of these bandits? Let's get a general idea. Qin Xiaogao quickly recalled, thought about it carefully, and said, There are probably more than 30 hills. The weaker hills have 20 or 30 people. If the power is strong, there are more than 300 people. But this is also information from a year ago. I don't know if the power on the mountain has increased during this period of time. Xiao Fuli was still worried about bandits robbing at first, but now he heard that the strongest force was only a few hundred people, so he immediately relaxed and said, There are only a few hundred people, how could they be our opponents? There are more than 3,000 people on our side, and there are 4 supernatural beings. Don't worry, just rest for 1 night and wait until the next day to set off. Hearing such an answer, Qin Xiaogao was immediately annoyed. He didn't expect that the other party would not listen to persuasion at all, but he spoke lightly in front of the 4 supernatural beings, and his words had no weight, so he could only follow their advice. Then, it's better to rest for 1 day and 1 night. We will enter the mountain at dusk tomorrow and drive at night. Qin Xiaogao continued, Since it is necessary to rest, then rest for 1 more day. In short, it is best to drive at night appropriate way. Unexpectedly, as soon as these words came out, all the 4 supernatural beings began to object. Lin Yu and Xiao Fuli hoped to return to Yazhao as soon as possible, while Luo Qing felt that time was running out, and he had already stayed outside for 5 or 6 days. If it drags on, it will impress the city lord's plan, but Su Xing is eager to meet the bandits so that he can show off his might. No, hurry up tomorrow morning. At worst, we will open the road ourselves. Brother Lin Yu is here. He knows how many people are breathing in the mountains. Don't worry about ambushes. Xiao Fuli said seriously. The other 3 supernatural beings all agreed, so the plan was made like this. Qin Xiaogao could only pray secretly in his heart that nothing would happen tomorrow. They finally rushed from Yazhao to the edge of Dongting Lake, crossed many mountains and rivers, and walked countless twists and turns. When the mercenaries heard that they could rest, they immediately cheered. As a result, Qin Xiaogao informed this group of people went to load the grain on the ship, which immediately aroused the anger of the mercenaries. It's really a villain gaining power. Thinking about you, Kinzai Ageo, you were a mercenary like us back then, but now you don't care about us, and even shorten our rest time and let us load the car. It's tolerable. What can't be tolerated? That's right. I heard that you, Kinzai Ageo, never dared to move forward in battle, but now you're yelling at us. Shameless, isn't it just opportunistic? If you get on the thigh of the city lord's mansion, you can command us. The mercenaries of the 3 mercenary regiments were all very bloody. After hearing Kinzai Ageo's command, they immediately started complaining, obviously looking at Kinzai Ageo's just like listening to the gossip of the group of people around. Kinzai Ageo's expression became even uglier. Chapter 660. Night falls in the mountains, and the forests are extremely dark. In ancient times, there has always been a saying that you cannot enter the forest. It means that on a bright night, it is impossible for the moonlight to shine in the forest. I don't know if there will be robbers ambushing in the mountain forest. If they enter it, they may be assassinated, and the mountains and forests are indeed a paradise for bandits. As long as you live in a place that is difficult for ordinary people to reach, you can occupy the mountains as kings, and the mountains and forests are the guarantee for these bandits to roam the rivers and lakes. Why are there so few bandits in the desert? It's not because there is no cover, and the bandits run away when they see them, so the chance of success in robbery is very small. However, a new kind of bandit has emerged in the desert, that is, the horse bandit, which relies on the maneuverability of the horse to rob from long distances. Even officers and soldiers can't do anything about it. Just this night, more than 30 people gathered in a cave on an unnamed mountain. In the middle of the cave, there was a fire burning ragingly. It was very choking, and the dim light of the fire made everyone's faces flickering. The leader of the big man, nicknamed Goshawk, is also the owner of this mountain. They usually live on the mountain. This is a karst landform. There are often caves in the mountain. The bandits used to live in it, but now they, the younger generations, are the same live here. I asked you guys to come here today, and it's not for anything else. I heard that someone is escorting food to Yazhou, and it will arrive in the next few days. My brothers, I came here just to make a vote. After we get the food, you can be happy on the mountain now. Goshawk said directly. How much food? It's worth calling all of us here. Don't you know that we are usually very busy? Someone expressed dissatisfaction at that time. Goshawk smiled coldly, and said directly, how much food? 8,000 tons. This much food is enough for us to eat for 10 years. How about it? Do you know the value now? Fortunately, I have an eyeliner at the foot of the mountain, so I found out about it. This news, otherwise, the good fat will slip away from my mouth. It seems that Goshawk is bound to get the current batch of food. However, after thinking about it for a while, other people know that this matter cannot be done. First of all, they have to say whether they can fight or not. Come to doom, no. This matter must not be done. Yazhou is so easy to provoke. If Yazhou is angered, we will play tricks. Someone raised objections at that time. Goshawk felt that this guy was too timid, so he said directly, what big things can a timid person do? If you want to become stronger, you must first do things that ordinary people dare not do. I have heard about it. This time the other party, there are only 3,000 mercenaries, and we have more than 4,000 people here. 4,000 versus 3,000, I have the advantage. When everyone heard that the number of mercenaries was only 3,000, they breathed a sigh of relief. If there were only such a small number of mercenaries, then there would be no problem. That's Yazhou's stuff. We intercepted Yazhou's stuff. What should Shen Feng do to retaliate against us? Someone immediately asked the most difficult question. Those who rob. This is troublesome. Goshawk snorted coldly, apparently feeling that this group of peers are too timid. No wonder their power is so weak, but without the help of these peers, it is obviously impossible for me to complete the robbing task. Possible. There is no need to worry. If Shen Feng sends people here, we will go directly to Gizhou or Hunan province. Isn't that the end? Now that Yazhou has been blocked, I don't believe Shen Feng can still let people go. Hunting us across provinces, the food is in hand. Where can we not gain a foothold? With food, we have everything. Goshawk said to the crowd in a deep voice. Everyone immediately began to think. Everyone is the king of the mountain, and they are obviously familiar with such things as robbery. Now, under the guidance of Goshawk, they finally mustered up the courage to grab a piece. As long as the food is in hand, Then it will last 10 years, 8,000 tons of grain, which is the amount that can only be found in curry noodles. Okay, let's do it like this. We'll call for someone right away, and set up an ambush in the main road of Wuling Mountain. After we find out the way for the other party to enter the mountain, we can start. Everyone made up their minds and must work hard, as the saying goes. If you support the bold and starve the timid, you need to have this kind of bachelor spirit. As long as you can achieve your goals, you will be able to live happily for a long time in the future. Food is the most important thing in the apocalypse. It is no problem to use food directly for trading. If Lin Yu and Cao Fuli had chosen to set off tonight, the bandits in Wuling Mountain would have no chance or time to discuss countermeasures, and the convoy would have passed directly. The bandits were given time to discuss countermeasures, and on the edge of Dongting Lake, after the mercenaries loaded all the food into the car, they started hunting and fishing. They have heard that there are big fish in Dongting Lake, and they are delicious. They have already arrived in Dongting Lake. Why don't you enjoy yourself? The mercenaries didn't notice the danger at all, and they didn't feel that there would be any danger. After all, they were mercenaries, and mercenaries were also soldiers. Only thieves were afraid of soldiers. I never heard that soldiers would be afraid of thieves, so they played with peace of mind. In the middle of the night, I fell asleep on the second day. Everyone got up one after another and drove straight to Wuling Mountain. As for the members of the King Hong gang, they returned directly. The terrain of Wuling Mountain is relatively steep, the mountain is very high, and the drop is very large. After all, this is the place to enter the second step. It is understandable that there is such a huge drop. Lin Yu sat on the roof of the car and chatted with Cao Fuli. After casting the supernatural power, any subtle sounds around him could not escape his ears originally. As long as Lin Yu was in the convoy, the safety of the convoy could be guaranteed, but Lin Yu soon felt the torment. There were too many cicadas singing in the mountains. It is already autumn and there is dew in the mountains. The cicada may have sensed the drop in temperature, so it seized the time and continued to sing, and with the dew on its body, the cicada's cry became even more shrill. No wonder Liu Yuang said that the cicada was miserable. Lin Yu's ears kept hearing the sizzling sound of the cicada. Hearing this sharp sound all day, he felt that he was going to suffer from a neurasthenia. In desperation, Lin Yu gave up using the ability and continued to listen to the cicada's cry. It was a kind of torture. Using the ability of sound waves, it is indeed easy to find the traces of the enemy, but in this way, the ears are about to suffer. Cao Fuli is very confident in his own strength. Even if there are bandits watching from the surrounding mountains, he will definitely scare him away after seeing the mighty convoy on his side. What's more, the most bandits in other mountains are hundreds of people. Such strength is not enough to see. However, at noon, the sound of whistles in the mountains has not stopped. The sound of whistles has been echoing in the surrounding valleys, and the sounds of these whistles are still echoing each other. It sounds like the whole mountain someone is blowing the whistle. I'm going, there's an ambush. Cao Fuli didn't expect that his side was really ambushed, so he couldn't help being startled, thinking that the current bandits are really too courageous, right? Even so many people on my side dare to rob. Oh. People came out of the forest one by one. Most of these people held cold weapons in their hands, but many of them also had guns in their hands. They stared at the mighty convoy with green lights in their eyes. Their eyes became hot, because they knew that all the food on the truck was grain. So much food was taken to the mountain, and they didn't know how long it would last. Seeing this, Su Xing immediately jumped out of the car and pulled out the samurai sword she was carrying. Her eyes were full of enthusiasm. At this moment, Su Xing already felt that her blood was boiling after waiting for so long. He finally met a bandit. Cao Fuli looked at Lin Yu and asked, "Aren't you a supernatural person? Why didn't you hear anything?" Cao Fuli had heard Lin Yu's bragging all the time before, and knew that Lin Yu could hear other people's breathing, but now, the enemy was on the surrounding mountains, and Lin Yu hadn't noticed it all the time, which was really strange. Lin Yu smiled awkwardly, and said, "I was really quarreled by those cicadas. Please understand, I didn't use the ability just now." Cao Fuli shook his head helplessly, and said, "Get ready to fight." "Really? I didn't expect that someone would dare to rob us without opening their eyes. It's abominable." Originally, Cao Fuli thought that the road would not be affected in any way. It is impossible for such a powerful force in Yeshao to be threatened by bandits, but now, Cao Fuli has also seen that these bandits have already set their sights on his side. Food. Cao Fuli and Lin Yu jumped out of the car, and Luo Qing had sensed that something was wrong, walked over, and said to the two of them, "Look, The valleys on both sides are full of people, and the number of people on the other side seems to be greater than ours. Many. What should I do, Luo? Qing had only heard that there were only a few hundred bandits here, but now it seems that the number of the other party is already greater than his own at this time. Yu said lightly, then it must be united. Don't think that the bandits in the mountains are fools. If it is something they can eat by themselves, they will naturally not give it to others. But when they meet, if there is a powerful target, these bandits will unite and act together. In short, wait for Qin Xiaogiao to negotiate. When Luo Qing heard this, he revealed an expression of disbelief, and asked, negotiation? Negotiating with these bandits, isn't it incredible? From Luo Qing's point of view, since the other party is a bandit and his side is basically a mercenary, do we still need to negotiate? Just kill them directly. Negotiations are just a waste of time. Yu was originally the head of a large mercenary group. Although he has become a small soldier now, he has seen the world anyway, and immediately began to explain, bandits also know the rules of the world. The bandits here specialize in collecting tolls. If everyone fights, both sides must suffer. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary casualties, they will negotiate before the fight. If they can reach an agreement, they will pay tolls, then start fighting. Hearing this explanation, Luo Qing immediately looked around, and immediately saw the mercenaries around were on guard with full attention, but they didn't shoot, obviously acquiescing to the rules that need to be negotiated before starting a fight. However, at this moment, Luo Qing discovered something was wrong, that is, Su Xing was missing. Did you see Su Xing? Where did she go? Luo Qing hurriedly asked the people around. However, no one knew where Su Xing went. Everyone said they hadn't seen it, but Lin Yu comforted him. Su Xing is also a supernatural being after all, so there is no possibility of problems. He has the ability to protect himself. Don't worry about it. We are too worried. We should prepare to deal with the current problems. I think there will definitely be a fight when we bring them back, and we should pay attention to protecting the team. Luo Qing was helpless, and said in his heart, this Su Xing is really too difficult to discipline, and he will definitely not be able to become a qualified bodyguard in the future, but I don't know how the city lord will arrange it in the future. At this time, Qin Xiaogiao also walked up, holding a loudspeaker in his hand, and said loudly, everyone, we are from Yuzhou, and these grains are also the main food of the city. Please let us go there, everyone. There must be a return. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 661 Hardy. The rules of the rivers and lakes must be followed by everyone. If you don't follow the rules, you will be cast aside. This is what it means to negotiate before the fight. In order not to hurt peace, although there are no express regulations, basically everyone abides by it. At the moment, Qin Xiaogiao directly started to negotiate. He often leads caravans to do business, so he is familiar with this method. Qin Xiaogiao thought in his heart, this group of people must have come here for food, and if there is a fight, I must find a good place to hide. Anyway, if there is a fight, there are people with supernatural powers on our side. Supported, if it was a normal moment, when he saw the battle of 3,000 people on his side and more than 4,000 people on the other side, he would be scared on the spot, but at this moment, Qin Xiaogiao knew that there were supernatural beings in the convoy on his side. There are 4 supernatural beings, and the confidence is up all at once. When Qin Xiaogiao moved Yuzhou out and put it in front of him, the bandits finally wavered a bit. They had all heard about Yuzhou's deeds. If Shen Feng hadn't brought many people into the mountains to hunt mutant beasts, in other words, there are probably too many mutant beasts in Wuling Mountain today to the extent that I can't handle it. The most important thing is that Shen Feng's reputation has already been known to the bandits in the mountains. Even if they haven't seen the reports on newspapers and TV, they have heard rumors from many people that they know that Shen Feng is such a strong man guarding Yuzhou. Yes, now, Yuzhou is already one of the safest places in the world. Wouldn't it be a serious consequence to want to rob such a strong man of the food he needed? However, at this moment, a powerful voice came from the mountain. Brothers are short on money now and need food to survive. We don't care where the food is. In short, it's right to stay. When Qin Xiaogiao heard this unsurprising answer, he felt very troublesome. It was obvious that the enemy came here for the food, and it was impossible to let him go now. After much deliberation, Qin Xiaogeao was still unwilling to form an enmity, so he continued to shout, "Heroes, let me decide, leave a cart of grain for you, and let us pass. You know, we also have 3,000 soldiers here. If there's a fight, it will not be a good thing for both parties." Of course, Qin Xiaogeao knew the importance of grain. He sent out a cart of grain, which was more than 60 tons. It would be hard for him to pursue it in the future, but the most important thing right now is time. The sooner he can bring the grain back to Yazhou, the more timely. I believe the city lord can understand his decision. However, when Qin Xiaogeao stated his bottom line, arrogant words came from the mountain. "You have a convoy of more than 100 large trucks here, and you only left us a truckload of food. Isn't it too stingy? Now, I will tell you now, we want all the food." After speaking, gunshots came from the mountain immediately. In order to snatch food, the bandits were obviously desperate. Bullets and arrows kept falling from the sky. Seeing this scene, Qin Xiaogeao immediately ran back, but fortunately the shot down from the mountain was not very good, so Qin Xiaogeao saved his life. Yu Mu shouted to the surrounding soldiers, "Brothers, go, kill these bandits, now, the convoy is in the valley," and the military strategists have something to say, condescending and overwhelming. When the bullets and arrows poured down on the mountain, the mercenaries in the valley suffered casualties immediately. Even if a stone was thrown from the mountain, it would kill people, so we had to deal with it carefully. However, when the gunshots came, there were screams one after another on the mountain. It turned out that Su Xing had already quietly touched the mountain at this time. Xiao Fuli thought about the situation before him, and then said to Luo Qing, "You stay here to protect the food, and Lin Yu and I will go to fight, and we will deal with the enemy directly within an hour." Before Luo Qing could react, Xiao Fuli and Lin Yu had already rushed out, with excited expressions on their faces. Although the mountains are full of trees and weeds, it seems that there is no plastic at all, but in fact there are a lot of garbage on both sides of the road, especially plastic bags. It is said that plastic bags will degrade in more than 70 years. It is already equivalent to the life of an ordinary human being. After Xiao Fuli used his supernatural power, countless plastics flew out from both sides of the road. Luo Qing actually wanted to participate in the battle, but the convoy had to stay where it was without protection. The bandits on both sides of the valley are constantly shooting arrows, but the mercenaries in the valley can hardly find cover, and they will be attacked on both sides. Even if they want to hide under the truck, there is not so much space. Seeing this situation, Luo Qing immediately climbed to the roof of the car and began to command, "Stay here just waiting to die, take the initiative to attack, we will definitely win. Who will lead the people up?" Before he finished speaking, a fiery bullet flew out of the forest and shot towards Luo Qing. Slip! The bullet let out an ear-piercing cry as it approached Luo Qing's head, and the bullet also drew an arc in the air, and finally stopped in front of Luo Qing. A smart man, knowing that he was going to kill the commander, this shot was aimed at Luo Qing's head and fired. Fortunately, Luo Qing's ability is to control aerosols. Although there is nothing in the air, aerosols have gathered in front of him, and the bullets finally stopped. Bullets are still being fired on the mountain. It is a living target, and it is easy to be shot while standing on the car. However, bullets from all directions have been fired, but they can't penetrate the defense around Luo Qing. Aerosol is a new type of material. Small pieces of aerosol can even be placed on the stamens without pressing on them, but the ability is extremely powerful, and some countries are already experimenting with how to use aerosols to make body armor. After Luo Qing's order was spread, the heads of the 3 major mercenary regiments quickly realized that they were being attacked from all directions at the bottom of the valley. If this continues, the losses would be heavy. They had to take the initiative to move the battlefield to the mountains. "I have a chance of winning here." However, before the heads of the 3 major mercenary regiments made a decision, Yu Mu rushed out with his men and shouted loudly, "Brothers, follow me, kill these bandits in exchange for military merits." After saying these words, Yu Mu rushed out directly, completely taking the lead, regardless of whether the people behind could catch up. The other soldiers were also moved by Yu Mu's actions, and rushed out after him. The thieves saw the other side like this, and rushed up without saying a word, and were immediately stunned. Usually, as long as they surrounded the merchant, the opponent's resistance would drop in a straight line, but now, a group of mercenaries actually charged back. This is not something that ordinary people can do at all. Goshawk also sensed something was wrong at this time. Even mercenaries shouldn't be so aggressive when they are outnumbered. Most of the bandits on Wuling Mountain have already been gathered by themselves. If they can't win, if so, then simply don't rob. Attack quickly. What are you doing in a daze? Give them all to me, don't be in a daze. Goshawk shouted loudly. The sound of shouting and killing kept coming from the valley, and both sides started fighting around the food. It is not impossible to grow food in the mountains, but the output is too low, and Wuling Mountain is not a major traffic route. If you want to eat, it's not easy for passers-by, so the food in the mountains has always been tight, but now a large amount of food is passing by, and the bandits are crazy, trying to bring the food back to the mountain. At this time, Kinzai was already hiding under a truck. Although he was working for Shen Feng, he was not very good at fighting. Fortunately, Yumi was dispatched here, so Kinzai simply took care of his subordinates. Everyone was handed over to Yumi to command a battle. After hiding under the truck, Kinzai still didn't feel at ease. After all, after the battle was over, if he lost, he would still be caught. Although there are supernatural beings on my side, it would be bad if something unexpected happened, so Kinzai immediately took out the communicator from his body and called Yazhao directly. Fortunately, it was not too far from Yazhao, so it was still possible to make a call. The City Lord, it's me, Kinzai. Our convoy was surrounded in Wuling Mountain. It's a group of bandits. I don't know how many there are, but there must be more than us. Mr. Xiao and Mr. Lin have already rushed out to fight. It is necessary to get support. Kinzai said to Shen Feng immediately after making a call. When Shen Feng heard that someone really wanted to buy food, he became angry at that time, and said directly, "You wait, I will arrive soon with my people." After Kinzai put down the phone in his hand, he finally felt relieved, and said in his heart, "Now the city lord knows about this, so it should be alright. As long as you can get the support of the city lord, there will be no problems." The city lord also said on the phone that he will bring people over, so his own strength will definitely be stronger. However, just when Kinzai put down the phone, the fighting sounds from the outside world changed. The sound of shouting and killing on the mountain gradually disappeared, while the mercenary group was full of gunshots, suppressing the sound on the mountain. At this time, Kinzai poked his head out to look outside, only to find that the soldiers in the valley had basically rushed to the mountain, and a few of the people left were shooting continuously. Died under a wave of attacks. Hey, is this going to end? Kinzai was at a loss. Yumi and the heads of the other 3 mercenary regiments have already rushed to the mountains on both sides, aiming at the enemy in one direction and starting to attack. Although the mercenaries are doing things with money, they are still licking blood with their knives. They are also very clear about the truth that a brave wins when they meet on a narrow road. The thieves were all stunned. They never thought that the mercenaries could have such a strong combat power, and they're rushed up against the hail of bullets, as if they were dying. The most terrible thing is that at this time Suzing has already gone deep into the enemy's rear. Suzing, who has become a supernatural being, finally got the fighting chance she dreamed of. Holding a samurai sword in her hand, she is harvesting the lives of bandits. The enemy was cut in 2 directly, but the blade was still sharp. After killing someone, the knife would not be stained with blood at all. It's not that the knife in Suzing's hand is a magical weapon. It's Suzing's own ability that has achieved this. When the samurai sword cuts the enemy's body, Suzing will use the supernatural power. The blade body vibrates violently, making a buzzing sound, and the blood and minced meat are directly shaken away, so that there will be no stains on the blade. Bits of blood. When Suzing rushed to the center of the bandits, she began to massacre. She only needed a face-to-face, and she was able to kill the enemy with a single knife. During the process, her eyes gradually turned blood red, obviously extremely excited. "A group of harmful things, let me die." Suzing shouted excitedly. The samurai sword in Suzing's hand seemed to have turned into a ponytail. Wherever it passed, people fell down one after another, like harvested wheat, and the blade was still extremely bright. There were bursts of tweets, and the buzzing sound seemed to prove its excitement. Dang! At this moment, the samurai sword couldn't withstand the violent vibration, and a stress fracture occurred, and it broke off from it. Will it be like this? Chapter 662. After Suzing saw the knife in her hand break from it, she was startled. It was something given to her by the city lord, but now it broke. After the panic, Suzing was furious, and her eyes turned red as she looked at the bandits on the mountain. They said in their mouths, "It's all your fault. The knife the city lord gave me is broken. You all deserve to die." After finishing speaking, Su Xing continued to rush up the mountain. She had inserted half of the knife into the scabbard, and now, Su Xing no longer needed to use a knife to fight. The bandits immediately aimed at Su Xing and started shooting. Many people were already terrified by Su Xing's performance before. It seemed that Su Xing was just a young girl, but she rushed in with a samurai sword in her hand. There were countless deaths and injuries, and the knife in her hand was still screaming, which was really scary. But at this moment, the knife in Su Xing's hand had already broken, and the bandits saw the opportunity. Taking advantage of this moment, they must kill the big villain on the opposite side, otherwise, the casualties on their side would definitely rise in a straight line. However, when many bandits aimed at Su Xing and started shooting, they unexpectedly found that they couldn't lock Su Xing's position at all. Su Xing's speed had reached the point where it was difficult for the naked eye to locate him. But at this moment, Su Xing directly rushed into the crowd again, no longer using weapons, but using his fists as weapons, and punched the enemy one by one. Although Su Xing no longer used weapons, it seemed that Su Xing had been restricted, but when Su Xing really charged into the enemy group, he still killed one person with one punch. Just Su Xing's strength at this time can already kill a buffalo with a single punch, not to mention that Su Xing also has the ability to vibrate. He only needs to cast his ability when his fist touches the opponent, and the strong shock wave will instantly impacting the enemy's internal organs. There is nothing abnormal from the outside, but a punch can directly blow the enemy's heart. The original local bandits were already very desperate. Seeing the companions around them being chopped into two pieces one by one, it seemed that they were the next person to die. Such a terrifying scene brought a violent shock, and ordinary people saw this scene. If he would have been scared to death. As a result, after losing his weapon, Su Xing continued to kill instead, killing a bandit with a single punch. After seeing this scene, they were almost frightened to death, because they couldn't imagine seeing such a terrifying scene, which is beyond the level that humans can do. Goshawk looked at Su Xing, who was constantly crisscrossing the crowd, and was stunned at this moment, and murmured, "Is this a supernatural person? It's hard to imagine that there would be such a terrifying supernatural person in the world. Why would a woman can it be done to this extent?" Goshawk feels that his worldview has collapsed. Ever since he brought his brothers up the mountain, he has been robbing the passing merchants. When he sees a beautiful woman, he will inevitably take him to the mountain to enjoy it. In his opinion, women are she is soft and weak. No matter how aggressive a woman is, she can't hold her own fist. As a result, now there is such a powerful woman slaughtering her subordinates. Now, Goshawk finally knows how powerful the supernatural being is. Don't look at the 4,000 bandits here. It looks like a lot, but more bandits gather here, and they are definitely not the opponents of Su Xing and others. Not to mention, there are more than one supernatural person. In addition to Su Xing, Xiao Fuli and Lin Yu also rushed out. Lin Yu's sonic bombs could kill dozens of people at a time, and he kept roaring during the battle. It was not to vent his anger, but to use the strength in the sound wave attack the enemy. Many enemies had their eardrums ruptured at that time, and they couldn't hear anything. They could only see someone shaking in front of them, but the sound could no longer reach the brain. Xiao Fuli's fighting method is relatively simple. When he rushed out, countless plastics turned into spikes, piercing the enemy instantly, or the plastics condensed into fists, and the huge fists kept waving. Broken ribs under the charge of the three abilities, the bandits' battle line was retreating steadily. The bandit has no wages, so they won't be stubborn to the end, and they will retreat as long as the situation is not good. At that moment, many bandits saw that the battle had been defeated, and without saying a word, they went directly to the distant woods, and their ability to escape was undoubtedly revealed. At this time Goshawk saw that he could no longer command his subordinates, and the supernatural beings below were gradually approaching him, so he turned his head and asked, "Brothers, should we run?" Before he finished speaking, Goshawk had already seen the empty hilltops, and the bosses on the hilltops who had been standing with him had all disappeared at this moment, probably slipping away because they saw the situation was bad. Seeing this situation, Goshawk couldn't help cursing angrily. It's really a bunch of cowards. It's fine if the minions don't do anything, and these bosses don't do anything. After finishing speaking, Goshawk immediately ran to the distance. What he resented was not the cowardice of these allies, but that when they decided to run away, they didn't call him at all and slipped away secretly. It is impossible for the original bandits to have a higher combat effectiveness than the mercenaries. At the beginning, they had the advantage because of a surprise attack. But now, the advantage in numbers has disappeared, and the command above has completely disappeared. The bandits immediately saw he got into the mountain and started to escape. In fact, Su Xing had already been staring at the guy on the mountain, especially the bald and scarred guy. This guy shouted the most fiercely when he started the battle, which meant that his status was also the highest. If he was killed, it would be considered he made his first contribution, so when Su Xing saw the fleeing goshawk, he rushed up directly. "I want to leave, it's too late now." Su Xing sneered, and stomped down hard. Immediately, the whole mountain began to shake. Although it wasn't enough to cause a big earthquake casually, it was enough to shake a mountain. It's not a difficult thing anymore. When Su Xing stepped on the ground, it caused a violent vibration on the top of the mountain. The trees were shaking constantly. It was already autumn, and the leaves kept falling from the trees, and unstable stones were rolling down. Taking advantage of this moment, Su Xing rushed up and found Goshawk, who had fallen to the ground. "You're the one who hired these villains to rob us, right? Let's die." Su Xing immediately wanted to kill the culprit. However, at this time, Goshawk knelt down to Su Xing with a plop, and then kowtowed like garlic, tears streaming down his face, and kept begging, "Heroine, I was also coerced. I didn't want to go up the mountain, but I was tied up on the mountain by those who killed thousands of knives. My wife and children were all killed. Please don't kill me. I already know I was wrong." When Su Xing heard this answer, she immediately became puzzled, and asked, "Didn't you just stand on the mountain and yell? You said give it all to me. You are not the boss." "Who would believe it?" Goshawk cried out in haste. "Heroine, I really didn't talk nonsense. I was tied up to the mountain because I knew the roads in the mountain, so I was tied up to the mountain as a guide, because I had a loud voice, so they put me in charge of delivering the message, and I was yelling just now, and it was the bad guys who asked me to yell." After hearing this answer, Su Xing actually believed it, because the answer was seamless. It was completely true. Otherwise, how could she have said everything in such a short time? In addition, one of the reasons why Su Xing let these two people go was because of the titles they called. When Su Xing's title of female heroine fell on Su Xing's previous desire to be a hero has also been obtained. Satisfied, his face is full of pride. "Okay, get up, spare your life, tell me where the real boss is." Su Xing asked. Immediately Goshawk suddenly felt that he had escaped from the sky, and he was very grateful in his heart. He didn't expect that he would get his life back by talking nonsense. It was really not easy. "Looks like a fledgling chick who just believed my words casually and can get away with it." Goshawk thought silently in his heart. Next, Goshawk pointed to the dense forest in the distance, which happened to be the direction where many bandit leaders were escaping, and shouted, "Over there, they ran over there. The person wearing gorgeous clothes must be the boss. What's wrong with him? Everything is left on the body, so the body is always dressed in the cleanest." Su Xing didn't say anything, and went straight to the dense forest. While running, the mountain shook. It was difficult for anyone to stand firm except her. Goshawk saw that the murderer was already walking in the direction he was pointing at. He was finally relieved, changed direction, and fled directly. When he came to a steep slope, he shrank his head, put his hands on his head, and curled up. In a ball, they rolled directly down the mountain, and the speed was really not slow at all. In fact, this is Goshawk's family biography. His grandfather was a bandit. Unfortunately, he was caught and shot when he was suppressing bandits. There is no other reason for you to do it. It is simply because his grandfather can use the rolling rock, cover his head with his hands, find a steep slope and roll down directly. As long as his legs are not injured at the bottom of the hill, he can escape. However, most of the bandit suppressing troops were militiamen, so they might not have the guts. Therefore, Goshawk's grandfather ran away several times, until 2 months later, he encountered a particularly steep slope, and when he rolled down, he broke 2 legs. Only then was he caught and shot. Now, facing the mercenaries rushing up all over the mountains and plains, Goshawk has no choice but to learn from his ancestors, hoping to reach the bottom of the mountain safely. As long as he can survive, he can say anything. Goshawk rolled down the mountain with his head in his arms, not slow at all, and his hands kept hitting the rocks on the mountain in order to protect his head, and soon his hands became bloody and one of his arms was broken. But even if he, after being hit continuously, Goshawk still did not let go, and finally reached the foot of the mountain. Goshawk finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he came down the mountain intact, with a smile on his face, and said in his heart, "The old ancestors' method is still easy to use. Now, let me see who can catch up. Me? I can't provoke the people from Yuzhou in the future, These people are really terrifying. After this battle, Goshawk was left with a disastrous defeat, and he didn't know how many people under his command were killed. He originally planned to live happily after robbing the food. Now it seems that the plan is bankrupt, and, in the future, he wants to. It is not easy to make a comeback. However, Goshawk has also gained insight. He has never seen a person with supernatural powers before. He thinks that people with supernatural abilities are just blown out by others. He cannot believe it at all. But at this time, Goshawk really believes in the power of supernatural persons. I will never dare to provoke supernatural beings again. The Goshawk limped into the woods, and after the mercenaries went up the mountain, they found the bandits rolling down the mountain. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, and they didn't dare to chase them down. The slope here was too steep. If you run down, you will fall to your death. If you can't stop, forget it. It's nothing to run away with a little guy. Let's chase them into the woods. The mercenaries discussed that chasing a little guy is a waste of time, and it's better to catch more people. Luo Qing saw the clean and tidy end of the battle, took out his mobile phone to look at it, and said, "In 40 minutes, we won the victory." It seems that the bandits are at this level. Chapter 663, The Damned Bandit. While everyone was cleaning up the corpses, a black figure suddenly appeared in the northern sky. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a paraglider. It is completely impossible for ordinary people to fly long distances on a paraglider, because if they want to fly, they can only rely on the power of the wind. If they lose the power of the wind, they will fall to the ground. Fly freely with a paraglider. Now, when everyone saw the paraglider appearing in the sky, they immediately guessed that it was the city lord Shen Feng who had arrived. Luo Qing looked at Qin Xiaogao and asked, "Who asked you to contact the city lord? Obviously, we can deal with such a little banditry by ourselves. What you are doing now is completely superfluous." Qin Xiaogao was also very aggrieved. He didn't know that superhumans were so powerful, and the mercenaries didn't rush to disperse. Instead, they won the victory with less. When the fight started, Qin Xiaogao never thought that the battle was resolved so quickly, and under the leadership of the supernatural being, a group of mercenaries were vigorously competing to express themselves. As a result, the city lord has arrived and the battle is over. Then, what can I do? I am also worried that the food will be taken away. If the food is taken away, it will really miss the city lord's important event. Qin Xiaogao said helplessly. Luo Qing was helpless. Now that the city lord had already arrived, he could only welcome the arrival of the city lord first, and luckily the convoy in the valley was safe. After Shen Feng landed from the sky, everyone discovered that Shen Feng did not come by himself. There was Chu Chaoyan by his side, and the glider they were riding was so big that it was more than enough for 2 people, and Shen Feng bringing Chu Chaoyan to Wuling Mountain was naturally also for the pursuit of area damage. As long as Chu Chaoyan casts his abilities, won't a poisonous gas spread out and kill the enemies in pieces? Moreover, with Shen Feng, the wind god, present, the wind direction would not be a problem. When Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan landed, Luo Qing's 4 supernatural beings immediately greeted them. Now that the city lord appeared, it was natural to welcome them. Shen Feng looked at the dead mercenaries on the battlefield, and remained silent. He could see that the battle was over now, but many mercenaries died on his side, and some people were injured, so the casualties were still high. City lord, this time only more than 100 mercenaries were killed, but we have defeated more than 4,000 enemies, and directly killed 2,000 and captured 1,000 alive. Xiao Fuli quickly said to Shen Feng. He felt that the results are still acceptable, but this kind of answer not only did not make Shen Feng happy, but made Shen Feng angry. He directly said in a cold voice, "Every soldier has been trained with great difficulty, but now they are killed by bandits. What kind of good thing is that? As for the bandits caught, I will kill them all, and just bring the bodies of these bandits back to Yazhao." When Xiao Fuli heard what Shen Feng said, he shut up immediately. He knew that the city lord was angry now. What he didn't understand was that the ones who died were not regular soldiers of the army, but soldiers of the mercenary regiment. Those who paid compensation were mercenaries. The head of the regiment gave it. The city lord shouldn't be angry. Shen Feng really felt sorry for these dead mercenaries. These were strong laborers, but now they died after being ambushed. At this time, Su Xing quickly persuaded Shen Feng, "City lord, killing these captives is not auspicious. They can all work. It is better to let these robbers go to the fields and kill them directly. It seems cruel in the past, Su Xing only enjoyed the feeling of being honored as a heroine before, and also knew how refreshing it is to forgive someone. Now these bandits have also been caught, but there are only about 1,000 people, which is not very good for farming. Nonsense. Shen Feng said angrily, haven't you figured out the seriousness of the matter? This is our Yasha goods. Not everyone can make up their minds. Anyone who dares to reach out will cut off the other party. Besides, these bandits are not good things, Su. Xing couldn't help it when he heard this, and said, but in my opinion, many people became bandits out of helplessness and were forcibly tied to the mountain. If they were all killed, wouldn't there be no distinction? Bad, killing a good person by mistake, Su. Xing didn't expect that she would publicly contradict Shen Feng. After all, Shen Feng is the idol she admired the most. She wished to silently recite what the idol said twice a day, but now, Su Xing just started to contradict Shen Feng. Shen Feng took a deep breath, wanting to explode at this time. Chu Chaoyan grabbed Shen Feng's arm and said, Feng, don't be angry, I'll persuade you, I'll do it. At this moment, Shen Feng really wanted to scold Su Xing for not distinguishing right from wrong. Since she is a bandit, she shouldn't be kept alive. If she knew what the bandits did, she wouldn't say such things. It was Chu Chaoyan who grabbed Su Xing's hand and took it aside, and said seriously, Su Xing, listen to me, bandits are bandits, don't pity these people, because once you know what these people do, you will understand how hateful they are. I will send you a record of local bandits later, and you won't refute after reading it. Su Xing was taken aside, still a little unconvinced, and said, Madam Chu, I just met a person who had no choice but to become a bandit. You can't fool me. Seeing Su Xing being so stubborn, Chu Chaoyan felt a little helpless. When did he feel sorry for the bandits? We must find a way to let Su Xing, an inexperienced girl, see the true face of bandits. Chu Chaoyan thought about it seriously, and then saw a group of captured bandits in the distance. These bandits were kneeling on the ground dejectedly, waiting for the follow-up. Yes, since there are minions here, we can definitely find the bandits' lair. Let's go to their lair to have a look. Chu Chaoyan said hastily, as the saying goes, hearing is believing, seeing is believing. It is very difficult to convince someone. The only way to convince the other party is to see it with your own eyes. After seeing it, you will know whether it is true or not. Chu Chaoyan had seen and listened to a lot. When she followed Shen Feng to kill zombies, she had seen many unbearable scenes. Su Xing had been staying in the city and hardly ever left the city. She didn't know much about the outside world. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, you can't understand it. So, Chu Chaoyan found a young man, broke his hands, and asked him to lead the way to their lair. Shen Feng thought about it and agreed. It will take some time to clean up the battlefield. Chu Chaoyan wanted to persuade Su Xing. This was also an opportunity, so I was worried that Su Xing would see many tragic pictures. Let some of the cars go back to Yazhou quickly. Guo Pinming and Yang Cheng are ready to leave. If there is no food, let some of the cars go back immediately. Shen Feng directly ordered. On the other hand, Chu Chaoyan took Su Xing and went directly to the mountain. The little guy with a broken arm led the way, 2 women followed behind, and 2 supernatural beings were moving in the mountain. The safety factor rose sharply. Hey, I'm afraid I never dreamed that I would be protected by 2 supernatural beings. In the end, the 2 were taken to a high mountain, where there are cliffs everywhere, and the only path is winding and winding, which can only accommodate 1 person. If 2 people meet, it is difficult to avoid sideways, and this place is one of the gang's lairs. There is a forest on the top of the mountain, and under the forest are many wooden houses, which seem to have been built recently, with a lot of thatch on the roof. The terrain of this place is very steep, and it is really impossible for ordinary people to climb up. When Chu Chaoyan and Su Xing came up, the little guy who led the way rushed out immediately, and shouted to the sleeping comrades in the room, Brothers, save me, there are enemies coming up the mountain. In the bandits' lair, there were still 4 or 5 people left behind. Now they heard the sound of shouting from outside the door, and rushed out with a gun at that time, and they didn't wear much clothes on their bodies. After seeing the 2 beautiful women, he was immediately happy, and couldn't help saying, Don't scare us, boy, how can this be an enemy? These are 2 beauties, and the fairy is still joking. At this time, these robbers who stayed behind didn't want to shoot anymore, and approached Chu Chaoyan and Su Xing with a smile. Thinking about it, it must be a different taste for such 2 beauties to play. It can be seen that the boss and the others went down the mountain together. After a trip, I got a lot of harvest, Even the beauties have been brought back. When Chu Qiaoan heard this, his face was immediately covered with frost. He didn't expect that he would be targeted by someone. These bastards are quite courageous. Su Xing, I leave it to you. Now, you should see the true colors of these people, right? Chu Qiaoan said to Su Xing. The little guy who lost his hand also shouted loudly, these two women are all supernatural beings. The boss has already been killed. Shoot quickly. The left-behind staff didn't believe what the young man said, so they laughed out loud and said, pretend. Keep pretending. Do you think we will believe it? Now, we are welcome. However, at this moment, Su Xing rushed up quickly with a gloomy face. If it was a real poor person, Su Xing would have compassion, but now, these guys staying in the cottage are obviously not good. There is no need to keep your hands. Su Xing rushed forward, punched his heart one by one, and these guys couldn't even see Su Xing's movements clearly before they died, and only Chu Qiaoan on one side could clearly see Su Xing's actions. However, what Chu Qiaoan thought in his heart was, the speed is not as fast as Shen Feng. After killing a group of outspoken bandits who stayed on the mountain, Su Xing began to look at the buildings on the mountain. In her eyes, these wooden houses were all civil structures, with adobe as the foundation and wood as the skeleton. When the power is cast, all the houses here will collapse. However, there is very little land on the mountain, so there is no way to grow crops, only a few scattered vegetable fields. Presumably there is no place to produce food on the mountain, so life must be hard at this moment. 8 or 9 disheveled women rushed out of the wooden house. They were disheveled and smelly, with bruises all over their faces and bodies. It was obvious that they had been abused. When they saw Su Xing appearing here, they rushed out. He rushed over and knelt down, and began to talk about what happened to him. It turns out that there are no women on the mountain, but the bandits always want to vent their remaining energy. In the end, the hateful bandits aimed at the woman passing by. After killing the man, they took the woman to the mountain for their own pleasure. Moreover, according to what these women said, it was not even a little while before they came to the mountain. There were still a few women who were taken away on the mountain before, but they couldn't bear the inhuman torture and eventually died. Hearing these descriptions, Su Xing almost gritted her silver teeth. She really thought that there were many bandits on the mountain who were forced to do nothing, but after seeing the picture of the bandits' lair, she finally woke up. It turned out that he almost protected a group of harmful things. The bandits in this world should all die. They kill and set fires, rob houses, and wantonly defile women. All bandits are not good things. Su Xing said through gritted teeth. Hearing Su Xing's words, Chu Qiaoan finally nodded in relief. She had already seen a lot when the end came, and Su Xing was well protected by her mother. Cognitive errors finally have a reasonable view. Actually, there are basically no bandits in Yeziao. After all, the city lord's mansion often sends out missions, and the mercenaries will go to suppress bandits. However, in this world, whenever the world is in chaos, bandits will appear. It's been like this throughout the ages. Just get used to it, but next time, don't contradict Shen Feng. You are someone he values very much. If you contradict him, it will make him lose face. Chu Qiaoan smiled said. Chapter 664 Impossible Target. I've decided, I want to kill all the bandits and robbers in this world. At this moment, Su Xing finally said seriously, with a determined expression on his face. When Su Xing saw the situation in the bandits' lair with her own eyes, she finally understood one thing, that is, there is no need for bandits in this world, and she also regretted what she had contradicted Shen Feng. Feng said that killing all the bandits was a very appropriate approach, but he himself stopped it. This is the real distinction between right and wrong in the occupation of bandits. People often care about the word bandit, but they should pay more attention to the word earth. Earth means that they will be fixed in an area, thus endangering the local area. Compared with bandits, bandits are more harmful. On the contrary, the robbers are very mobile, which means that their scale will not be particularly large. If the scale is too large, their mobility will not work. The bandits are the so-called sitting bandits. They don't do production, and they plunder everywhere. Many film and television dramas have beautified the bandits. There's a few. If the bandits don't rob, how can they survive? Therefore, the appearance of bandits represents plunder. If there is nothing to eat on the mountain, they will eat down the mountain and passers-by in just a few minutes. Su Xing had a clear idea and thought everything through. At this time, she understood one thing, that is, there is no need for bandits in this world, and if she sees bandits in the future, she will definitely kill them. When Chu Qiaoan heard Su Xing's plan, She shook her head helplessly, and said, "You little girl, your idea is really too simple. There are thousands of bandits in the world. Not to mention, there are only a few bandits in Wuling Mountain. There are tens of thousands of bandits, except Wuling Mountain? Is there no one in Wushan Mountain? Is there no one in Tihang Mountain? A little further away, is there no one in Daxingen Mountains? Bandits add up, let alone 1 million, there are 500,000, right? Can you kill it?" In fact, Chu Chaoyan still reduced the number of bandits. The time when there were the most bandits in history should be during the period of the Republic of China. There were 200,000 to 300,000 bandits in one province alone. Fortunately, they were all caught during the bandit suppression war. The elimination of the bandits was also carried out with the support of the people. At that time, the masses were mobilized, and people lit torches all over the mountains to catch the bandits. Checkpoints were set up everywhere in the village, and the bandits had nowhere to hide. Within a few years, the bandits disappeared one after another. This didn't reappear until the end of the day. After Su Xing heard Chu Qiaoyan's description, she still didn't change her mind. Instead, she said seriously, "Madam, no matter how many bandits there are in this world, I will kill them. If there are 500,000 bandits, I will kill them. 500,000, if there are 1 million, kill 1 million. In the end, kill until there are no bandits in this world." Chu Chaoyan was very helpless, and didn't want to hurt Su Xing's self-confidence at this time, so she could only smile and say, "Then you go on. I appreciate your attitude, but I don't think you can succeed. There are always many people in this world who will act because of an ideal, and many of them will talk about it, but after 3 minutes of heat, they feel nothing, and they still feel that the ideal before that is their own head. Only people who have a fever will say it, but in fact, this kind of statement is just to make excuses for themselves. If you don't want to work hard, you will say that you made this decision because of your head fever." Chu Qiaoyan also didn't think Su Xing, a 15 or 16-year-old girl, was really determined to do something great. People of Su Xing's age could easily fantasize that she might be able to persist for a month or two, but what about after all this time has passed? It's not clear if I can hold on at the moment. Chu Qiaoyan did not discourage Su Xing's enthusiasm. She looked at her watch and felt that it was getting late, and she should go back quickly at this time. Otherwise it might cause delays, so she took a few people on the mountain. A poor woman, ready to take away and settle down, but Su Xing has really paid attention. After seeing many people suffer because of bandits, Su Xing's feeling of chivalry suddenly came up. Before that, he didn't know what it means to punish evil and promote good. To fight is to punish evil and promote good. After all, what the city lord does is a great thing in the world, killing zombies, killing mutant beasts, and even went to sea to fight terrifying sea beasts. This is the real hero. But now, Su Xing finally realized that a real hero is to take the initiative to rescue the weak, and bandits are the ones who harm the weak the most. Therefore, it is imperative to kill bandits. After thinking of this, when Su Xing returned to the convoy, she quickly found Shen Feng. Without saying a word, she just knelt down and leaned in front of Shen Feng. Shen Feng was taken aback by Su Xing's move, and then looked at Chu Chaoyan in bewilderment, and asked in surprise, "Chaoyan, have you brainwashed Su Xing? Even if you realize your mistake, just apologize casually. How can you kneel down?" Chu Chaoyan didn't know what the situation was, and quickly explained, "I don't know, I didn't make her kneel down." Su Xing, get up. After finishing speaking, Chu Chaoyan couldn't help but stepped forward to help Su Xing. Didn't she just apologize? Why kneel down? A man has gold under his knees. Although Su Xing is a daughter, kneeling is not something that can be done casually. Su Xing didn't get up, but said to Shen Feng seriously, "City Lord, please allow me to kill the bandits. I know that there are bandits in this world who are endangering the world. I can't bear this kind of thing. I want to truly punish evil and promote good." Hearing such an answer, Shen Feng fell silent immediately. He didn't expect Su Xing to make such a request. Shen Feng has high hopes for Su Xing, so after getting Meng Wucheng's natural ability, he let Su Xing use it, hoping that Su Xing can grow into a task of his own in the future, and Su Xing has always been devoted to himself. There is a feeling of adoration, which must be considered, but now Su Xing said that she was going to kill the bandits, which meant that she would leave Yazhao most of the time. Shen Feng didn't want Su Xing to be outside Yazhao often, so he couldn't help but said, "You should think about this matter carefully before you talk about it. When you return to Yazhao, you will be able to calm down. If you are a bandit, you only need to post a few a reward mission, The mercenaries wiped out these robbers first. You don't have to do this kind of thing. With your abilities, you still have more room to play. Shen Feng did not directly reject Su Xing's proposal, but gave Su Xing a certain amount of time to think carefully. If Su Xing regretted it, it would be treated as never having said anything about it, but if Su Xing still insisted, Shen Feng could only think of a way to get the best of both worlds. Thank you, the city lord. I will definitely not change my opinion. I will definitely save the suffering people in this world. I will kill those bandits who ride on the necks of the weak. Su Xing said hastily. Chu Qiaoan also quickly helped Su Xing up from the ground. Since she is a person with supernatural powers, she cannot kneel down at will, as this will damage the dignity of the person with supernatural abilities. For Su Xing's request, Shen Feng was very helpless. Originally, she hoped that Su Xing would grow into a strong person so as to help herself. Going to kill the bandits was beyond Shen Feng's expectations. Chu Qiaoan took the opportunity to whisper to Shen Feng, Su Xing's mother stays in Yazhou. As long as she is still in Yazhou, Su Xing will not leave too far. Shen Feng nodded and understood what Chu Qiaoan meant when the first batch of food, more than 100 tons of rice, was delivered to Yazhou. Yang Chang and Guo Pinming also set off immediately with 8,000 regular troops, and 10,000 mercenaries who had received missions before the two set off. Shen Feng patiently told, when you two are in trouble, discuss it. I will arrange the autumn harvest in these 2 days, and I will meet you in a few days. Remember, day and night go out and go to Daba Mountain, fight at night and rest during the day. Guo Pinming was puzzled and asked, City Master, are you worried about being discovered by the headquarters? But I want to explain one thing, even if we do it at night, the headquarters will be aware of it. Guo Pinming, as a veteran, is naturally very aware of the satellite's capabilities. It is impossible for the headquarters to not know about the actions of nearly 20,000 people on his side. It seems that he imagined the satellite too simply if he wanted to conceal it by fighting at night a little bit. Shen Feng quickly explained and said, it's not the reason, it's an idea given to me by Professor Niu. Ordinary birds have very low vision at night, which is almost equivalent to blindness. Of course, nocturnal birds like owls birds appear, and when they enter the mountains, they act at night, and the birds can't see anything, and basically they won't be besieged. Hearing Shen Feng's explanation, Guo Pinming finally understood the reason. It turned out that he targeted the bird's weakness. Fighting at night is indeed a challenge, I understand. We will definitely do our best. However, we hope that we can guarantee equipment such as flashlights. Otherwise, in the woods at night, not only the birds will be blind, but we will also be blind. Guo Pinming said quickly, don't worry, I will let the surrounding hydropower stations cooperate and absolutely guarantee your electricity consumption. Then you don't make any mistakes. If you encounter any abnormalities in the mountains, you must report them. Shen Feng said seriously. Both Guo Pinming and Yang Chang nodded in agreement, and then they set off with their troops, while Guo Pinming's adopted daughter Zhou Lili hid in the distance to see him off. She didn't dare to approach Shen Feng because she was worried that Shen Feng would be angered. Shen Feng is too lazy to talk to this little girl. He is not going to settle accounts with a little girl. However, Shen Feng's actions immediately attracted the attention of the headquarters. If Shen Feng only purchased food from the outside world, the headquarters was not worried, and even felt that there might be a food shortage in Yazhou. The state dispatched nearly 20,000 people. What is this going to do? His heart can be punished. I knew that Shen Feng was not a good guy. Now that Yazhou has been blocked for a few days, he wants to make a move. What does it mean to go east? He must be eyeing the Three Gorges. He must not let the Three Gorges be snatched away. At the meeting at the headquarters, Long Jin from the Xianlong Bureau stood up and made an impassioned speech. It seemed that Shen Feng had become a confidant. The table is up. Guo Pinming and Yang Chang's choice of action is very simple, that is, most of the journey starts by boat, and the Daning River flows into the Yangtze River. As long as they go upstream from here, they can enter Daba Mountain in a short time. By land, however, a group of people went down the river, which directly caused a misunderstanding on the headquarters side, thinking that Shen Feng might be desperate to attack the Three Gorges Dam. The 2 points where Yazhou is blocked are the railway station and the Three Gorges, especially the Three Gorges. If there is no obstruction from the Three Gorges Dam, a lot of supplies can be sent directly to Yazhou through the Yangtze River. But now, the Three Gorges has blocked Yazhou, and all downstream ships are not allowed to go upstream, and many supplies in Yazhou cannot be replenished. The headquarters also immediately became worried. If Shen Feng really wanted to attack Sangsha, what would he do? Although there are troops in the Three Gorges, they are not many. They are mainly used to prevent the invasion of mutant beasts. Moreover, there are many supernatural beings in Yazhou at this time. Guang Changfa stood up and spoke. I don't think you need to worry. I have already learned about Shen Feng's purpose through K Yiming and Yun Lei's, which is to enter Daba Mountain to destroy mutant birds so as not to be threatened. As long as Shen Feng, when the wind reaches the confluence of the Daning River and the Yangtze River, it will turn and you can rest assured. Chapter 665 The forest is occupied. When Gong Changfa told the news he had found out, Long Jin said disdainfully, this is simply nonsense. Shen Feng is playing tricks. He said he was going to Daba Mountain, just to make us relax. Wait for him when the people arrive at the Daning River. It is only an hour away from the Three Gorges, so what if he suddenly attacks? What should we do? Guang Changfa said in a deep voice. After careful analysis, I determined that Shen Feng really entered Daba Mountain. First, Shen Feng's brother-in-law was in danger in Daba Mountain and almost died there. This is one reason, and the second reason the autumn harvest is just around the corner. Once the mutated birds leave the mountains, it will destroy Yazhou's agriculture. This is the second point, and the third is that Shen Feng will never do things that risk the world. HMPH, no matter how many reasons you say, it's useless. Can you guarantee that Shen Feng won't attack the Three Gorges? Tell me. Long Jin immediately started to question. Guang Changfa was silent. Although he was sure about Shen Feng's entry into the Daba Mountain, even if there was a 99% possibility, it was not a certainty. If it really happened, he couldn't guarantee it. Seeing that Gong Changfa had remained silent, Long Jin continued to say to the leaders of the headquarters, Shen Feng is known as the Dragon of Yazhou, and in private he even calls his home Fengshan Palace. What does this mean? Of course it's the heart of treason. How could such a person be willing to become a dragon in the shoal? He is definitely going to attack the Three Gorges. If we don't take precautions now, it will be too late. Many decision makers heard the words of the two men and thought about it. Now that the two possibilities are in front of them, they really need to be prevented. The power of the Three Gorges power station is directly supplied to many big cities in the middle reaches of the Yangtze River. If the Three Gorges is occupied, then these big cities will be the first to lose power, which is not good. After much deliberation, the headquarters finally decided, it is necessary to closely monitor Shen Feng's movements, send a message to Chen Yi of the Three Gorges, and ask him to guard against death, and never get out of the basket. In addition, Shen Feng is worried about monitoring the situation of mutant birds in the mountains. Mutated birds, we can't relax either. I thought that Hitler had already deceived Stalin and launched a sneak attack by surprise, which made it difficult for the Soviet army to parry for a while. Shen Feng is going to exterminate the mutant birds. This is the so-called two-handed preparation. If Shen Feng is only going to clean up the mutated birds, then it doesn't matter, but if Shen Feng wants to attack the Three Gorges, he must not be given such a chance, otherwise, his side must be it will suffer heavy losses. Without the Three Gorges, it will be impossible to effectively restrain Yazhou. However, at this time, everyone in Yanjing was also wondering, is the problem of mutated birds already so serious? Even Shen Feng can only go to clean up as soon as possible. It seems too nervous. The autumn harvest in China starts from north to south, but the harvest of winter wheat in spring is reversed, from south to north. This is also due to the difference in temperature. Therefore, Yazhou is worried that the autumn harvest will be affected by mutated birds. Bayan also became vigilant. If it is said that the autumn harvest is about to start on his side, this cannot be affected. However, there was also good news at the meeting. The leader in charge of contacting the Ability Management Bureau stood up and said with a smile, there is good news from Xiaosheng. They have already dug out oil, and they are going to use the Siberia Railway to send it directly to for the northeast border. Let us be responsible for the inspection and prepare food for exchange. By the way, originally, there was already an oil shortage in China. After all, China does not have much oil reserves, and basically it will not be exploited in large quantities. It is to be reserved for future generations. How can it be used up in my own generation? Most of them come from abroad, either from the Middle East, or from Siberia, or even from North America. In short, when you have money, you mainly buy. But after the end of the world has been in chaos. Cargo ships that were once capable of ocean voyages will also be attacked. Regardless of whether there is oil on board, As long as they appear on the ocean, they will be easily attacked by sea beasts. Sea beasts are very important to humans. The revenge has begun. There was also a problem with the oil pipeline. A section of the pipeline that passed through the prairie was damaged by something. The oil could not be sent to Zhonghe at all. Zhonghe suddenly fell into an oil shortage. In the case of oil shortage, the most popular the means of transportation have become battery cars and bicycles. Under this situation, the headquarters is also preparing to exploit domestic oil. After all, oil and gas resources are too important for the power of transportation. Fortunately, the Ability Management Bureau has brought good news. Long Jin sat aside and heard this, and immediately felt a deep sense of unease. He thought that Xiao Sheng and others who had gone to Siberia were far away from the center of power, and it was impossible to complete the task and come back in a short time. But only now did Long Jin realize that once the almost impossible task was completed, the momentum of the Ability Management Bureau would rise to a higher level. No, we must find a way to hold back these people and not allow them to easily accomplish this goal. Long Jin thought silently in his heart. As for Guo Pinming and Yang Chang, after arriving at the estuary of the Daning River, they headed upstream and headed towards Daba Mountain. At this time, after hearing the news, the army in the Three Gorges also finally relieved. Guo Pinming and Yang Chang also knew that the task was heavy, and the gasoline on board was already Yazhao's last stock. That is to say, this was the only chance to kill the mutant bird. Look, the rice will be harvested soon, and they are already nodding their heads. Yang Chang looked at the scene by the river and said to Guo Pinming beside him. Guo Pinming looked towards the two sides of the river, and the surrounding area was green. It seemed that the rice was growing well. Fortunately, if the rice planted this year is corn, it will take half a year's rice. Guo Pinming also showed a rare smile. Although the yield of corn is high, it is one of the 4 major staple foods in the world, but the taste is really not good. It is too rough to make corn-wrapped rice. It is okay to eat a few meals once in a while, but if you eat it for a few months, your appetite is really bad. I can't stand it. You know, most of the corn in the past was used as feed. Yazhao was not affected by disasters this year, and there were not too many mutated beasts to harass, so Yazhao ushered in a bumper harvest. However, the fields in Yazhao are basically in the north of the Yangtze River, and the terrain here is relatively flat. Once attacked, it will inevitably have a huge impact. At noon, Guo Pinming and Yang Chang chose to rest outside the mountain, sleep after eating, and wait for the sudden attack. At night, birds have very sharp eyesight, so even at high altitudes, eagles can see rabbits on the ground. However, most birds are blind at night. At night, the birds are illuminated with a flashlight. Hey, some birds still can't fly, and they can be caught by reaching out. Therefore, according to this characteristic of birds, the time to fight should be at night. Most of the soldiers have already fallen asleep, and the task of scouting is particularly important. When others are resting, they need to inquire about the situation. The vanguard first entered the woods, wearing camouflage uniforms. This camouflage uniform will also change with time. If it is in spring and summer, the camouflage uniforms are naturally green and dark green, but in autumn, there are more fallen leaves in the mountains, and the color turns yellow-green at this time, which changes with the environment. There's a lot of bird droppings in here. Someone whispered to the companion beside him. The shadows of the trees in the woods are mottled. Although no birds can be seen on the trees, there are a lot of bird droppings on the ground here, a large area of white flowers. Those who don't know it think it's the plasterer who has nothing to do. The slurry is here. After another vanguard heard what his companion said, he said in a low voice, "Be careful when walking, be careful on the top of your head, and be careful on your feet. Many hunters will put bear traps in the leaves. It's tetanus, the so-called relying on mountains to eat mountains, relying on water to eat water. Nowadays, close to the mountains and forests, many people in the farms will also hunt to improve their taste after farming. The method is also very simple, that is, set traps everywhere in the mountains, or even traps. Even if the beasts mutate, their IQ is not particularly high. Just sprinkle a little bait on the edge of the trap, and the animal can be hooked. So, when walking in the mountains, one has to be very careful with animal traps. This is a danger from one's own people. You can't tell these people who want to improve their lives not to eat rabbits, right? Even if it is explicitly prohibited, it will not stop the hungry people during the day. The birds are looking for food outside, whether it is wild fruits or insects in the mountains, it is the food of the birds, and the mutated birds directly crowd out the unmutated birds, making ordinary birds lost living space. Suddenly, A soldier saw bird nests on many trees in the distance, quickly took out his camera to take pictures, and said, "It's autumn now, why are there so many bird nests? In autumn, eggs can be fed. Arriving. Here, many pioneers have already seen one thing, that is, the number of birds in the Daba Mountains is absolutely beyond imagination, otherwise, there would not be so many bird droppings on the ground, and there would not be dense bird droppings on the trees. Birds nest on the branches of trees deep in the forest. Basically, as long as the branches are larger, there are bird nests on them. Just pile them up with branches casually, as long as the eggs don't roll down. Some birds directly lay their eggs on the ground, and the output is very high. Although the size is not comparable to the eggs, they are not small. The pioneers were just about to approach, but some chicks found a black shadow approaching. Immediately there was a loud cry. One bird started to cry, and the rest of the birds also started to cry, but the cry of the chick was relatively sharp, and for a while, the woods were full of birds' calls. The vanguard immediately sensed that something was wrong. Such a big movement would definitely startle the flock of birds, so they all lay down on the spot and covered their bodies with leaves. There was a tangy smell of mud and bird droppings immediately. Don't look at the birds. The feces don't seem to be very smelly, but in fact this is because the amount is not enough. When the bird droppings accumulate, the smell is still very strong. After a while, flocks of birds flew back from the sky. Many of them still had food in their mouths, either bugs or fruits, and even some birds came back with meat in their mouths. It can be seen that in this mountain forest, the flock of birds is the biggest force. What should we do now? Someone asked in a low voice. The flock of birds is now overhead. If this is discovered, the end will be miserable. They're all just evolutionaries, and apart from their physical strength being far superior to ordinary people, there's nothing special about them. Climb. The captain said lightly. In Sichuan province, the word crawl is generally insulting, and the meaning is very simple, that is, crawl away from me and degrade the other party as an animal. But now, no one feels dissatisfied with the appearance of the word climbing, because this is a literal countermeasure. Everyone crawls carefully among the dead branches and leaves, for fear of being discovered by the flock of birds. Someone really touched the animal trap hidden under the leaves, and quickly pushed it aside to avoid being caught. Animal traps are generally made of steel, and most people don't bother to polish them. As long as they can be used, as long as the trigger mechanism is fine, there is no need to polish them. Therefore, many animal traps are rusty. If you accidentally step on them, needless to say, tetanus is inevitable. Chapter 666, Fighting at Night. Guo Pinming, Yang Chang, and many commanding staff did not sleep. Ordinary soldiers need to sleep to maintain their physical strength, but as decision makers, they must consider all aspects of the battle. The time to sleep is not as good as that of ordinary soldiers. Seeing the dusk gradually approaching, both Guo Pinming and Yang Chang began to discuss that the Daba mountain is really too big. Don't look at the number of almost 20,000 people on my side, which seems boundless, but after entering the Daba mountain, but it's nothing. If you want to cause the greatest damage effect, you must not act according to the previous method, exterminating mutant birds is different from exterminating mutant beasts. Mutant birds can fly away. We surrounded them at night, and they flew away during the day. If we go all the way, the efficiency is too low. Guo Pinming Shen said loudly. Then, what do you mean? Let's divide up our troops? We will fight each other. Yang Chang then asked. Guo Pinming nodded seriously, and replied, that's right, this is the only way right now. Divide the troops into action. More than 100 people will walk along the way, carrying portable communication tools. We will sit at the command post and command at any time. After we disperse, we will act like a carpet. Entering Daba Mountain, one mountain after another catches mutant birds. Yang Chang hesitated, and said, the method is good, but I'm afraid of danger. Once there is a mutant bird king in the mountain, just like the blue peacock that the city lord met before, it will be dangerous. More than 100 people are not enough for the king of birds to kill. This is the result of dispersing the enemy. A small team is easy to be eaten. Once someone is unlucky and encounters the bird king, casualties will inevitably occur. However, if it is not dispersed, nearly 20,000 people clean up the mutant birds in the mountains every night, and the efficiency is really poor. Thinking of this, Guo Pinming could only shake his head helplessly, and said, it's a pity that Lucian can't go out, otherwise, Lucian is here. As long as he uses his supernatural powers, he can detect the movements of birds, and all problems will be solved. It's a pity, He can come, Lu. Xian himself didn't do anything to be sorry for Yazhao, but he married a wife named Hong Yehu, who even colluded with the Xianlong Bureau. This matter was told by Zhang Xiaoqiang, and Lu Xian had to accept the censorship. As for his wife, she also entered the prison and was locked up. It's a pity that a person with supernatural powers has lost all her powers now. Having said that, facing a large number of flocks of birds, even if everyone can fight at night, they still feel that they have more energy than their strength. The Daba mountain is really too big, and the terrain inside is still very complicated. This place is also a proper poverty-stricken area, not to mention the inconvenient transportation, and there are no resources. It is really not an easy task to solve the mutated birds that have taken root here at this time. The vanguard had returned, bringing first-hand news from the forest, and evidence captured by the camera as proof, and everyone hurriedly asked the vanguard to come over to ask for clarification. Minister, there are too many mutated birds in the forest. It's autumn now, but these birds are still laying eggs and hatching, as if they don't know the seasons. We all crawled out slowly. Fortunately, wear an auspicious suit on your body, otherwise you will be discovered. The captain of the vanguard said quickly. Guo Pinming and others quickly observed the photos. In the photos, the shadows of the trees in the forest were mottled, and almost nothing could be seen clearly, but there were bird nests on the branches of the trees. It can be said that as long as the branches are larger, the nesting places have been turned into bird nests, and the leaves on the ground are directly covered by a lot of bird droppings. Seeing these photos, Lu Kaiang couldn't help but said immediately, the ability of these birds to forage after mutation should be enhanced, so the extra energy can be used to reproduce offspring. If there is no food, then these mutants, even if the birds lay eggs, they won't be able to survive. The reason is very simple. Most animal reproduction is done under suitable environmental conditions, even human beings are no exception. The simplest example is that many people choose not to marry or have children if they have no money. Lighten your own life. However, after birds have mutated, their ability to forage for food has greatly increased. In nature, body size represents almost everything. Generally speaking, large animals are very powerful in fighting, such as lions and elephants. The birds have grown in size, find food more easily, and are more fertile, so that in the fall, the birds are still laying eggs under normal circumstances. Birds lay eggs and hatch in spring and summer, because there are more bugs in spring and summer, and in autumn, the temperature has dropped, and the birds have learned to take off and can survive the winter. But now, the birds in Daba Mountain lay eggs in autumn, which is particularly abnormal. I understand. These birds, when there is nothing to eat in autumn and winter, will leave the forest and go down the mountain to find food to fill their stomachs. In this way, humans become the targets of birds. Guo Pinming Shen Sheng said. When everyone heard this analysis, they also felt that it made sense, and nodded one after another. There are many animals that can store food in nature, ranging from lions and tigers to insects such as ants, but compared to the level of food storage, human beings must be the best in the world in terms of their ability to store food, and the means by which humans store food. It is also incomparable to animals in nature. When there is no food in the forest, these birds will go down the mountain. When winter comes, the earth is covered with snow, and the only place where food can be found becomes the granary of human beings, and even human beings themselves. Therefore, future mutations birds will definitely attack humans. It's not too late. I'll notify you right away. A group of 10 teams will disperse into the mountains. During meal times, flashlights will be distributed. Batteries are not allowed to be thrown around. They need to be reused to eliminate the mutated birds. Guo Pinming realized the matter. The urgency of the mutated birds has now exceeded the level that the forest can support. If this continues, the mutated birds will inevitably come down the mountain to invade the human territory, and this kind of thing must be avoided. When dusk came, everyone ate a full meal and replenished their energy. Afterwards, they were about to receive flashlights and prepare to go into the mountains. For this operation, Shen Feng had worked hard. The flashlights and other things were all ready. Several hydroelectric power plants are dedicated to supplying power to the headquarters, ensuring the ability to fight at night. Shen Feng wanted to shoot thousands of flares in the sky at one time, so as to illuminate the ground, but Yazhao really didn't have this ability, so he could save as much as he could, and just use a flashlight to make do with whatever flares he could. In the end, 18,000 people marched into Daba Mountain. At this time, the sky was getting dark and the birds had already returned to the forest. Their eyesight could not support taking off at night. Look, there are birds in the trees here, shoot them down. Boom, there. are also here. Keep shooting. Boom. When regular soldiers and amateur mercenaries went into the mountains to perform missions together, the difference immediately became apparent. Regular soldiers were responsible for illuminating and looking for mutated birds, and then someone was responsible for shooting. As for amateur mercenaries, that just do it casually, whoever hits it will be his, and the mercenary guild also explained that the prey can be disposed of by itself, which means that in addition to wages, there can be extra income. When the crowd rushed into the forest, they immediately alarmed many birds in the forest. The sky was dark, although it was autumn, but the leaves had not completely fallen, so the light in the forest was not good. The light of the flashlight was like a beam of light. The birds were caught. This kind of movement disturbed. Many birds stood on the branches in a daze, and more birds took off indiscriminately. Birds that take off can't see the surrounding situation clearly, and it's impossible to avoid them. If they are lucky, they can fly to the sky, and more often they hit the branches of the tree, and then fall down after fainting. The mercenaries were almost laughing when they saw the birds falling from the trees, because they really didn't expect to have such a harvest, and they didn't need to shoot to catch the birds. First come, first served. Whoever finds it belongs to him. Don't fight for it. Someone rushed forward with a loud shout, and the rest of the mercenaries rushed forward one after another. The rooster is so big, but its fighting power is not as good as the rooster. Everyone rushed up and started to pick up the birds that fell from the tree originally. The mutated birds rely on numbers to win, and the birds in the mountains are not as good as the migratory birds. Migratory birds like the white cranes and swans that appeared in the south of Yanjing at the beginning are very powerful. It is not as good as a large migratory bird, and can only rely on its quantitative advantage to become the overlord in the forest. Now that the bird landed on the ground, everyone rushed up, grabbed the neck of the mutated sparrow or thrush, twisted it, and it could be broken instantly. The caught birds are hung on the belt and become trophies. A person can hang more than a dozen birds on his waist. In addition to being a trophy, it can also be used to show off. However, there are not only ordinary mutated birds in the mountains, but also the king of birds. When the crowd poured into the forest, the king of birds was startled. A huge turtle dove flew into the sky in an instant, making continuous calls. After receiving the order, the surrounding birds flew to the sky one after another. For a moment, a dark shadow appeared in the sky, which looked terrifying. These birds numbered at least 100,000. Report to the headquarters. This is the 12th team. They found the king of birds. It is a turtle dove with a wingspan of about 5 meters. It has already brought many birds to the sky, but they have not landed. Reported the side of the bird king to the command. The turtle dove is called a stupid turtle dove because of its low intelligence and easy capture. It is often used in the south to scold children for being incompetent. For example, you are a stupid turtle dove. However, when the turtle dove flew into the sky with hundreds of thousands of birds, it immediately put pressure on the soldiers. When Guo Pinming heard the report from his subordinates, he couldn't help feeling a little helpless, and said in his heart, "I'm afraid of something. I was worried that there would be a bird king in the forest, but now it really appeared." The bird king and the ordinary mutant bird are two different concepts. No matter how big the mutant bird is, it is as big as a golden eagle, and its wingspan will not exceed 2 meters. Once the king appears, it is very difficult to destroy it without air power. Fortunately, at this time, someone fell from the sky. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Chang Jianyi. His arm hadn't fully recovered, and he was hanging in front of his body with a bandage. After walking into the headquarters, he said to Guo Pinming, "Brother, my brother-in-law asked me to help. He said that with me and Lu Kaiang, we can deal with the Bird King." Seeing Chang Jianyi appearing here, Guo Pinming immediately felt that a savior was coming. Now that he had air power, Chang Jianyi could fly to an altitude of 200 meters. Wouldn't it be easier to cooperate with Lu Kaiang, a sharpshooter? Lu Kaiang also stood up when he heard that, and said, "No problem, as long as I can fly higher than the Bird King, I can kill it with one shot, then I'll leave it to you. We must kill the Bird King." Guo Pinming said hastily. Chang Jianyi suddenly asked, "Then after I complete this mission, can I get my own title?" "Sure. If you want any title, then get ready. I will report to the city lord and let him announce it." Guo Pinming shook his head. He didn't expect the eldest son to care about this matter. Chapter 667 Chang Jianyi and number 039, S weakness. The reason why Chang Jianyi rushed to the command post was because Chang Jianyi took the initiative to invite Ying. He heard that Shen Feng was about to attack the mutated bird in Daba Mountain, and thought it was his brother-in-law who was trying to avenge himself. He was immediately moved and wanted to come. If you want to go, you can't just watch, so you want to take the initiative to help Guo Pinming and Yang Chang. Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi quickly agreed to this matter. Chang Haoji's safety would be guaranteed if they did it at night. Moreover, Chang Haoji was only responsible for dealing with possible bird kings. As long as he was not attacked by flocks of birds, that's absolutely safe. The king of birds in the forest is not just turtle doves. Besides turtle doves, albatrosses and owls also flew up. Among them, owls have night vision capabilities and pose the greatest threat to the soldiers. The owls flew directly into the sky and started. Only flocks of birds started attacking the crowd in the woods. Tens of thousands of birds flew directly towards the woods, and many sparrows directly hit the branches, and then fainted on the ground, but most of the sparrows still attacked the crowd, and the crowd suddenly became confused. The soldiers started shooting towards the sky with their rifles in their hands. Feathers and blood were continuously falling from the sky. The mercenaries were also waving their weapons indiscriminately. Hundreds of people were attacked at the same time. Even waving casually could kill the mutant bird. Similarly, the soldiers and mercenaries were also pecked and scratched by the birds, and the blood continued to flow. Although it was only a skin trauma, the pain caused was unbearable. There are so many bird kings, how can we fight? Some soldiers complained directly. If it was just an ordinary mutated bird, it would be solved by just hitting it with a bullet, but now that the bird king appeared, he directly started to command the mutated bird, and the damage caused to the army directly increased dramatically. It is conceivable that these wounded soldiers must consume a lot of medicine, disinfection must be done, and medicine must be applied in time to avoid scars. If the eyes are attacked, they may even be blind. At this time, a little flame suddenly appeared in the sky, and then a ball of blood burst out on the head of the bird king owl. It exploded on the spot at this moment, and the heavy body of the owl immediately fell to the ground. Can't act either. On the clouds at an altitude of 200 meters, Lu Qiang saw that the target had been shot in the head, and immediately smiled, and then said, "Hit." Lu Qiang was holding a large sniper rifle in his hands. The bullets were also special armor-piercing bullets. With one shot, a 0.5 centimeter steel plate could be pierced. Now after hitting the owl's head, it was like a watermelon falling on the ground. It exploded. Lu Qiang is very satisfied with his results. He can hit the target without even aiming at the enemy. After all, his ability is to control electromagnetic waves. After closing his eyes, he can also use electromagnetic induction. Shooting, no matter what kind of enemy, can hide it. Don't shoot at the head next time. The bird king may have extraterrestrial elements in his head. If you blow up his brain with one shot, how can we collect extraterrestrial elements? Chang Haoji said at this time, talk dissatisfied, and shot at the head. It seemed cool. One shot could kill the head, and the result, how to collect the loot. After being told by Chang Haoji, Lu Qiang also knew what he had done wrong, and quickly said, blame me, it's my fault, sir. Let's go to the next location. Next time I will aim at the body of the bird king and shoot. It's always okay, right? Okay, let's go. For the sake of my title, I will definitely complete this task successfully. Chang Haoji didn't pursue this matter, and flew towards the next destination. Lu Qiang took advantage of the situation to look below the clouds, and saw that the mountains and plains were covered with the light of flashlights. In addition, he could hear gunshots from time to time, and birds were constantly flying in the sky, but it was just nightfall and the moon had not yet set. When it rises, although there are many stars in the sky, the light is weak. The birds can't tell the direction, fly around randomly, and often pretend to be fainted on the tree. The mutated bird not only has increased in size, but also has a large increase in reproductive capacity, and can also fly in the sky. It seems that there is no weakness, but under the research of professional researchers, problems are still found. It's just that the night vision of the mutated bird is not good enough, which was not resolved when the mutated bird was mutated. There are no perfect creatures in the world, only creatures that are most suitable for the environment. Therefore, as long as creatures have weaknesses, many people only know to brag about tardigrades, but in fact tardigrades can also be eliminated. Tardigrades worms don't have the powerful vitality as imagined. It's nonsense to say that they can survive in space, and human beings have never talked about martial arts. If you know your weaknesses, then start from your weaknesses, and you will never give a chance to fair confrontation. Lu Qiang was able to find the best moment to snipe when Bird King's attention was already attracted by the crowd below. My lord, If you want to fly safely in the sky in the future, you'd better go faster, otherwise, as long as the enemy's speed in the sky is faster than you, it will be difficult for you to deal with it. Lu Kaiang felt that he was on the clouds. Speed. I wanted to hurry to the next battlefield, but the clouds were almost floating in the sky, not to mention compared with airplanes, even compared with drones, it was much slower. Chang Haoji shrugged helplessly, and said, "What can I do? The development of abilities is only so far. I want to become a 5th level and 6th level ability user earlier, but my sister won't let me." Speaking of this, Chang Haoji was rather depressed. Every time he wanted to evolve, his sister said that he could not control the powerful ability, which would eventually lead to the loss of control of the ability. What a joke, how could he not be able to control the ability? 5 minutes later, Chang Haoji and Lu Kaiyan came to the next battlefield. Looking down from the heights, the soldiers in the woods were shooting continuously, and after the birds finally took off from the woods, they couldn't stay away and kept hovering in the sky. There is no need to aim, and 4 or 5 birds can be shot down with a single upward shot. Lu Kaiyan estimated the range of the rifle, and then said to Chang Haoji, "Can you fly a little higher? I'm worried that the two of us will be accidentally injured by stray bullets. The people on the mountain below are all shooting. Even if they have flashlights on their bodies and a small number of people have night vision goggles, they can't aim during the melee. Generally speaking, they won't be shot at the height of 200 meters on their side. In the middle, but Baobuki has the kind of blindness, especially if Chang Haoji is hit." Lu Kaiang has no way to explain to the city lord. He is the city lord's brother-in-law. After all, Chang Haoji was right. After thinking about it, as a future hero, if he was killed by a stray bullet, wouldn't it be too unfair? Afterwards, Chang Haoji immediately began to raise his height, and finally reached the height of 300 meters directly. At such a high position, it was impossible to be easily hit. Next, he only needed to concentrate on finding the king of birds. The albatross is still flying in the sky. Although it is the king of birds, it still can't see clearly at night. It can only fly to the sky with a flock of birds. There are many chicks on the ground that can't take off, and these the fledglings can no longer take care of them. In nature, animals take preserving their own lives as the highest criterion. However, at this moment, the albatross seemed to feel something, as if a strange induction appeared in his brain, and then he looked towards the top of his head, and instantly found the cloud that appeared above his head, and then wanted to avoid it. Lu Kaiyan closed his eyes, but after using the electromagnetic induction, he also noticed the change in the other party, and he couldn't help wondering, is the Bird King's perception so sharp? It can even detect us in the sky. Night is the strongest means of cover, and Lu Kaiyan obviously did not expect to be discovered. However, it was too late to realize at this time. For Lu Kaiyan, a sharpshooter, as long as he locked the target, he would not even think about surviving. Lu Kaiyan pulled the trigger instantly, only to hear a loud bang, and the armor-piercing projectile was fired. Almost at the same moment, the albatross abdomen exploded, and blood and internal organs fell out. At this moment, the albatross only had time to let out a mournful cry, and then lost its strength and fell into the wood's branches. Hit. Let's go. The next target seems to be a silly turtle dove. Lu Kaiyan put away the sniper rifle and said to Chang Haoji. At this moment, Chang Haoji could only look enviously at Lu Kaiyan beside him, and said in his heart, "If I can also have this kind of marksmanship, I can also rule the world." Chang Haoji can fly by himself, and he can also use clouds and mists as cover during the flight. Most people will not be wary of the sky. Even if they see a cloud of mists, they will probably not think about it, and this is Chang Haoji's attack opportunity. After carrying enough ammunition, looking down from the sky, it is almost unobstructed. As long as you shoot, you can hit it. It's a pity that Chang Haoji's sniper level is not good, which is also related to his lack of serious contact with guns. If he can learn marksmanship seriously, his level may be improved. Next, the two went to the place where the kingbird turtledove was. However, the huge turtledove seemed to have discovered the location of the two of them long ago. In the eastern sky, the moon had already appeared, resulting in improved visibility, which was no longer what it was before. The kind that opened its eyes and went blind, but it gathered countless flocks of birds and rushed towards Chang Haoji and Lu Kaiyan directly. "I'm going, run, don't find out." Chang Haoji saw this, and the fear of more than 10 days ago was suddenly reawakened. When the overwhelming birds surrounded him, it was obviously impossible to escape. And there are so many birds that they swarm up, completely unable to defend against their attacks at this time. Lu Kaiang calmed down and said, I can't run. When we are in the sky, the speed of the flock of birds is too fast. We will be overtaken halfway, and we can't go down. There are all birds below. I can fight. Fight? How? Chang Haoji couldn't help asking. Lu Kaiang thought for a while and said, My lord, gather all the clouds and mists to interfere with the side of the birds to buy me time. As long as I can locate the Bird King's track, I can shoot. Hearing what Lu Kaiang said, Chang Haoji also quickly used his supernatural ability to gather a large cloud and mist. When the numerous clouds and mist had gathered, the visibility in the sky plummeted. The birds had just been able to fly by moonlight, but now instantly lost the target. Lu Kaiang has put away his contempt for the turtle dove, and started to deal with it seriously. He originally thought that the turtle dove's IQ would not be particularly high, but in the end he encountered danger when dealing with the turtle dove. It seems that the mutated Bird King has a level of intelligence has also been raised. The clouds and mist in the sky blocked the moonlight, and the flock of birds lost their direction, but the turtle dove was still approaching in the direction of Chang Haoji and Lu Kaiang, flapping their wings hard and flying very fast. Lu Kaiang closed his eyes, used electromagnetic waves to sense the enemy's position, and finally locked on the turtle dove, then put his shoulder against the butt of the gun, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The fiery bullet shot out of the chamber, and instantly penetrated the body of the Bird King. The Bird King immediately let out a wail. This shot directly broke the spine of the turtle dove. It was impossible to fly, so he had no choice but to fall downward. After the birds lost the order of the Bird King, they immediately scattered and flew away, barely flying in the moonlight. But the birds are also tired, and when they descend wearily, it is their death time. Huh? I'm scared. If we attack during the day, we will be in danger. Lu Kaiang said with lingering fear. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 668 Execution Time. Yanjing has been observing the movements of Yazhao. When many leaders found out that Yazhao simply entered Daba Mountain to fight, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. They also knew that it was impossible for their own people to be casual. They used missiles to attack. After all, they did not use missiles to attack Treasure Island later. Yanjing also got a report from its own people. Migratory birds from Siberia have appeared, but the number is small. In addition, the number of native resident birds in Taihang, Yanshan and other places is not large. Yanjing is a city that was once attacked by mutated birds. At the beginning, migratory birds directly dropped zombies on Yanjing, causing huge casualties, let alone tens of thousands of people died in this chaos, and such a tragic incident cannot happen. It's the second time, and we must try our best to stop it nowadays. There is already evidence to prove that there are not many mutant birds in the Yanjing area. In this way, I don't need to worry about the mutant birds. The small number means that the threat will not be particularly great. However, even though it was a false alarm, Yanjing's headquarters has already seen Shen Feng's thoughts. Shen Feng is just a guy who guards his own family, and he has no big ambitions at all. Regarding the matter of land distribution, there will be no unreasonable thoughts about other places. Although there is no threat of mutated birds around Yanjing, everyone in Yanjing still wants to know the situation of cleaning up mutated birds in other places. They cannot underestimate any situation that occurs in the doomsday. For example, when Rongcheng did not build a city wall, it caused to prevent the zombies from advancing layer by layer. The headquarters used observation satellites to observe the situation in Daba Mountain all day long. According to Yanjing's observation, after Yazhao's army entered Daba Mountain, they fought very quickly and at night. It stands to reason that the battle should be resolved soon, but in the end the progress of Yazhao's side was very special. The slowness is probably because there are too many mutated birds in the mountains. Even after 10 days, Shen Feng disappeared from Yazhao. Needless to say, Shen Feng also entered Daba Mountain, and the affairs of Yazhao were handed over to Chang Jianyi again. At this time, Yanjing was attracted by more important matters. Everyone was paying attention to one thing, that is, at this time today, Yu Henggai, who had done all kinds of bad things, was about to be executed. It's everyone abroad who is paying attention, let alone everyone in China. For a long time, everyone has a consensus, that is, a person with supernatural powers is a superior existence. It is very simple, Because when a person with supernatural powers appears, he is one in a million. Even if there is a supernatural potion, it is the same. Humans can use supernatural potions. It is also recognized that people with supernatural powers can do whatever they want, even if they kill people. Basically no one can punish them. Nowadays, this is the first time that a superhuman person with a heinous crime has been executed in public. How can it not attract people's attention? Long Jin originally hoped to let people on his side do the work, but Gong Changfa disagreed. Gong Changfa said that he should give Yu Henggai a ride, at least to get to know each other. Such a powerful ability, even if it is not in its own hands, it must not be in the hands of the opponent. With this in mind, the two sides even quarreled with the headquarters. In the end, the headquarters ruled that the executioners would be sent by the military. It can be used when it can be used by the authority. With such a ruling, neither party can continue to quarrel. But when it was time for the execution, Long Jin found Zhan Jinsu and said, "You want to make Yu Henggai's body disappear, do you understand?" When Long Jin said this, the meaning was very simple, that is, to create chaos during the execution process. As long as Yu Henggai's body disappeared by accident, then it would be impossible for the headquarters to say anything. As for this ability, it can be hidden completely. Used later. Zhan Jinsu nodded quickly, and said, "I'll try my best. When the time comes, I'll create a commotion and take the opportunity to take the corpse away. I'm worried that the Xiangsung Bureau will interfere. They are not cheap." Zhan Jinsu still has a way to create chaos. As long as a random rumor is spread, it can cause chaos in the city, and then it will be very simple to operate. Long Jin said, "Don't worry, I will hold off on Guang Changfa's side, you can do it at ease." After receiving the instructions, Zhan Jinsu immediately started to act, firstly to make the execution process chaotic, and then to make the corpse disappear, and this matter must wait until the execution is over. After thinking about this, Zhan Jinsu quickly found a group of hooligans in the city. These people were once rich sons. As a result, when the end came, they would no longer have the ability to live, and they couldn't bear to do ordinary jobs. And eventually degenerated into hooligans. As long as they are given money, they are willing to do anything. All of you spread the news to me, saying that mutated birds are about to attack Yanjing. All of you are going to spread the word about it, and when it's done, I'll find you a decent job, so you don't have to idle around anymore. Zhan Jinsu was proud said, and after her attitude fell on these little hooligans, the effect was really good. Wasn't it just her arrogant attitude? You have the ability, you are an uncle, as long as you can change our living environment, even if you let us eat feces in public, that's fine. So, everyone hurriedly said flatteringly to Zhan Jinsu, "Miss, don't worry, we will definitely be able to complete the task you gave, and we will definitely satisfy you." Zhan Jinsu nodded in satisfaction, and said, "As long as you can do it, then, although it is difficult to return to the previous life, it is still very easy to get easy and quick money. You are all in the doomsday after more than 2 years, I should have thought about it clearly." Of course the gang of hooligans know that today is not what it used to be. Back then it was a fury-like life, where they could get whatever they wanted, with money at home and a lot of houses, so there was no difficulty at all in wanting to live on. Sometimes I can go to the bar to find a few girls who are also lonely and talk about my ideals in life, but in the end, it turns out that all the money has become waste paper, the house is worthless, and the good life once disappeared without a trace. It is really important to have a stable job with good benefits in the apocalypse. After thinking about this, many hooligans said that they will definitely be able to complete the task at this time. An ignorant hooligan asked, "Why do we spread this news? After spreading this news, will we be caught?" Zhan Jinsu frowned immediately, and said to himself, "This kid is really ignorant." After the change of Zhan Jinsu's face was caught by others, others quickly criticized and said directly, "You are really ignorant. We are just responsible for handling affairs. Why are you asking these questions? Don't you want to do it?" No. I was obsessed with ghosts just now. I asked the wrong question, so just pretend that I didn't say anything." The guy who asked the question before apologized quickly, obviously knowing that he had made a serious mistake, so he could only apologize at this time. Generally speaking, thugs are not allowed to ask the employer's purpose, because the more they know, the more dangerous they are, and they are easy to be silenced, so acting honestly is the best choice. After Zhan Jinsu ordered the time and place, he left directly, and these hooligans immediately started to act. In order to get a good job, they had to fight hard, but during this process, they must not leak the handle. If it is caught afterwards, It will be really miserable in Yanjing. The most frightening things are zombies and mutated birds. These two are things that really appeared in the city. People are deeply impressed. After more than a year, they have not forgotten it. As long as there is news of the appearance of mutated birds, it is bound to cause confusion, but at this time, the execution is about to begin. Although it is a public execution, it cannot appear on the street. The experience of beheading at Keishikawa is useless. It looks good. Besides, Yu Hengai's brain needs to be recovered. When the time comes, there will be too many people, and it will be even more troublesome if it is taken away in an open-air courtyard. The execution site has already been laid out, just in front of a wall with many bullet holes. It is obvious that this is the place to deal with the prisoners. Multiple cameras have been assumed to shoot Yu Hengai live through the internet. In the past, the shooting scene was generally not watched by people, let alone live broadcast in public. If such a bloody picture is seen by children, this can affect physical and mental health, but now it's the end, not to mention shooting criminals. Even more bloody scenes have appeared after the live broadcast started. They immediately showed up with the prisoners. Although I don't know why people in ancient times chose to be killed after autumn, one thing is true, that is, the air in autumn is very cool, and there is no need for winter. Bitter cold, and not as hot as summer. At this time, eating a full meal and sending it to the execution ground will make people disappear with the fallen leaves. Yu Hengai was taken out of the special car, and he was covered in stench just after he appeared. There was no way. Yu Hengai hadn't moved for a month, and no one took care of Yu Hengai. The final result was that there was a lot of excrement on Yu Hengai's body, which led to the stench of the body. Looking at Yu Hengai's face, he was also very haggard, even more miserable than when he was on trial a month ago. During this time, Yu Hengai couldn't eat well. It can be said that he didn't have to eat. His survival was all due to the injection of glucose. He couldn't even sleep, and under the 24-hour strong light, Yu Hengai was almost blind. As soon as he appeared, everyone was startled. It was really surprising that he was once a strong young man, but now he has become like this. He is almost skinny, and his thin body is not like what a superhuman should have. Look, and Yu Hengai was brought in front of the wall and sat on a special chair to prevent Yu Hengai from violently hurting others. When Yu Hengai first appeared, all kinds of insults started on the live broadcast platform, even though many keywords have been blocked. But you have to believe in the wisdom of netizens. They can always invent all kinds of new words to insult others. The 18th generation of Yu Hengai's ancestors were greeted on the spot. This kind of person is typically uneducated. If you want to say why you are uneducated, it is because you didn't hire a tutor when you were young. Let him live an extra month. It's really cheap for him. This kind of person should be quartered by 5 horses. Where? Is it enough to divide the corpse by 5 horses? It should be served by the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. I don't believe that he can survive any of the tortures. Hurry up, keep looking at this disgusting face. I'm going to spit it out. People are constantly outputting their emotions on the internet. This is the result of supervisors deleting comments. Really bad insults cannot appear in the comment area. Yu Hengai raised his head with difficulty and looked around, wanting to see if someone would see him off, but looking around, there was no one he knew. It seemed that before he died, no acquaintance would show up here. After drinking this bowl of wine, I'll be a drunk on Huangquan Road. Someone handed Yu Hengai a bowl of white wine, which was directly brought to Yu Hengai's mouth. Yu Hengai smiled wryly, then opened his mouth, and the executioner immediately poured white wine into Yu Hengai's mouth. Yu Hengai was finally able to drink the first sip of something in a month, and his stomach was so spicy that he couldn't help coughing. Chapter 669. Crow and number 039, S mouth. Yu Hengai couldn't see the person who saw him off, and he didn't feel disappointed in his heart. He also knew very well that it was impossible for people who wanted to visit him to appear in the execution ground at this time, especially Shen Feng. He and the headquarters had already turned their faces. If this appears in Yanjing, it will inevitably be besieged. Thinking of this, Yu Hengai could only smile helplessly, and finally looked at the blue sky, closed his eyes and said, "Okay, you can do it now." The people on the execution ground were all soldiers, and there was not a single person with supernatural powers. Originally, Guang Changfa was going to enter this yard to send Yu Hengai off for the last time, but he was stopped. The reason is also very simple. Guang Changfa escaped from the hands, which proves that the Xiangsong Bureau is not doing well, and Guang Changfa must not be allowed to appear here. And there were many comments in the barrage during the live broadcast. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, let the devil drink. What do you think? It's really boring. According to me, it's enough to just take a shuttle and finish this scumbag. Do you still need to wait? What? Do you know? This is a process. This is the last mercy for criminals. Is it worth it to have pity on a demon? Netizens already want to see justice realized, and they don't want to care about Yu Hengai's hidden secrets. They just want to do one thing, and that is to vent their emotions in the apocalypse. As for who the target is no longer important. Zhan Jinsu is wearing a military uniform and counting the time silently. Judging by the scheduled time, riots were about to occur as Zhan Jinsu estimated. When the soldiers who were executing Yu Hengai announced his crimes, the city suddenly became chaotic, and countless people began to run around, looking for air raid shelters. The former subway has been converted into an air raid shelter. But now they are shouting, "Run for your life, the mutated bird is here, the mutated bird has appeared." Chaos surrounded the execution site in an instant, and many soldiers were already panicked. They didn't expect that there would be an unexpected situation on their side. Zhan Jinsu took the opportunity to step forward and said to the leaders here, according to the regulations, now there was an accident, and the execution needs to be executed immediately, and the body will be sent back to the prison of Xianlong Bureau by our special car for safekeeping. The leader thought about it, and indeed there are such rules. At that time, no one thought about what might happen when the supernatural beings were executed, but now at this time, the situation just happened like this, so follow the rules, execute it. In short, Yu Hengai must die. There is no need to pronounce a sentence, just shoot him, and hand over the body to a special car to take away. The leader said directly. At this time the soldier who was still reading the verdict hastily put down the paper in his hand, and the executioner walked to the stage. There was a pistol and a magazine on the stage. Looking at Yu Hengai on the opposite chair, Yu Hengai closed his eyes with a calm expression, as if he was waiting the coming of death. Yu Hengai has realized that everything in the past is vain. It is precisely because he is too attached to an imaginary relationship that he will kill innocent people in a rage after entering the illusion. Now, he has let go of everything. Then there is no so-called resentment. The soldier moved very quickly, and instantly pressed the magazine into the pistol and pointed it at Yu Hengai. However, at this moment, a person rushed in at the gate of the execution ground. It turned out to be Qin Qa, and she said loudly, wait a minute, I have a few questions I want to ask you." Hengai shot. At the last moment, Qin Qa still appeared here, and Yu Hengai's eyelids moved, but they still did not open. In the end, seeing this scene, Zhan Jinsu quickly shouted, "Do it, an accident has already occurred." The executioners didn't dare to delay any longer, so they could only choose to do it at this moment. The pistol was aimed at Yu Hengai's chest, and the bullets shot out directly. The bullet hit Yu Hengai's chest, and Yu Hengai immediately bled profusely. Feeling the severe pain and loss of blood, a wry smile appeared on the corner of Yu Hengai's mouth, and then he lost all consciousness. Perhaps, for Yu Hengai, this is the complete relief, to be able to leave this lifeless world, without having to think about what kind of wrong things he has done. Qin Qa watched Yu Hengai being beaten to death, and was at a loss for what to do. Originally, she wanted to ask Yu Hengai something seriously, but such an opportunity disappeared in vain. Zhan Jinsu also said to Qin Qa at this time, "Captain Qin, there is chaos in the city now, you can't just watch it. At this time, you should maintain order." Hearing this, Qin Qa also remembered that on his way to the execution ground, there were many residents running in the surrounding streets, all talking about the arrival of mutant birds. "I will go to maintain order right away, but I hope you will keep Yu Hengai's body safe. If possible, I will bury him with my own hands." Qin Qa could only say helplessly. Of course, Qin Qa knew that Yu Hengai's most precious thing was his brain, which was also coveted by others, and he had met Yu Hengai at least once, and after burying him, it was considered as the last of his friendship. If he watched him die in the end, if there is no burial place, it would be too miserable. Thinking about it now, Qin Qa discovered many doubts about Yu Hengai's indiscriminate killing of innocent people. Throughout the whole incident, Yu Hengai's behavior was quite abnormal, and it is said that many masked guys appeared in the city that day, and these guys couldn't see clearly. It is said that their faces are still supernatural beings, which means that other people are involved. It's just that once Yu Hengai dies now, nothing will be clear, and this is the situation. I think Zhan Jinsu said confidently. Of course there is no problem. Although it is just a corpse of scum, it still has the right to bury it. Afterwards, Zhan Jinsu asked someone to throw Yu Hengai's body into the car, and took off the restraint chair while throwing it up just as Zhan Jinsu was about to leave. Yanjing's air defense siren sounded at this time. The ear-piercing sound resounded through the sky. Hearing the sound of the air defense siren, almost everyone in the city panicked. This is not peace. Years of rehearsal, meaning just a moment. This is a warning that truly represents danger. When the air defense siren sounded, the only thing we could do was to find a nearby house to take shelter, preferably the subway. The subway in Yanjing had been transformed into an air raid shelter, and it was always safer to hide underground. After hearing the ear-piercing siren, Zhan Jinsu immediately felt that something was wrong. He was obviously just making people create a commotion around the execution ground, but now, it seemed that the scope of influence was too large, and the siren sounded directly in the city. Doesn't it mean that the whole city has been alarmed? Not good. If the rumors I spread turn into riots, the casualties in Yanjing will be heavy. When the time comes to investigate, I probably won't be able to escape. Forget it, the world is dangerous, so we will withdraw. Jinsu was taken aback by the change that occurred at this time, and planned to flee the scene at this time, but Qin Kui failed to get some important information from Yu Hangai. At this time, someone was rumoring that a mutated bird had entered the city. The mutated bird is not a good thing. It was hunted and killed by humans before. They are all helpless, only the fate of being raised in captivity, but in fact, mutant birds are also very aggressive, especially when facing guys who are not as big as themselves. So, under such circumstances, Qin Kui could only choose to help the weak in the city. 5 minutes after the alarm sounded, black shadows suddenly appeared in the distant sky. On the originally clear sky, black shadows appeared one by one. At this time, the live broadcast was also closed due to the sudden situation, and viewers who watched the live broadcast on the internet also began to care about this matter. Why was Yanjing suddenly attacked by mutant birds? Zhan Jinsu drove quickly, preparing to return to the Xianlong Bureau. He was carrying Yu Hangai in his car. He took advantage of the chaos and quickly hid the corpse, and waited for the right opportunity to cultivate a powerful superhuman. However, the city has been in chaos for a long time. Whether it is on the road or on the sidewalk, there are dense crowds of people. The cars can't drive at all. The panicked crowds are looking for a place to hide. The best way is to go home. Zhan Jinsu could only move slowly. The car was made of steel plate and would not be opened easily, and was ready to set off at full speed when the crowd dispersed. However, suddenly, a stream of white water fell from the sky, and with a crash, it completely covered the front glass, and at the same time, a stench came in from the gap in the car. Seeing this scene, Zhan Jinsu was stunned, and quickly sprayed water on the car window, wiped the window glass with a wiper, and looked up to the sky, only to find that there were many big birds in the sky, many of which were on the side. Fihon was pulling bird droppings. The window was covered with droppings just now, because it was covered with the droppings of a big bird. Do I have the talent of a prophet? I didn't expect that I could guess this kind of thing. It's amazing. Zhan Jinsu murmured. The rumors that Zhan Jinsu thought of before were also related to Shen Feng. I always heard that Shen Feng was cleaning up the mutated birds in the mountains, so I just said it casually. I didn't expect that Yanjing really encountered mutated birds. Attack, such an effective thing has never appeared before. Zhan Jinsu never thought that he would predict a disaster, and he couldn't believe it at the moment, and the mutated bird also started to dive at this time, attacking the people in the city. Mutated birds have their own methods when attacking humans. Big birds can have a wingspan of 2 or 3 meters. They catch women and children and take them to the sky, and then throw them down, watching them plop, and fell directly into a bloody mess. When the food would not move, the mutated bird would land on the street and start eating meat, and the small mutated birds are not big enough. That is, chickens and ducks are as big as chickens and ducks. Even children can kill this kind of bird, but these small birds immediately started beating, and they didn't talk about martial arts at all. 20 mutated birds surrounded the people and kept scratching them. Their sharp beaks aimed at the eyes and ears of the people and attacked them. After a while, people would become blind. All of a sudden, the entire city of Yanjing was covered by flocks of birds. The lucky people had already hid at home, closed all the windows, and pulled up the curtains. The whole family held their weapons tightly and looked at the windows. They dare not go out, and those who are unlucky are still running on the street, facing almost endless attacks. After the air defense alarm appeared, everyone in the city panicked. The previous air raid was a year and a half ago. I thought that such a situation would never happen again, but the reality gave everyone a slap in the face. Birds can appear at any time. Many leaders in the headquarters were shocked, and immediately gathered together, roaring in the conference room, "Didn't you say that there is no crisis of mutated birds around Yanjing? Then, where did so many mutated birds come from?" Obviously. Before this, there were investigation reports showing that there was no threat of mutated birds around Yanjing, but at this time, Yanjing was suddenly attacked by a flock of birds. This situation is unacceptable, and there is no prevention, that's all, but Yanjing was clearly preventing this kind of thing from happening, but in the end it still couldn't prevent the disaster from happening. Chapter 670 Unexpected Event. The people in Yanjing obviously did not expect that the mutated birds would suddenly attack. Moreover, there were not many mutated birds found in Taihang Mountain and Yanshan Mountain before, but now Yanjing has been overwhelmed by a large number of mutated birds. Surrounded, this couldn't have been bred all of a sudden, right? Facing the questioning of the crowd, the intelligence personnel had already sweated from their foreheads. They could only hurry up and investigate the problem of the leader. Only then did they finally find out that these birds did not appear from the Taihang Mountains and Yanshan Mountains, but from the Siberian Plateau. The report says that these mutated birds all flew over from the Siberian Plateau. Now that it's winter in the extreme north, the birds are also going south. I just didn't expect so many birds to fly from Siberia. These aren't our native birds. The intelligence personnel finally came to such a result. The birds that were attacking Yanjing at this time did not actually reproduce from China, appeared abroad. The original Siberia is recognized as a vast land and sparsely populated, especially the Far East, which is all plateaus and mountains, and it is freezing in winter. It is too difficult to live in this place, but now that the end is coming, human beings, the number has already lost more than half, and it would be good to recover to the level of 6 billion within 50 years, and in Siberia, no one knows what the situation is like in the plateau area. Hearing that these mutated birds that appeared in the sky above Yanjing had flown from Siberia, everyone at the headquarters was a little surprised at first, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this was indeed the case. The mutated birds in China were generally not so small in size. Many big birds that appear this time can catch people and fly to the sky. Among them, whether they are egrets or wild geese, they are all typical migratory birds. The headquarters immediately had new questions, and then asked, "Aren't the people from the Ability Management Bureau also in Siberia? Did they find out about this? Why didn't they warn?" The people from the intelligence department had no choice but to explain. Xiao Xing and the others are in Siberia, but they are in the central plains. The mountains and hills in the Far East are thousands of miles away. They may not be able to know the changes in the mountains. The intelligence department is telling the truth. Siberia is too vast. There are plains and plateaus. After the plains are reclaimed, they will be farmland. Although only one season of crops can be planted each year, it is better than the vastness. It can produce enough food, but in the plateau of the Far East, it seems that apart from potatoes, there are no other crops suitable for the climate here. Really, since it is a harmful migratory bird from abroad, why didn't you report it earlier? Can't you use satellites? Shen Feng, who is far away in Yazhou, can deal with mutated birds in advance. Why can't you do it? To predict this in advance. Many leaders in the headquarters were still puzzled, and they cursed at the person in charge of the intelligence department. There is no harm without comparison. Whether it is a sense of happiness or a sense of failure, it is a feeling that can only be produced after comparison. The object of comparison at the headquarters is Shen Feng, who is far away in Yazhou. Shen Feng cannot use satellites, and even all kinds of intelligence systems were not complete, but Shen Feng was able to respond to this kind of thing early. On the contrary, in the intelligence department of the headquarters, the intelligence lagged behind Yazhou. The intelligence department had no choice but to defend themselves. The satellites recently observed mutant beasts in the mountains. For example, in the Daxinggan Mountains, the number of mutant Siberian tigers and black bears is increasing rapidly. The mutant beasts pose a greater threat to us. Therefore, I didn't observe foreign countries for the time being, but I didn't expect that suddenly there would be mutant birds coming to Yanjing from abroad, as if they were attracted. Alright, I don't want to hear these explanations anymore. In short, the most important thing now is to solve the problem of mutated birds. I don't want to be attacked by mutated birds when I go out. Everyone interrupted the intelligence department, complaining, it is meaningless to pursue the backwardness of the one intelligence system. In short, mutant birds have appeared in the sky. If this is not resolved, everyone will not have a peaceful life. Therefore, The most important thing right now is to get rid of the mutated birds overhead. The headquarters will discuss countermeasures immediately, and the mutated birds over the city of Yanjing can only be handed over to the army for the time being. The most frustrating thing is that the number of air forces in Yanjing is seriously insufficient at this time. More than a year ago, Yanjing leaked all of his Honghu's wealth, and had 10,000 fighter jets. However, since the end of the operation against zombies, the air forces from all over the country have also returned. After all, the strength of the air force is also needed locally. Yes, in this way, the air force is not enough. In other words, the safety of Yanjing can only be handled by the infantry station here at present. It is completely unclear what kind of results can be achieved by using ground means to deal with the enemies in the air. While the headquarters were still discussing, news came from the northern region. It was the news from the people who farmed on the Songnan Plain in the northeast. Mutated birds are attacking us, please help, Yanjing's headquarters has not been able to deal with the security issue yet, but when they heard the news of the call for help, it made people almost collapse. The headquarters itself needs support, and you still ask us to provide support. How can this be done? However, since it has already been attacked, it is impossible for the headquarters to be indifferent to this matter, so it has to issue orders to cities such as Jinling and Pudong, ordering them to come to support immediately. Even cities in the south like Guangzhou have received orders from the headquarters. The Songnan Plain is the most fertile area among the 3 eastern provinces, and it is also a big granary for China. If it is destroyed by mutant birds, it will be really miserable. On the other hand, Yanjing itself also needs support. Usually, there are 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers stationed around Yanjing. It is enough to defend Yanjing with a population of 8 million, but facing the enemy in the sky, Yanjing the army is still beyond its capabilities at this time. Zhang Jinsu originally hid in the car. She knew that the material of her car was made of steel plates. Even the glass was bulletproof glass. Unless it was hit by armor-piercing bullets, the car would be able to withstand it. However, she changed her mind when she saw a terrifying scene. After an egret flew down that day, it landed straight on the roof of the car. It had a long beak. Such a long beak, it is obviously a good hand for catching fish, but at this time, Beilu took the man hiding in the car as a target. Crack! The egret's beak was directly picked down, the original solid glass was directly penetrated, and the man sitting on the driver's seat was also pierced through the body by the beak in an instant. His eyes were full of disbelief. It's obvious that this man didn't expect to hide in the car and still can't survive. After Zhanjin Suzy saw this terrifying scene, she couldn't help but start thinking. If she also became the target of Beilu, wouldn't she be in danger? Even if her ability is cell regeneration, her recovery ability is unparalleled in the world. But if the heart is attacked one after another, it is unbearable. Thinking of this, Zhang Jinsu said to himself, I'd better hide in the back compartment. Even if the glass in the driver's seat is bulletproof glass, it can't compare to steel plates. The cabin is made of steel plates, 1 centimeter thick steel plates. I don't believe that these birds can break open with their flesh and blood. Zhang Jinsu did what he said, got out of the car quickly, and went directly to the back of the car, took out the key on his body to open it, but found a surprising scene. At the back of the car, the door lock had been broken, and it was broken open violently. There was a huge hole in the door lock, and the surrounding steel was still hot, so it was obvious that the steel plate at the back of the compartment was melted. Seeing this scene, Zhang Jinsu was horrified and thought, who did this? It must be someone with supernatural powers who can open the door lock of the carriage without me noticing it. Only superhumans can do it. Up to this point, there are quite a few people with fire abilities, but now there should be only one Sun Yan left in Yanjing. There are actually a lot of fire-type superpowers, and these superpowers have different degrees of development of supernatural powers, and the temperature of the flames is also different. The temperature of ordinary charcoal fire is naturally not as good as that of rocket fuel when it burns temperature, and Xiao Sheng is the strongest flame user, but Xiao Sheng is digging oil in Siberia and has not returned yet. Besides, Ke Yiming is also a master and can control flames, but he is in Yuzhou after recuperation. After all the calculations, there is only one person left in Yanjing who can still use flames, and that is Sun Yan. Then Zhang Jinsu opened the door of the carriage and looked inside. He frowned and couldn't help but tremble all over, because Yu Hengai's body had disappeared without a trace. Jinsuke closed the carriage door with his own hands, and Yu Hengai's body disappeared. Heavenly Selection Bureau, Sun Yan. You people dare to take away Yu Hengai's body at the risk of the world's dissatisfaction. There is no law in the world. I must report to the headquarters and punish you severely. Zhang Jinsu said angrily. People on the street have basically run away, and those who want to survive are looking for shelter, regardless of whether the place around them is a store or not, going to hide from the birds. Besides, if you hide in a house, the birds can't deal with it. People do harm as a result. Zhang Jinsu's roar directly attracted the attention of a wild goose. There was not much food on the ground. At this time, Zhang Jinsu was standing outside cursing the street. This is a live target, and he was naturally targeted. The mutated wild goose swooped down and grabbed Zhang Jinsu's shoulder, then flapped its wings vigorously and flew into the sky, flying up to a height of 20 meters. Zhang Jinsu didn't expect that he would be attacked like this. In the sky, it is impossible to escape. Damn. Bastard, why don't you let me go? Zhang Jinsu couldn't help cursing angrily at this moment, already very dissatisfied with what happened to him. The wild goose then let go of its paws, allowing Zhang Jinsu to do a free fall, and then he was about to prepare for a big meal. Generally speaking, only birds on high mountains will use this attack method. For example, after an eagle catches a rabbit, it cannot kill the rabbit for a while, so it grabs the rabbit and comes to the rock, throws it down and falls to death, only then enjoy it. Birds of prey such as golden eagles will even catch lambs and throw them to death, and then eat the meat. The wading birds on the seaside generally do not use this method of killing the prey, because it is not necessary. Just pick up the shells if they want to eat them. The shells will not run away. Wading birds can directly peck open the shells and eat the meat inside, but they never think. Now the geese have also learned special skills. Zhang Jinsu fell straight to the ground. When he fell, his legs hit the ground first, but the moment he touched the ground, Zhang Jinsu's legs were broken, and blood gushed out. A bloody scene. The screen appears in front of you. Zhang Jinsu endured the excruciating pain, and hurriedly used his supernatural powers, and saw that Zhang Jinsu's legs healed at an extremely fast speed, and a dozen birds fell from the sky at this time, and it seemed that they all wanted to separate a cup of soup. Zhang Jinsu endured the pain in his body, and ran out while recovering from his injuries. He got into a nearby clothing store and hid. None of the mutated birds had ever seen such a scene. A person who fell from a high altitude is considered if it is not dead, it must not be able to move, and then it just needs to be eaten. But now, the prey hides directly, which is unprecedented. The geese are also helpless, since the prey is hiding. Let's look for the next prey. Chapter 671 Rescue from Thousand Miles. The city of Yanjing was already in chaos, and no one expected the attack of mutated birds. When everyone heard that someone from Yuzhou had entered the Daba mountain to wipe out the mutated birds, they all looked at it with the idea of watching the excitement. Regarding this matter, everyone felt that Shen Feng's worries were completely unfounded. The million migratory birds that attacked Yanjing at the beginning had been burned to ashes by the cloud bombs. How could there be mutated birds attacking the city? Even abroad, I have never heard of such a thing happening, but the result was so surprising. Shen Feng, who seemed to be making unfounded worries, was not attacked after cleaning up the birds in Daba Mountain. Instead, Yanjing, who had no news of mutated birds, was once again attacked. Attacked by mutated birds in everyone's understanding, when the zombies in China are almost eliminated, the only thing left to be solved is the mutant beasts. Moreover, in the deep mountains and old forests, the number of mutant beasts has been increasing. In spring and winter, wild beasts without food in the mountains will turn into hordes of beasts and attack down the mountain. This is not only the case in Yuzhou, but also in some big cities in the northeast. Under such circumstances, few people take the matter of mutated birds to heart, especially the mutated birds abroad. Many people in the intelligence department do not study biology, and they can't remember that migratory birds in Siberia will go south in winter. The result of forgetting this matter is obvious, that is, failing to pay attention to migratory birds from Siberia in time. Everyone felt very strange. Even if migratory birds were going south, there was no reason to attack humans. Moreover, besides Yanjing being attacked, many places that were harvesting in autumn were also attacked by mutated birds, and Li Qi was very curious about this matter. When he was walking on the street, holding a 9-ring knife in his hand, he thought about it while killing mutant birds. The most direct impact of the drop in temperature is the lack of food, especially in Siberia, where the harvest just happened to be attacked. Could it be that they are looking for food? Li Qi thought with a frown. At this moment, a white crane suddenly swooped down in the sky, aiming its long beak at Li Qi's chest. The attack method of this big bird was obviously different. Hit the enemy, then you must be able to penetrate the enemy's body with a beak. In this regard, Li Qi had a premonition that the changes in the surrounding light are all under her control, so she can easily know whether there are enemies around her attacking her at that moment. Facing the big bird that suddenly appeared, Li Qi flashed sideways, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and then slashed down fiercely with a knife, and a sound came from his ear, and then, blood sprayed, feathers fell to the ground, and the huge mutated white crane was killed by Li Qi in this way. Looking at Li Qi's body, there was already a lot of blood. It was obvious that Li Qi had killed a lot of birds when using the evolution potion. Li Qi signed a contract to guarantee that he would participate in the battle when Yanjing was in danger. But now, the sky above Yanjing is full of mutated birds. Li Qi, it's impossible not to make a move even if it was a shot. Li Qi did not go through fire and water to that extent. The reason is very simple, that is, it is not worth it. Her parents have already died in the chaos at the beginning, and today the land is vast but there is no relative. Desperate to return, who can it be for? Kill as much as you can, walk down the street, without saving the world at this time. Li Qi saw many soldiers in the distance. These soldiers rushed into the city, and when they found high-rise buildings, they were ready to go up. They were carrying various equipment, the most of which were machine guns. Unfortunately, there is no time, otherwise, with such good equipment, as long as you modify it casually, it will be a ground tower. Although temporarily modified towers cannot be as powerful as anti-aircraft guns, it is better than nothing. For a long time, self-propelled anti-aircraft guns have been used in border areas, but now at this time, mutant birds have penetrated deep into the hinterland. What weapon to use when the whole city of Yanjing was in chaos? A woman in black was walking in an alley with a dead body on her back. Dozens of birds flew towards her, but the woman directly released a flame. The feathers of the mutated bird are inflammable. When passing through the flame, the feathers on its body were immediately ignited, and the mutated bird ran away in shock, never daring to approach it again. For many beasts, the most fearful thing is flames. This is the memory that has been engraved into the DNA. It is best to stay away from the flames, and there are only a few animals that can use flames in this world. Most animals are afraid of fire. Seeing that the mutated bird was driven away, the woman finally stopped. She slowly raised her head to observe the surrounding buildings, and walked into the small alley unknowingly, but her face was almost the same as that of Qin Qa. There are some differences in demeanor. Xiang looked at the stinky Yu Hengai on his back, and said softly, "Master Yu Hengai, I will take you out of this place right away. Please bear with me for a while." The news about Yu Hengai's troubles in Yanjing was too big. Xiang, who was far away in the country of Hua, also heard about it. Rescue Yu Hengai, but she couldn't find a chance at all. It wasn't until the mutated bird started to attack Yanjing that she found a chance. After melting the steel plate of the car together with the door lock, they found Yu Hengai's body, and then carried the body on their backs to flee. Although the time we get along is very short, Xiang can't forget Yu Hengai. He changed her life. Since she became a supernatural person, she is no longer a hard-working social animal, but can have a better life. The power of flame can also purify all evil in this world nowadays. Xiang can only bring Yu Hengai's corpse back to her hometown, but that's enough. Even if it's a corpse, it's not bad to be by her side. At least a corpse won't do anything to hurt others. However, at this moment, Xiang felt Yu Hengai's body beating, stopped quickly, and felt it carefully. What she was worried about was that she was bumping during the running process, so she misheard. So this happened. Situation standing in the alley, Xiang felt it carefully. Yes, it was the beating of the heart, and Yu Hengai's heart was still beating. Xiang felt the surprise, and immediately rushed in and hid regardless of whether there was anyone in the courtyard. It is very quiet in the courtyard, and no one can see it. Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. My Chinese is not very good. Once there's a problem with my accent, it is very likely that I can't hide it. Fortunately, there is no one in the courtyard. I want to live here. The people all ran out to seek refuge. Xiang looked around, took out a dried fruit from his pocket, and stuffed it into Yu Hengai's mouth, but Yu Hengai, who was unconscious, couldn't chew or swallow it. Xiang was helpless, and finally found a bowl, crushed the fruit, mixed it with water, and slowly poured it into Yu Hengai's mouth. This fruit was given to her by Lanzi before she left, and said to eat it at the critical moment. Yes, you can gain stronger combat power, and your body will recover faster. This matter was kept in mind by Sayaka. This fruit is naturally the fruit that Shen Feng gave to Lanzi. Of course, Lan Zi would not be kind enough to let Say Xiang take away such a precious thing. What she fancies is the return brought by the investment, like a powerful alien. Those who can work for themselves, the supernatural beings of the Japanese country, cannot be cultivated by resources, so they are relatively weak. Kei Yiming and Yunleis can lead people to make a big fuss in Tokyo Bay. Weak? Don't look at the high school students here in the anime who are stronger than each other, but the fact is that resources are limited, so they can only imagine that they are strong, and Yu Hangai will be executed by Yanjing's headquarters. For Lanzi, that is an opportunity. If he can get Yu Hangai, a powerful supernatural being, after taking risks, then Kagoshima will become extremely powerful in the future. Say Xiang felt Yu Hangai's pulse. She was still very weak, but as long as there is a pulse, there is hope of living, and then gently opened Yu Hangai's eyelids, using strong light to illuminate, and found that the pupil reaction still exists, which shows that Yu Hangai did not die. The pupillary reflex is a deep reflex. It is generally believed that if a person has lost the pupillary reflex, he is truly dead. Excited, Say Xiang hugged Yu Hangai and observed the many birds in the sky silently. As long as the number of birds in the city decreased, she would be able to leave Yanjing. Yu Hangai's body was hit by a bunch of bullets, but fortunately his heart was not injured, and the situation was urgent during the execution, and no one could wait until Yu Hangai died completely, and Yu Hangai, who was severely injured, fell into a state of suspended animation. In this state, Yu Hangai has lost all consciousness, and if he does not get treatment, he will die just like that. But fortunately, Say Xiang appeared. I'm afraid Yu Hangai himself didn't expect that at this time. The woman who had left him ruthlessly came to save him, and after eating the seeds of centenarian orchid, Yu Hangai's injuries also recovered quickly, and his body became hot, as if entering a state of evolution. Say Xiang hugged Yu Hangai and waited from daytime until late at night, but Yu Hangai never woke up. Obviously his body had recovered, but his consciousness had not yet returned. Moreover, the side effects of the centenarian orchid seeds had also appeared, and Yu Hangai's vitality was severely overdrawn. At this time, only skin and bones remained, and his body became weak again. Even if he woke up, he would no longer be able to fight while hugging Yu Hangai's body. Say Xiang murmured, "When you go back with me, we will find a place to live quietly and never care about things in this world anymore. I know you have no feelings for me, but I know feelings can be cultivated, and I only hope that you can stay by my side." There is Sakurajima volcano in Kagoshima, which often erupts, but the eruption is relatively low and will not hurt us. Let's find a Zyodeo, live on. You go fishing and I go farming. I know you were wronged. Even if no one believes that you were framed, I will definitely believe you, because I know you are a very gentle person, but such a gentle person is treated cruelly. This world is really too dangerous. Therefore, we are going to live in a place far away from human society, whether it is in the mountains or on small islands. I will go with you, only I will never betray you. Sayaka didn't care whether Yu Hangai could hear it or not, and fell asleep while talking. Even if it was dark, in the dark night, mutated birds would often appear in the sky, and the chaos in Yanjing had just begun. The city gate has been closed to prevent riots, while some people on the street are looking for their relatives, while others are desperately fleeing during the daytime. The attacks of birds have already deterred the people in the city very powerfully, and the army's killing effect on the flocks of birds is not good. That is, the chaos in Yanjing will come to an end when night comes, but it is conceivable that, wait until tomorrow, the attack of mutant birds will come again. Because of this, the people who are still alive want to leave Yanjing. The north can't stay anymore, so let's go to the south now. However, Yanjing enforced a curfew policy, so conflicts were formed, and the noise in the city gave the birds with night vision a chance to prey. Nighthawks and night herons are operating under the cover of the night. The night is the best protective color, and there are people coming and going on the street, and many people are clamoring to leave Yanjing. This is the opportunity to prey, although the number is relatively small, but relatively speaking, the probability of succeeding at night is even higher. Chapter 672, Wish Come True. Yu Hangai had already lost consciousness. What does it feel like to die? Of course, I didn't feel anything. If I felt anything, it would prove that I hadn't died yet. However, at this moment, Yu Hangai smelled a faint fragrance, and then his eyes lit up, and he saw Qin Qiui, and at this moment Qin Qiui said softly, "Zio Yu, can you marry me?" Yu Hangai looked at this dreamy scene, and felt unrealistic for a while. Before answering, the scene in front of him suddenly changed, and Yu Hangai's parents appeared. "You Rebellious son, how could we have a child like you? You have done so many wrong things. Do you still have the face to live? Yu Hengai's parents immediately began to criticize. No, I was framed, and I don't want to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Hearing his parents' accusations, Yu Hengai quickly defended himself. However, before Yu Hengai finished speaking, the scene in front of him changed again, because there was no one in front of him, and he was actually on an isolated island. On the island, there is no vegetation on the island, only reefs and garbage can be found. This place is something Yu Hengai will never forget. The reason why his fate changed was because he was living on a deserted island. So, I was dreaming just now. I remember that I came here with Shen Feng. Why did I fall asleep here? Where did Brother Feng go? Yu Hengai suddenly remembered this important matter, and quickly looked around. Brother Feng, where are you? Are you fishing? Yu Hengai couldn't help calling out, and his mind was not particularly clear at this moment. Yu Hengai saw a figure appearing on the sea in the distance. Shen Feng walked on the water, walked towards the distance, and turned back while walking and said, "Goodbye, I, Shen Feng, do not have a brother like you. Go away and suffer yourself here." Yu Hengai couldn't accept this fact. Obviously the two of them came to the deserted island together. Why Shen Feng just left as soon as he said so excited? Yu Hengai shouted, "Don't go, don't go." At this time, Yu Hengai suddenly opened his eyes, and then looked around, but found that the surroundings were all dark, and he couldn't see anything clearly. He could vaguely hear chaotic voices in the distance, and there seemed to be someone beside him. I can't see who he is. Yu Hengai stretched out his hand to touch the people around him, but he was already exhausted. Even raising his hand was difficult. This is already a manifestation of myasthenia gravis. With such weakness, it is very difficult to move. Just when Yu Hengai was trying to figure out his location, the room suddenly lit up, but it turned out that it was Sayaka who lit a candle at this time, which was found in the courtyard. It was only then that Yu Hengai saw the situation around him clearly. It turned out that he was in a strange room at this time. Judging from the decoration in the room, he should be in someone else's home. As for the person who lit the candle, Yu Hengai saw it. Suddenly fell into confusion. After a while, Yu Hengai tentatively asked, "Are you Saexiang?" Saexiang nodded, and said with a smile, "Master Yu Hengai, it's me. I'm here to save you. When this riot is over, let's find a small island to live. Don't worry, I will never betray you." Yu Hengai didn't expect Saexiang to save him. He felt his body carefully, but found that his body was already very weak, but the injury had disappeared. If I remember correctly, Saexiang's ability is flame. I don't know how she healed himself. Now it seemed familiar to me to be in such a weak state. Actually, I already want to bid farewell to this world. It's useless for you to save me. Yu Hengai said with a wry smile. He should be happy to be rescued, but now Yu Hengai has not been able to take responsibility for his evil deeds. Instead, there was anxiety hearing this. Saexiang suddenly hugged Yu Hengai, and said in distress while crying, "Master Yu Hengai, you only have one life. Please don't take your life so lightly. If you are already sad here, I will take you away. Don't worry, I will save you this time." Saexiang also discovered that Yu Hengai's mental state was not right at this time. If ordinary people were rescued, they should be happy in the situation of escaping from the dead. It's right to have a smile on your face, but Yu Hengai is not like that. Saexiang also chose to commit suicide. At that time, she had already cut her wrists, but she was saved by Yu Hengai, and she became a supernatural person. Now, Yu Hengai's state makes Saexiang feel familiar. At this time, Yu Hengai seems to want to die. Seeing Yu Hengai like this, Saexiang has already decided that she must save Yu Hengai and not let him continue to sink. Yu Hengai smiled wryly. He knew that his sins could not be eradicated. Ling Ling finally figured it out. He had killed tens of thousands of people. The bloodstains on his hands could not be washed clean, and as long as he appeared in the eyes of others, then it must be the reappearance of the demon. There is no need to doubt it. However, Yu Hengai suddenly became puzzled at this time, and couldn't help asking, "How could you rescue me?" There are many supernatural beings in the Xianlong Bureau, so they didn't make things difficult for you. Back then, when Lin Yu and Xiao Fuli rescued Yu Hengai, they had to go down the sewer and needed the cooperation of everyone from the Xianlong Bureau. But at this moment, Saexiang actually took Yu Hengai to a strange place, and it was impossible for Yu Hengai not to doubt it. Saexiang quickly said, That's because Yanjing is in chaos now. A flock of mutated birds from the north has come and started to attack humans. I took you away from the car. If I face the supernatural beings from the Xianlong Bureau, I definitely can't beat it. Hearing such an explanation, the doubts in Yu Hengai's heart were finally resolved. No wonder he was rescued. However, after learning that Yanjing had been attacked by mutant birds, he couldn't help but worry. Now Yan, how is Jing's situation? Are the casualties serious? Xiang shook her head, looked at Yu Hengai and said, I don't know, I just learned about the mutated birds. It seems that the Siberian birds have arrived in Yanjing in a day, but I saw a lot of blood on the street. Many people must have died. Yu Hengai immediately became worried. He wanted to fight, but now he didn't even have the strength to stand up, let alone fight. It's a pity that I can't move now, otherwise, I will definitely save people. Yu Hengai said with a wry smile. Master Yu Hengai, why do you still want to save these foolish people? They are the ones who caused you to become like this. Why do you have to do such a thing? Xiang was very puzzled. It seemed that Yu Hengai at this time was still very concerned about the people who framed him. There was no attitude of hatred at all, which made her completely confused. Yu Hengai explained, the people who framed me were people from the Xianlong Bureau and the bastards in Lulian Mountain, not ordinary people. Moreover, I killed many people. This is a fact, and the crimes on me are also facts. What I resent is killing. My people are not the people who hate me after I kill them. Yu Hengai has already said this to this extent, and Xiang fully understands that Yu Hengai has not completely fallen into the situation of not distinguishing between good and evil, and his mind is still clear. Xiang quickly said, in that case, how about we live in a place where no one can reach? Find a small island or deep in the mountains, where no one can find us, and we can live quietly like this. Disputes, we don't have to worry about it. While speaking, Xiang's eyes revealed a look of longing, and Yu Hengai was not a piece of wood, so he understood Xiang's meaning at this time. Yu Hengai also knew Xiang's feelings for him. She traveled thousands of miles to Yanjing to rescue him, and if he refused her, it would be too cruel. Besides, after he survived, the only life he could choose was to live in seclusion. Yes, Yu Hengai hesitated. Okay, I'll follow you and live in a place that no one else can find. Yu Hengai finally made such a decision. Knowing this answer, Xiang couldn't help crying with joy. At this time, Yu Hengai agreed to her request, which is really great. This means that the two of them can really live together in the future, and Xiang finally found a man of her dreams. Will betray, treat yourself tenderly, and protect yourself. The city gate is open, let's go. The city gate has been opened. At this moment, people shouted from outside, and it was heard that the city gate had been opened, which meant that they could escape from here. When night fell, the number of mutated birds finally decreased by half, and although the birds with night vision were still flying in the sky, the threat was generally not that great, so people packed up their things and took to the streets, asking for help. Open the city gate. Under the excitement of the crowd, the headquarters also had to consider the consequences. The mutated birds have not been wiped out, which means that Yanjing may be attacked anytime and anywhere. This time, everyone in Yanjing who has not died needs to think about it. Will you be caught tomorrow? As a result, the crowd became agitated and demanded to open the city gates. These people didn't care whether they would encounter danger in the wild. In short, after leaving Yanjing, the north is already very dangerous, and the only way to have a chance is to flee to the south. Survive under tremendous pressure. The headquarters can only be forced to open the city gates. When panic occurs, the crowd is the most dangerous. No one knows what the crazy crowd will do. Those who want to escape leave the moment the city gate opened. Countless people rushed out of Yanjing City. No need to bring valuables, just take some food and go. Go to the south, no matter where you go. In short, as long as you can survive, stay. It will only turn into mutated bird droppings. Even if the headquarters has repeatedly stated we will definitely wipe out all the mutant birds, but not many people believe this guarantee, but instead say, what's the matter? You can still use half a month of Operation Thunder to wipe out these mutated bird? Forget it, we're going to run for our lives. After Xiang heard the news, she quickly put a mask on Yu Hengai, and then started to flee with Yu Hengai on her back. As long as she can escape from Yanjing, she can go to the seaside to find a ship and leave China. After arriving in Japan, she can live a happy life together. Yu Hengai couldn't move, and the clothes on his body still smelled bad. Sayaka didn't dislike him, and quickly ran away with Yu Hengai on his back. Now is a rare opportunity, taking advantage of the lack of time in the city to find Yu Hengai's body, and get away in the crowd. Walking among the crowd, Xiang didn't say a word. She was worried that she would reveal her secrets after she spoke, and the crowd fled away in a panic. Some people didn't even carry food, because after carrying heavy objects, they couldn't run very far, and Yanjing's gasoline was out of stock in an instant, and there were few cars that could drive. Yu Hengai has been silently watching this scene without saying anything. This time, the disaster Yanjing encountered was not caused by him, it was a real natural disaster, and no one would have thought that birds would attack Yanjing again. Sayaka was walking in the crowd with Yu Hengai on her back, and after others saw this scene, she immediately sighed. Oh, such a beautiful woman can only run away with her sick husband on her back. God damn it, don't open your eyes. What? In the eyes of others, Xiang and Yu Hengai are an obvious couple, and Yu Hengai is thin at this time. Even if he doesn't wear a mask, he will not be recognized. It looks like he has been ill in bed for a long time. It was misunderstood by others. Chapter 673. The crowd was about to go out in a panic, and many high-rise buildings in Yanjing began to be refitted. Anti-aircraft guns were installed on them, and there was only one night to meet the next day's attack, so they could only race against time to do this. Many nighthawks in the night sky were still flying, specially catching people who were alone, and the crowds in the city made the nighthawks afraid to do it for a while. At this time, everyone in Yanjing was in a panic. Some were busy fighting, some were busy running for their lives, and some were waiting for the arrival of reinforcements, but there was not a day or two before the reinforcements would arrive. Impossible to come. Someone in the crowd began to complain. Didn't you always brag that the supernatural being is strong? Didn't you say that the supernatural being is our savior? Why can't the supernatural being stand up to protect us in this crisis? Why, when Xiang heard such words, she couldn't help complaining in her heart. The supernatural beings who are willing to protect you have been harmed by you. Who is willing to protect you? Others also said. At this time, these dogs usually show how powerful they are, as if the world can't do without them. At this time, they are all pretending to be dead. I see. In the future, survival cannot depend on supernatural beings. Don't talk about it. People with supernatural powers can't kill mutant birds, but those who can kill you and me, you'd better shut up. Some people didn't want to be implicated, and persuaded them as they walked. There is a saying that is good. At this age, you are not afraid of the bodhisattva with closed eyes, but you are afraid of the angry King Kong mastering the power. The supernatural being is very powerful. Killing a person is not the same as a joke, so it is best not to offend the supernatural being. HMPH, I don't care about this. I'm leaving Yanjing soon. I'm going to live in a small city in the south. I see, everything is fake. It's fake that the supernatural beings can protect us. The supernatural beings can protect us. It's a savior and it's a fake. It's all a bragging. I won't serve you anymore, buddy. I'm happy. The guy who was still complaining just now continued. The others had no choice but to stay away from this guy, so as not to be implicated when being retaliated by the supernatural being. In fact, the supernatural beings don't have time to take care of these things now. The supernatural beings in Yanjing City have already gathered to discuss how to defeat the mutated bird. It is impossible for the people's abuse to reach their ears. The gates of the city became very crowded, and there were too many people who wanted to leave Yanjing. Even if there were more than 20 gates, it was impossible to effectively evacuate the crowd. Sayaka mixed in the crowd, looked at all kinds of people around her, and sighed in her heart. As expected of China, it has such a large population. Even in the apocalypse, the power is too powerful. The population of the Wa Kingdom is also 100 million. It is a miracle that such a large population lives in such a small country, but their economy is relatively good. 10 million. The city suddenly became empty, and now looking at Yanjing after the disaster can still have such a large population. Sayaka also has to marvel at such a large number of people mixing in the crowd. Xiang left Yanjing, and when she came outside the city gate, she saw a lot of tricycles, and on each of these tricycles was a strong man, and they kept yelling, "You can ride if you pay, just leave with 20 caddies of grain, and I'll take you to the south. Luoyuan, Kaifeng, Jinan, Xuzhou, just pay and leave." There is never a shortage of true love in this world. Similarly, there will be no shortage of people who take advantage of the fire. These guys on 3 wheels are obviously unkind. Most of them are the kind of old bachelors who can't even find a wife. The reason is still a matter of personality, and now they have spotted the opportunity and are going to take the opportunity to blackmail when men go to inquire about the price. These three-wheeled guys obviously don't like to talk to them, but if a woman goes to inquire about the price, they will be enthusiastic immediately. Such an obvious difference in attitude can already explain a lot of things. Up there were indeed a few women who were fooled. After paying for the food, they sat on the tricycle and were taken away by these men. Say Xiang didn't want to care about these people at first. She is a supernatural being, and she wouldn't have any problems behind Yu Hengai's back. Besides, she has already seen that these tricycles specially carrying women are actually a bunch of villains. They make a living by riding tricycles, but they cannot find a wife, because they have no other skills, the factory does not need them, and they have no chance to work hard. Such people cannot support a family. But now, these unscrupulous people suddenly started to do business with women. It was obvious that they had the intention of abducting women. However, Xiang didn't want to talk to these people, but someone came to Xiang. This is a muscular and strong man with tattoos on his arms. He came to Xiang on a rickshaw and said, "Beauty, behind your back the person on board is your husband, right? You see, your speed is really too slow. How far can you go in the middle of the night? I will take you with me, and I guarantee that the speed will be very fast. It is no problem to walk 50 kilometers in one night." Sayaka didn't want to care about this guy, and walked straight forward. But this man didn't intend to give up. He was really attracted by Sayaka's appearance. In his opinion, this woman looked to be in her 30s, and she was at the most mature stage in her life. She has a human aura, and the first time you see her, you can't leave your eyes. Moreover, this woman is so similar to Kin Kiri in the newspaper. While the man was riding a tricycle, he was thinking about how to seduce the other party. Most of the man on this beautiful woman was her husband, and he seemed to be a sick child. There was no need to care about it, but there are so many people at the moment, it is impossible to do it directly. Wait a minute, this woman doesn't carry any luggage or food on her body, that is to say, she has no money or food, so it is impossible for her to ride in my car. The man figured this out. The man's name is Han Wide. He has been a bachelor for many years, but he has never been able to marry a wife. The reason is very simple, that is, he has no skills, his education is not good, his EQ is not enough, he can't be honest in his work, and he quits every day. Naturally, no one would hire such a person. Han Wide immediately caught up with Xiang on 3 wheels, and said, "Beauty, you don't need money or food in my car. I'm a good person. I'm willing to drive you to the south for free. Let's go together." After hearing what this guy said, the others couldn't help but slander. How can anyone in the world say that he is a good person? This guy is a villain at first glance. Who would fall for such an obvious trap? Chinese people have been educated by the elders at a very early age, and they know a truth, that is, there is no free lunch in the sky, and there is no free lunch in the world. Therefore, everyone knows a truth, that is, free things are the most expensive. When good luck favors you, you need to consider whether this is a trap. And Han Wide's thoughts at this time are almost written on his face. Such a wretched guy is deceiving others. If he can be fooled, he is really stupid. Everyone thought that Xiang would not be fooled, but at this moment, after Xiang raised her head, she hesitated for a moment, put Yu Hengai in the tricycle and lay down, and she herself sat on it, so she really agreed. Han Wide was really elated at this time, and said in his heart, "I'm really hooked. It seems that my luck has finally arrived." The other fleeing people really couldn't stand it anymore. It's a pity that such a beautiful woman was easily deceived. The kind-hearted person reminded, "Girl, come down quickly, while we are still here at this time. If you come down, she will not do anything to you, but after he takes you to a remote place, you will be in danger." Gone. There are always many sober people in the world, and now they have clearly seen Han Wide's purpose, which is nothing more than kidnapping women. After Han Wide's plan was exposed, he became angry from embarrassment, and directly threatened loudly, "You bastards, shut up if you don't understand anything. I just see this girl is working hard, and I want to take her for a ride. You typically don't look good at others, and want others to sit with you on the 11th road, so don't be jealous of others here." After finishing speaking, Han Wide was afraid that the beautiful woman behind him would regret it, so he immediately set off on his bicycle. Although there were 2 people in the tricycle, his whole body was full of strength after riding. 50 kilometers is not bragging. Xiang hugged Yu Hengai and said in a low voice, "Don't be angry, I don't know anything, I just want this car." The Current oil shortage in China has not been alleviated. Although oil has been dug out in Siberia, it will take time to transport it to the country. Therefore, cars cannot be used normally. There are many cars, but there is not enough gasoline. Xiang also wanted to understand this point. It is obviously not fast enough to walk with 2 feet, but it is different with a tricycle. Although Xiang's thighs are slender, riding a tricycle is also very strong. With a tricycle, we were able to advance quickly. Yu Henggai nodded vigorously, saying that he did not have any doubts. At Xiang's level, even if she was deceived, she could easily kill hundreds of people. It is not easy to deceive her, but at this time, Han Wide chose to take the path, explaining as he walked, "I know a shortcut that will get you away from Yanjing in no time, and this path is absolutely safe." Sayaka didn't say anything, but a cold light gradually appeared in her eyes. In the end, Han Wide took Xiang and Yu Henggai to a remote mountain village. When he arrived here, there was no one around, so his true face was revealed. He just got off the driver's seat of the tricycle, smiled and said, "Honey, you can follow me from now on. Now, let me solve the physical problems." As he said that, Han Wide began to untie his belt. The answer to any physical problem was already obvious. Xiang looked around, as if she wanted to observe the escape routes around her, but the surrounding area was very empty, and she couldn't even see a wild dog in the small mountain village. "Since there is no one here, then you are ready to die," Sayaka said in Chinese, although the words were in Chinese, but after they fell into Han Wide's ears, they were rather strange. Han Wide finally realized something was wrong, and said in surprise, Are you a foreigner?" Xiang didn't answer, but slowly put Yu Henggai on the car, jumped out of the car, a flame appeared in his hand, and slowly approached the guy who brought him to the small mountain village. Looking at the flames that suddenly appeared out of thin air, Han Wei was stunned. With such a method, it seems that only the supernatural beings can do this. Could it be that he provoked the supernatural beings this time? Thinking of this, Han Wei's lower body withered at that moment, turned around and ran away without saying a word. Xiang didn't chase after, and threw the fireball out casually. When the fireball landed on Han Wei's body, it immediately ignited a raging flame, which was difficult to extinguish after getting rid of the bad guy. Xiang laughed, turned around and said, "Master Yu Henggai, now we have a car." Before he finished speaking, half of a sentence was stuck in his neck, because Xiang saw the empty car body, and Yu Henggai had disappeared. In Xiang's mind, he and Yu Henggai could stay together forever and become immortal couples, but now, Yu Henggai had disappeared, and Xiang's heart fell to the bottom immediately. Chapter 674, Avalokitesvara appears. After Xiang found out that her beloved had disappeared, she quickly looked around and said to herself, "Could it be that Mr. Yu Henggai can act now and find a place to rest?" Suddenly, Xiang had an ominous premonition, and quickly looked up, only to see a night owl grabbing a thin figure and flying towards the distance. If it wasn't for the moonlight shining down at this time, it would be really hard to see clearly. "Stop it, give it back to me, give it back to me." Sayaka panicked when she saw this scene, and immediately exploded with strength, chasing after him in the distance. Xiang can't accept the fact that her beloved leaves her, especially when she is taken away by a mutated bird. The night owl is a ferocious carnivorous bird. In fact, it is an owl. It can clearly see the ground at night. In this situation, he is good at catching mice and rabbits, and he specializes in eating meat, not the kind of weak chicken that eats fruit. What Xiang was most worried about was that Yu Henggai would be eaten. She didn't expect that Yu Henggai would have been captured just by turning her head around to deal with a scumbag. The speed was so fast that Xiang couldn't even react. For Xiang, it was only a minute without looking at Yu Henggai, but within this minute, Yu Henggai was taken away. Xiang has already got Yu Henggai, whether it is his person or his heart. Yu Henggai has even agreed to live together in a place where there is no one, and from then on they can live in a world of 2 people. I thought I would be able to live happily ever after together, but now the wish has come to nothing. It's a pity that no matter how Sayaka chases the owl, she can't really catch up. The speed on the ground is always inferior to flying in the sky, not to mention that Sayaka needs to consider terrain factors in the end. Sayaka saw the figure of the owl getting farther and farther away, and her whole body was about to collapse, as if something she had already obtained had disappeared. Soon the owl flew far away with Yu Henggai, flying in the direction of the west. No matter how Sayaka chased him, the speed was too slow at this time, and he couldn't catch up. However, Xiang did not give up, and kept heading towards the direction where the owl flew away. She would not give up chasing, and she must find Yu Henggai before giving up in the middle of the night. Quite a few people were taken away, perhaps thousands, but among the more than 1 million people who escaped from Yanjing City, such a small number is nothing, and it is not as good as the casualties during the day, and this is also the case. The idea that ordinary people have is that they may not be the unlucky ones. If they escape at night, they may not be caught. On the contrary, if they stay, there is no hope of defeating the mutant bird in a short time. It's just a person who was taken away, then there is only one dead end. In the early morning, a family in the Taihang Mountains went out, but there were only father and son in this family, and there were no more family members. The father's name is Zhu Li, and the son's name is Zhu Wenming. Since the end of the day, the father and son have been living in the mountains. As Zhu Li was walking, he said to his son, "Let's go. I heard that there are a lot of mutated birds in the mountains recently. This is our chance to make a fortune. If we bring back a few hundred catties of meat, I will give it to you. Marry a daughter-in-law, and if you have a lot of meat, I will find you a new mother." Zhu Li and Zhu Wenming carried shotguns on their backs. It seemed that the father and son were hunters and were going to go hunting now. Zhu Wenming looked at his father with white eyes, and said dissatisfiedly, "It has been said in the radio that recently migratory birds from Siberia have gone south, and there can be tens of millions of them. What if they are besieged by accident? Isn't it dead without a burial land? Besides, I have nothing left in the mountains. I really don't know what you think." Regarding his son's ignorance, Zhu Wenming said seriously, "Son, living in the mountains is the safest way. If you plant a few acres of land, you can eat food. When you hunt, you can eat meat. If you have surplus food, you can exchange it for supplies. This is much better than being in the city. If you stay in the city, you will only be robbed by others." "Robbery? You think too much. The people in the city are so civilized. I have never seen any robbery before." Zhu Wenming disagreed with his father's words, thinking that since it is the end of the day, he should wait huddled together in the city to keep warm. Zhu Li smiled, touched his son's head and said, "You are still too young. You don't need to use a knife or gun to rob in the city. You can rob with a piece of paper and a pen. Now you are still when you are young. You don't understand, but later on, you will understand." The father and son started walking on the mountain. Of course they also knew the danger of the mutated bird, but as hunters, how could they be afraid of the power of the prey? "If you really want to do this, then you are putting the cart before the horse while walking," Zhu Li said. "Actually, our ancestors have a famous name, that is Zhu Ringui. We are the descendants of Zhu Ringui. I think our ancestors had no money and made a living by shooting geese. Naturally, our place cannot be abandoned. We also have to hunt. If there are wild geese, we will hunt wild geese. If there are swans, we will hunt swans." Although Zhu Wenming was young, he was not stupid at all, and said impatiently, "Don't repeat the plot on the romance. Even if the ancestor is Zhu Ringui, we should be officials. How could we be reduced to hunters? Besides, Zhu Ringui hunts with bows and arrows. We use shotguns. How can he have all the skills?" While the father and son were bickering and talking, Zhu Li suddenly raised his shotgun, aimed it at the sky, pulled the trigger, and fired it. Bang! The bullet was fired, and Zhu Li knew it had hit. Zhu Wenming stared blankly at his father. He didn't expect his father to shoot suddenly. What did he see? "What are you doing? You were so startled, it scared me to death." Zhu Wenming said. Zhu Li said with a serious face, "I saw a mutated bird weighing at least 300 kilograms, and I have already hit its wing. It can't fly very far. Let's catch up. 300 kilograms of meat is enough. I married you a wife." After finishing speaking, Zhu Li chased in the direction where he saw the big bird flying just now. The trees in the mountain had already shed their leaves. The Taihang Mountains were basically gray as far as the eye could see, and there was a lot of blood on the ground. "This is the bird stay. I'm only 13 years old. I don't need a daughter-in-law. I think you want to find me a stepmother? Who wants to follow you to live in the poor mountains?" Zhu Wenming said disdainfully. Zhu Li chased after him and said, "You are still young. When you are full of blood, you will find a woman by yourself. As for now, as long as you have money, you can have beautiful women in your arms. In the future, you will understand. It has come to the present era. The world is in chaos, and things like buying and selling people have become commonplace. This is a tradition in history. When the family is poor, they will find a way to sell their children, even selling his wife. There has been no such disaster for almost 100 years, but now, When everyone is struggling to survive, it becomes natural to sell the family members. The father and son immediately chased it out. 300 caddies of meat is really important, and once the wings of a bird are injured, they can only sit and wait to die. However, after 4 days of chasing, they were about to leave the range of Taihang Mountain. Both father and son could not see the owl, and the blood on the ground had disappeared. At this time, both of them were a little downcast, wasting 4 days in vain time, but in the end still got nothing. If he had stayed near his home to hunt for these 4 days, he would have been able to earn a lot of money based on the number of birds closest to Taihang Mountains, but now he has nothing. Hey, get ready to go back. It's pointless to continue searching. Zhu Li chose to give up, and was going to go home to catch ordinary mutant birds. Honestly, big birds are not so easy to catch. However, at this moment, Zhu Wenming saw a figure in the distance, and quickly said, "Father, look over there, is there someone there?" Zhu Li looked in the direction his son was pointing at, and indeed saw a black shadow, so he quickly chased after him, stepped forward and saw that it was a young girl who looked about 14 or 15 years old, and her clothes were already turning white. Clothes, but still clean. "What are you going to do?" the girl exclaimed. "My husband is nearby. If you dare to act recklessly, I will call someone." At this time, the girl saw 2 strangers appearing here, and she was already very worried, for fear that she would be treated roughly by the other party if she was not careful. Zhu Wenming said quickly, "Sister, don't be afraid, we just want to ask, have you ever seen a big injured bird that was still holding something in its claws?" The girl shook her head and said, "I haven't seen it before." When Zhu Li and Zhu Wenming received such an answer, they could only shake their heads helplessly, and then they were about to leave. When they left, Zhu Li couldn't help but criticize his son. "Look at him, he is only 14 or 15 years old. You are already married, and you still say that you are young, and when I earn enough money from hunting, I will find you a wife first." Zhu Li was already stimulated at this time. His father and son could not continue to be single. They had to find someone to sleep with. Earlier, after Zhu Wenming walked a certain distance, he said in a low voice, "Father, don't be confused by the sister's words. I observed just now, and there are a few blood-stained clothes in her hands, so it must be. If it is not hers, then there is only one answer. She is not a good stubble, she may be a bait. There are other people hiding behind her. If you are deceived by her weak appearance, you will suffer a lot." Hearing what his son said, Zhu Li was a little surprised for a moment. He quickly turned around and found the girl standing there. Sure enough, she was holding some blood-stained clothes in her hands. At this time, she slowly hid behind, but already seen Zhu Li was only aware of it at this time, and suddenly felt horrified, and said to himself, "It's really not easy. People who can live in the Taihang Mountains are not good people, and they even played fairy dance for me." After being reminded by his son, Zhu Li finally understood that no one in the Taihang Mountains should be underestimated. The father and son were worried that there was an ambush around them, so they quickly moved away, and the girl finally breathed a sigh of relief, secretly rejoiced, and thought, "Fortunately, these 2 people have no malicious intentions, otherwise, I would be really in danger." The girl returned home very quickly, and her home was actually a temple on a mountain. The temple was huge, but no one lived there, and now there were no people praying to gods and worshipping Buddha. The temple in the deep mountain was also very quiet, except for mutant beasts. Almost nothing will visit. Besides, this is still a temple for giving birth to Guanyin. The girl had already thrown away the blood-stained clothes, returned to the temple, and began to take care of her husband, who was still in a coma. Avalokitesvara. "Bodhisattva, thank you for giving me a husband. I will definitely offer you more incense in the future. I just ask you to bless him to get through this difficult time. I am here to worship." The girl knelt in front of the statue and counted out continuously. The husband she was talking about actually fell from the sky a few days ago. That day, the girl was kneeling in the Guanyin Hall. She had lost all her relatives and had lived in the mountains for 2 years. She could live on her own, but she had no one to accompany her, so she begged Guanyin, "Guanyin Bodhisattva, please give me a husband." Then, a miracle happened. A man covered in blood fell from the sky, directly penetrated the roof, and even breathed after falling to the ground. Chapter 675. In Yanjing City, people are discussing how to solve this mutant bird crisis every day. 5 days have passed. In Yanjing City, there will be mutant birds coming to attack every day. Now, during the daytime, everyone I dare not go out, because once I go out, I will be besieged, and I can't prevent it at all. And every night, The people of Yanjing have to flee. Even if it is the capital, it is impossible to stay here any longer. If they continue to stay here, they might be eaten by mutated birds the next day. Everyone wanted to survive, so they immediately ran for their lives to the south. The south has not heard the news of the mutated birds rebellion, and in these days of research, the zoologists of the Research Institute have also found the reason why the mutated birds went south, that is, lack of food. The winter in Siberia is very cold. It is impossible for ordinary people to withstand the biting cold. Even in summer, there will be permafrost in some parts of Siberia. In winter, it will not be a place to live. Therefore, the local people are like to drink for a simple reason, that is, after drinking, I can warm up my body. However, the cold is not the reason for the mutant birds to go south, because the birds do a good job of keeping warm. After all, human beings wear down jackets. Among them, the cheaper down jackets use duck down, while the more expensive ones use goose down and feathers. The evolution of clothes is actually to keep warm. The reason why the mutated birds went south was actually the lack of food. When the heavy snow fell, the insects would have froze to death. Even if there was food, it would be under the snow. If you want to find food, you can only dig through the snow. That's right, there are birds that specialize in eating fish, but it is impossible to peck open the ice with their beaks. This is a particularly whimsical thing. The ice layer can be tens of centimeters thick, and humans need to use tools to dig for a long time. How can the mutant bird break the ice? So when there was no food in the north, the mutated birds went south to look for food, and now they are harvesting in the northeast and other places, which means that the food is basically in the hands of human beings and cannot be supplemented by food. In the end, the birds have only one choice, and that is to attack humans. Although the existence of humans is itself a threat to birds, they will die no matter what. One is killed by humans, and the other is starved to death. Mutated birds have no choice. Even if they are killed, they still have to eat meat. That's the way it is. The mutated birds lack food, so they attack us. Whether it's attacking humans or other autumn harvest places, it's all for food. The intelligence officer said helplessly. Now everyone has learned the ultimate purpose of the mutated birds, but they still don't know how to deal with them. These mutated birds are not ordinary mutated beasts, nor are they zombies. It's just a hole, and the flow ability is not strong enough. But mutant birds are different. Mutant birds can fly, and in the process of going south, birds with poor flying ability have been eliminated naturally. The mutant birds hovering over Yanjing are all extremely good at flying. Flying things, killing mutant birds. Where do we start? Whoever has a solution to deal with a mutant bird can speak out his suggestion now. No matter what he says, just don't be silent. Silence is meaningless. At the meeting, someone said in a deep voice everyone was also very helpless. No one expected to encounter such a thing. Originally, there were not many mutated birds in China, but now, tens of millions of mutated birds from Siberia went south, directly bringing disaster to Yanjing. Well, if you say that the Maozi in the north is also very bad, the situation of the mutated bird has not been disclosed, and I think this group of guys also have the idea of watching the fun at this time. Someone said, now that the Air Force has been assembled one after another, what we mean is to let fighter jets destroy these mutant birds, especially starting from the king of birds. We have been trying this method, but the effect is not good. The mutated birds will even charge suicidally. Hundreds of mutated birds fly towards the fighter jets. Even if they die, they must block the glass of the fighting compartment. Moreover, there are too many, the fighter jets are wiped out, and the speed is too slow. Immediately, some people began to reject the idea of using fighter jets to fight. Has already been implemented, but the effect is not good. The original Yanjing Air Force was able to wipe out millions of migratory birds, thanks to Shen Feng, who found a gathering place for migratory birds and directly used artillery shells to wash them down. They killed all the migratory birds by surprise. Now, these birds in Siberia, here and there, change their habitat every day. It is really too difficult to deal an effective blow. Then, why not learn from Shen Feng's fighting style in Yuzhou, and let the army go out to fight at night and kill the mutated birds? Another suggestion was made. This method is quite good, because there have been precedents. Shen Feng in Yuzhou did this. He started fighting at night while the mutated birds were fledgling. Soldiers were all over the mountains and plains killing birds. Many birds were killed here, and the autumn harvest in Yuzhou started without any disturbance. However, someone immediately raised a question: if Shen Feng can do this, can we copy it? Looking at the geographical location, Yuzhou is in the south, while we are in the north. There are basically no mutated birds in Yuzhou. When we leave the mountain, what we are facing is a mutated bird from the extreme north. The situation is different, so why discuss it? It's not rough, but the same method may not be applicable in all situations. Perhaps, the plan that can be used in Yuzhou cannot continue to be used in Yanjing. However, the opponent's words gave others a countermeasure, and he quickly said, yes, we are in the north, and mutant birds always go from places with less food to places with more food. Let's hold on and wait until the next day. When it snows, these mutated birds are going to the south. We just need to drag it down to win. After this strategy was proposed, many people agreed with it. This matter is obviously correct. Wait until winter, wait until it snows, and the mutated birds will not be able to find food. The victory will still belong to you at that time. The mutated bird must have no choice but to go to the south, or even to Australia in the southern hemisphere. It's a pity that there is no perfect countermeasure, and the plan to wait for winter was immediately criticized. Wait until it snows in winter? Even if the little ice age arrives, it will take a month to snow. This one in a month's time, can't we just do nothing? Plans that delay time can be made, but they must not be sloppy. As for the strategy of delaying time until winter, it seems that there is no disadvantage, but I am afraid that some people will use their time to make a fuss, hiding in the house and not going out, regardless of the hungry people outside. In today's Yanjing, many people rely on part-time jobs for their livelihood. Even if the family is a little richer, that is, they have a week's rations, and there are not a few people who eat and drink on the day of work. If this is ignored, within a month, the mutated bird has not starved to death, and the people will starve to death. First up at this time, he can put forward his own opinion. Everyone, since the mutated birds came to northern China for food, they should start with food. Fortifying the walls and clearing the wilderness is the most suitable plan. Food control is implemented. No one distributes food daily. Anyway, we have already harvested in autumn. 1 month is enough to survive. During the time when we are clearing the wilderness, the mutated birds can't find food, so they can only leave. After He-Kitten expressed his opinion, the rest of the people also looked at him. He-Kitten was a little nervous for a while. He only participated in the meeting by virtue of his great-grandfather's authority, and if others disagree with his opinion, then everything will be in vain. Fortunately, He-Kitten's suggestion was better, and with his great-grandfather sitting here, it was impossible for others to lose face, so he immediately thought about it, and finally agreed to the plan of strengthening the wall and clearing the country. As expected of being He Gong's descendants, it really hits the nail on the head. From this point of view, we have only one way to go. The crowd said quickly. It's not that no one has thought of the method of strengthening the wall and clearing the wilderness, but He-Kitten said it first, so the credit will eventually fall on He-Kitten who proposed this plan. He-Kitten looked at the great-grandfather beside him, only to find that the great-grandfather showed a gratified expression, as if he was very optimistic about his plan, and he said in a low voice, "Your suggestion is very good and very practical, but I don't know how to make a solid wall clear the field." How is the effect, Marshal? He directly supported the establishment of the Yanjing headquarters when the doomsday came, so he is considered the founder of the headquarters. Although he doesn't care about it, the power is here, and it is impossible to ignore it. Now Marshal He's great-grandson has already said we have made a plan, and everyone hastened to support it. However, after the meeting was over, Marshal He sighed secretly, and said in his heart, "Now that the troubled times have really arrived, my health is about to fail. I just don't know how far this child Chuan can grow, and I don't know if he can create a new world." Peace, Yanjing's actions were very fast, and they did what they said, and the plan of strengthening the walls and clearing the fields began to be implemented. They immediately began to control the food of everyone in Yanjing, distributed rations at night, and prohibited everyone from going out during the day. In addition, all the people in the field were withdrawn to the city, and the grain had almost been harvested. Although the winter wheat had just been sown in the field, it would not be harvested until next spring. At this point, humans were inactive, and all the crops in the wild were harvested. Lost food source Gong Changfa led the people from the Xiangsong Bureau to stand on the high-rise building, surrounded by supernatural beings, and Gong Changfa was also very confident. As long as the mutated bird in the sky dared to come down, he could kill it directly during the day. Yanjing City was extremely quiet. Everyone was notified and stayed at home quietly, not going out at all. Going out would mean death. Sun Yan looked at the empty streets. If someone told him before that one day the streets of Yanjing would be empty, Sun Yan would never believe it, because it is completely impossible. There are 8 million people in Yanjing, and people from nearby areas have already gathered in the city. How could so many people not go out? But now, the situation happened before his eyes, and Sun Yan could only sigh. The world has changed too much. A bunch of long-haired beasts can make the streets of Yanjing empty, which was not the case when the city was besieged by zombies. This kind of scene, Sun Yan personally came from the zombie siege incident, so he naturally knew what was going on before. With the existence of the city wall, more than 100 million zombies could not enter the city at all, and they were defeated in the end. Now, the mutated bird it has been hovering above the head, but it has caused more serious harm than zombies. Gong Changfa shrugged and said, then we have to perform well this time, and try to get a title or something. We will find a way to become famous in the future, and we can be regarded as becoming a character. At the beginning, Guang Changfa was very jealous of others having the title bestowed by the headquarters, especially the 10 people who carried out the beheading operation. Several of them were not capable at all, so they still got the title in the end, which was not fair at all. Now Gong Changfa has taken a lot of light on the title, and doesn't think the title is a big deal. However, it is best to fight for the title, at least in the future. He will know more people. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.